So boy, I ain't no yes man. You ain't seen nothing yet. But that's fire. Burn it down, yeah. You ain't seen nothing yet. iQOO.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. My name is Angad the Experiment Chahal, and with me, we have the lost hope for humanity. It is Sparrow himself. Sparrow, first of all, welcome back, and we finally made it, the semi-finals.
Thank you so much for the lovely introduction, XP, and I have to say I am elated. We finally got our 24 teams who are going to fight it out in the great semi-finals of iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series.
I mean, it's going to be amazing. Now, let me just tell you one thing. It is basically the creme de la creme that are going to be battling it out amongst themselves, and well, sooner or later, some will topple the others, and some are going to bid us adieu. Now, before we get to anything else, again, I love the fact that, all the competition, every single thing came down to the last minute, came down to the last game. The competition is razor thin, and I believe the semi-finals are going to be something similar.
Well, absolutely. If the crowd thinks that quarterfinal has a lot of competition, they're going to be proven wrong because semi-final got something else planned for them.
Well, we do have something else planned for you in the semi-finals, but again, before we get to all the things, you all know what teams are playing. I'm sure you are going to be out in full force to, support your favorite team, and you never know, that little extra push in the chat just might help them through. Now, before we get to anything else, we got to give a massive shout out to the iQOO 9 series, of course, giving the pedestal, giving this grand stage for all these players to come and shine under the spotlight. And, what better way to kick things off than a message from our sponsors, which will be coming up in a few seconds. And, Sparrow, again, this is what legends are made of. But before anything else, let's have a word from the official smartphone sponsor of BGIS 2021. Well, let me tell you one thing, Sparrow. This is what I feel. If you thought the Legend was something, of legendary status, the iQOO 9 series is going to blow that out the water. Of course, a few stats are going to be coming up on our screen, but let me just tell you one thing. 8th Gen 1 is what we are going to be using, and they've upped the voltage from 66 to 120.
Well, Snapdragon 8 Generation 1 is apparently India's fastest processor. Yes, it is, XP. And, you're talking about a 120-watt flash charge. It can charge your device to 50% in 6 minutes.
I mean, 50 in 6 and to 100 in 18. Again, like I said, 0 to 100 real quick. Now, I thought 22 minutes was something, but boy, they've cut that down to 18.
You know what? I don't believe people. I believe myself. And I just charged my device, and believe me, in 18 minutes, I got 100% charge.
Wow, looks like it is going to be what he says. But again, if you do not take our word for it, I guess we are going to put a few facts and figures on your screen now because, this is the official stats and specs of this device. Of course, you have that Snapdragon 898, which is, of course, the 8th Gen 1. 120-watt flash charge. Boy, that is going to make sure that everything is going to be fully charged at all times.
With that, you got a dual X-axis linear motor, which provides haptic feedback, XP, and your gaming experience is going to another level. And not only that, I mean, usually, device heats up and all that kind of situation, but no, in iQOO 9, you get full coverage, liquid cooling system.
Liquid cooling system, making sure everything is nice and cool and nothing's ever going to heat up except the action in your device when you are playing BGMI. And let me tell you one thing, they have partnered up with BMW. I love the fact that we have these beautiful lines, and boy, oh boy, I am going to nick one of these at the end of this day. But again, now we're going to get back to the nitty-gritty of the things. Let's talk about the brass tacks. A lot of big names today, Sparrow.
A lot of big names, and the bigger the name, the more the pressure they are having at this point of time. So it's not going to be easy for a lot of teams, but to be honest, I feel that they have 4 days now. They don't have 1 day to play well and do all the shenanigans. They have 4 days and they can do a lot of things.
They can do a lot of things, but let's just find out what all this fighting is all about because, well, a lot of moolah is going to be involved as the prize pool is coming up. And once again, don't be alarmed. There's no typo here. It is going to be a whopping 1 crore rupees, and, well, first place is is going to walk away with half of that.
Well, absolutely. If you become the champion of Battlegrounds Mobile India Series, you get 50 lakh rupees. Second place, 25 lakh. Third place, you get 10 lakh rupees. Again, I mean, these numbers are just amazing. But you know what? The title, the legacy that you're going to build after winning BGIS is going to be something else.
I mean, you know, in our community, in the esports community in India, yes, of course, money does help. But again, it's all about the bragging rights. Now, speaking of bragging rights, we do have prizes for individual performances as well, as the MVP at the end of the show is going to walk away with an additional 1 lakh in his or her pockets. The Lone Ranger gets 50,000, as does the Rampage Freak, most finishes by a squad, and of course the Redeemer. But again, if you do make it to the final, Sparrow, looks like everyone is going to be walking away with something. But how are we going to figure out who stands on top? Well, that is where the point distribution comes in handy, and you all know the screen, but what stands out for me is one finish equals 1 point.
That's going to be super important for a lot of teams. I mean, we have seen in quarterfinals that all the aggressive teams, they managed to get a lot of points. The more the points, the better situation you found yourself in the points table.
Well, of course, looking at the points table, you all know that the first place is going to walk away with 15, second gets 12, third gets 10. Now, as we keep going down in the placements, well, the points are going to decrease as well, and you do not want to be caught in the 13th to the 16th position unless you have a lot of finishes on hand. But now let's have a look and see where we started and, well, where things ended, because we did start things off on the 16th of December in 2022. That was last year. That was a whole different year, Sparrow.
Well, it's been a long time, right, XP? But all these players, they will always cherish those memories of round 1, which started from 16th of December till 19th of December. Then we had a break. Then we went on to see the brilliant round 2. Then after a couple of days, we saw round 3, which was really incredible.
Man, round 3 was when the big dogs, the old guard, they finally made an appearance, and although some toppled, some definitely made sure, well, they justified the invites. Now, of course, in the next year, January 2022, that is, of course, what's happening now. We just got done with the quarterfinals, and, well, today is the 7th, and this is where things get a bit more intense. Things are going to heat up, and, well, only 16 are going to go forth to the finals, after which we are going to have a new champions crowned kings or queens of India.
Absolutely. I mean, those 16 teams are going to be the best teams in India. And, you know, everybody wants to be in top 16, but it's not going to be easy. Let's have a look at the format and let's see how things are going through. We started off with in-game qualifiers. I mean, lakhs and lakhs of players joined there. Only 1,024 teams qualified from there.
Well, of course, we did see them battle it out amongst themselves, and through the online qualifiers, we had 64 teams that took part in the quarterfinals. Now, we are going to come up with a few stats and a few figures sooner or later, but now only 24 teams have made that cut, and they are going to be battling out in the semi-finals itself. Now, we did mention 16 are going to go forth to the grand finals, but only one champion is going to be crowned. Now, again, Sparrow, you know, we talk about the money, that's nice, but oh my goodness, those guys are going to be ruling over everyone else. But let's have a look and see where all the fighting is going to take place today, because, well, the schedule is up on your screens now.
Match 1 is going to be between Group A versus Group B. That is going to be Wrangle. Match 2 will be between Group B versus Group C in Miramar. Match 3, it is going to be Group A versus Group C, again in Wrangle. And then we have that Sanok, that single Sanok, that will determine a lot of value for these teams.
Well, to make sure that you recognize what you see on your screens, make sure you know your ABCs, because that is what you are going to be seeing throughout. Now, keep one thing in mind. This is the round-robin format, right? Each and every single team is going to play a total of 16 games, well, out of which the top 16 are going to make it to the final. So it doesn't matter which group you are grouped into. Basically, you got to make sure you put your best foot forward.
Well, we started with 2 games in round 1, it seems. Round 3, we had 3 games. Quarterfinals, we had like 6 games. And now we have 16 games. So it works out well, XP.
Looks like the margin for error has increased, but of course, the best of the best aren't going to do anything. Now, let's have a look and see which all teams qualified, because, well, day 1, Group 3 is on our screens, which consists of Hyderabad Hydras, 7C Esports, Old Hood Esports, Only Glitch, Revenant Esports, and CO Rip Mizo.
Absolutely. The team for Mizoram, RIP Mizo. You know, we all have high expectations from all the rising stars, but let's talk about day 2 Group 2 qualified teams. We got Reckoning Esports, Team Chicken Rushers, 247 Gaming, Team Exo, U-Dog India, and the Supari Gang.
You know, we've seen in the days of the past that it is the day of reckoning, especially when this team comes in and plays. But let's see who else is going to join them, as we have Skylights Gaming, OR Esports, the August 5, TSM, Team X-Spark, and Celsius Esports. Now, Celsius Esports, they did have a shaky little start in the quarterfinals. However, looks like they are going to be heating things up.
Well, absolutely. Next slide, we got Day 4, Group 4, we got Godlike Esports, Tactical Esports, Enigma Gaming, Team X Lions, R Esports, and Team Soul.
Well, speaking of Soul, we all know the story around it, and you got to make sure when you do register for tournaments such as this, everything needs to be tickety-boo, and looks like that memo didn't reach across a couple of teams. So anyway, Soul is going to be in, but now the pressure is going to be mounting on them. They have all this massive fan base, and they have a lot of expectations coming in behind them.
Well, absolutely. I mean, there are two teams who didn't follow the rules properly, and that was PLM and 4 Heroes. They got disqualified because they were not able to follow the rules properly, XP.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, a reminder, a PSA over here. Whenever you are going to be registering for anything in life, make sure you read every single thing on the document carefully, because, well, you don't want to come so far and then fall so short. So again, our hearts do go out to the teams that are going to be disqualified for the reason. But again, rules are rules. And well, Seoul has made it in, but again, they have been given this little bit of a silver lining, right? They have this little spark. Now the thing is, they got to make the best of this advantage.
Well, it is the second birth of Seoul, I would say. I mean, with this opportunity comes a lot of responsibility on their shoulders. And these players, I know that they're going to come and they're going to try their level best, and they have to XP. They don't have any other options.
Speaking of Seoul, I'm sure a lot of souls almost left, the bodies of all you fans watching, but be good, because everything is tickety-boo. And now let's have a look and see who all is going to be battling it out in the Battlegrounds today, because in Game 1, we are going to have Group A go up against Group B. And well, Group A, we have Reckoning Esports, Old Hood Esports, OR Esports, Only Glitch, they better not glitch out today, Team Chicken Rushers. Are they going to rush for that delicious chicken dinner? We're going to have to wait and find out. But of course, joining them, we have the Supari Gang, and well, on the other side, Hyderabad Hydras to kick things off.
Well, alongside them, we have 7C Esports, Tactical Esports, Team X-Spark, who would love to spark some really good points on this day. We have Enigma Gaming, U-Dog India, R Esports, and Team Soul.
If you talk about Enigma Gaming, there's nothing really mysterious about them, because they are doing exactly what we expected, right? They're having good games. Of course, you have a little bit of faults here and there, but like you mentioned, 16 games in hand, so there is a little bit of error for margin for error. There is a little bit of a leeway, but again, that's not what champions do. They're going to be coming out swinging, and well, like I said earlier, put their best foot forward.
Well, if you have a good day, right, you're already on top of the table, and then you can have a buffer. That buffer is really going to be important, XP. And believe me when I say that these teams, they don't care about number 1 and number 16. They just want to be the best team here.
Well, that is what they do want. But talking about numbers, let me just throw a few numbers out at you. Now, we did see in the quarterfinals, we did hit that big ton. We did have a team walk away with 100 points, and that was Reckoning Esports. Can they do something similar this time around?
They would love to. I mean, they got 100 points. They have huge fan following as well. A lot of people are looking after them, especially Reckoning Esports and Team Hyderabad Hydras. Hyderabad Hydras, they managed to get 99 total points on day 1. That was incredible.
That was incredible, and also they did manage to get a taste of that delicious chicken dinner. Let's see if they are going to do something else this time around, because again, I like the fact that every single team is going to play everyone. Like I said, all teams must play 16 games, and from these teams, from 24, 16 are going to go forth. So for now, on day 1, I do believe we are going to have a little bit of a slow, sluggish start.
You know why I'm super happy? I'm super happy because we are going to witness some amazing teams fight it out, which we have yet to see it in quarterfinals. You know what? I'm talking about Godlike versus TSM. When two Goliaths come together and form a battle, it would be just awesome.
Well, we have seen a lot of Davids, falling a lot of Goliaths, but what happens when the Goliaths go up against one another? Well, we are going to have to wait and find out. Now, before all that carnage is let loose on the beautiful map of Varangal, before it is covered in hot steaming blood, let's have a look at the beautiful map with a bird's eye view as well. We are going to be flying high above the plains, and to kick things off, we are going to be at the broken Milta power plant.
Milta is going to be super important. You get a lot of value, you get a lot of loot there, and we might be able to see some drop clashes because teams are changing. And these changing, every group has 8 teams. You have to fight every single group a lot of times. So I would love to see some drop clashes. I would love to see some car clashes. And XP, we all love some entertainment, don't we?
Of course, we love our masala, we love our drama. And, well, sooner or later, all of that is going to be on our screens, as now we are at the gas station just north of the bridge, which is on the left side, leading to the Sosnovka military base. Again, with all these teams, they need to make sure that they know every single nook and cranny of the map if they want to take advantage of their terrain. But for now, as all the teams are going to be hustling and bustling, and where life is going to be rustling on the spawn island, sooner or later the entirety of the map, well, it's going to come under heavy, heavy fire.
Well, hustle is going to be there, XP, but you know what? I would love to see some really good first few games. I want teams to have that momentum, that confidence. You know what? Momentum and confidence, they go hand in hand. And when you have these two things, you are going to get a lot of points after that.
I mean, that is the name of the game. Make sure you accumulate as many points as you can by hook or by crook. If you see someone down on their knees in the distance, by all means, take a few shots. You might just get another point for your team. And, well, sooner or later, all hell is going to break loose, as I do have a look at the clock on our screens. In about 20 seconds, we are going to be jumping into Erangel. Now, of course, the first question is, are we going to have some dramatic circles, or is it going to be kind of easy in the first one? Because if the circle is kind of central, Sparrow, I think all teams are going to be rather happy.
Well, they would be happy, but I don't think fans would be that happy. Remember,
oh, we want the drama.
Well, we want the drama, and remember the water circle there at the last time we seen that?
Oh, buddy, I mean, let's see if you want to see that, because there we have it, boys and girls. Game number 1 is about to begin as the big bird takes to the sky for the first time, and, well, all you Soul fans are going to be happy with the name you see on your screen. But now, my co-captain Sparrow, where are we flying to?
We are flying from Georgiapol going towards Milta Power. It's a little bit of northern kind of a plane path where it will be hard for a lot of teams to go towards Military Base Island if they want to. Even Primosk and Ferry Pier and Quarry are out of reach. So if you want to go there, you need to get some vehicles. But right now, the most important question, XP, is, are we going to witness some drop clashes?
Well, I mean, you do see a few teams dropping by nearby each other, and the thing is, what happens is, once those chutes open, once you start looking around, that's when you realize, uh-oh, we have some company, and you have two thoughts in your mind. Do we fight, or do we move away and, well, live to fight another day? We are going to find out soon enough, but for now, it does seem like the majority of the teams are going to go to their preferred drop spots. Of course, the Hyderabad Hydras dropping down first in northern Georgia.
You know, the best thing is, now teams have the data.
Oh, yeah.
They know, they have studied their opponents, they know where their opponents are going to go, and I think drop clashes are not going to happen this time around. They would take it easy, they would play a little passive, they would prioritize loot first, and then they will prioritize the zone.
What's surprising is normally Pochinki is either deserted or only one team is going to be dropping nearby, but for now it does seem like 3 teams are going to be in close contention, and action might break out. But oh my goodness, this is the drama, this is the masala we've been waiting for. The first circle is going to be all the way down south, and, well, before that, looks like action is going to break out, as the Supari gang's daddy could be in a bit of trouble. Now, he does have that vehicle, he only has Mod to deal with. Looks like he is going to be coming in for the rush. He knows where the enemy is, shots are being fired, but he does have that S12K shotgun in his hands, and boom, boom, the enemy could be brought down. But Sparrow, he's got out quick, because the other teammates are pretty much nearby as shots are going to be fired. Daddy needs to be careful not to be knocked down.
I mean, the cavalry would be here anytime now, and the TST Daddy, I think he had a good idea that he wanted to attack him, but I don't know what happened there. He had a S12K, it's a shotgun, close range would be no problem for him, but at this point of time, Madhav, who got a Uzi there, would love to rush in. I mean, there's no fear in Madhav, he's rushing in, he didn't even have a helmet or a vest.
Oh, he's rushing in, but there you have it. It's going to be Yodha, the warrior himself from the Lions, who is going to roar the loudest. As well, we have the first knock and subsequently the first pick of the game coming in, and unfortunately, well, Daddy is going to be a bit disappointed. Now, I like the fact that action has broke out right at the beginning, and is this going to be what we are going to witness in the next few minutes? Because it does seem like a lot of teams could be heading in for a little bit of a head-on collision. Pochinki, of course, now under control of one team itself.
I mean, we were talking about water zone.
Oh, it's going to happen.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen clearly. I mean, look at the zone. We have no idea whether it's going towards the military base island or whether it's going to go back towards the Ferry Pier area. It's going to be so crucial for all the teams that they have to predict it correctly. The best teams, I think the experienced teams, either they are going to go early, like 7C, they're going through to the military base island, or they will go late, like we have Team Reckoning and Hyderabad Hydras.
Speaking of, migrating early, you're right. 7C are going to be heading towards Nova Rupnoi at one end of the military island, while on the other, we do have only Glitch already making the move to the military military base itself. Now, of course, it makes sense because chances are the final few circles might see some action on that tiny island to the south. But for now, we're going to be heading up north. Of course, this is northern Georgia with the Hyderabad Hydras. Well, they might just clash with Reckoning Esports.
You know, normally these teams, they don't clash each other. They know each other really well. Reckoning and Hyderabad Hydras. These players know each other so well. They always respect each other. But you know what? This is not the time to respect your opponents, and they are looking to pick some fight.
Oh, let me tell you one thing. If they do fire a few shots, if someone is going to be knocked down, no love is going to be lost between these teams. But for now, well, they are going to be looting blissfully. Let's have a look and see how they did in the quarterfinals. Now, we did mention earlier the Hyderabad Hydras. Well, 99 total points, 1 chicken dinner. And I like the fact that, you know, they have more finishes than position points. Just goes to show the aggression is there. Just goes to show that they are hungry for some blood.
Well, again, we talked about them, right? 99 total points in quarterfinals. That is amazing. The second best. But you know who got the first best? Is their neighbor right now. Their sweet neighbors, Team Reckoning, who managed to get 100 points in quarterfinals.
Well, looks like the team on our screens have no neighbors right now because Team Xbox are going to be in and around Water City and, of course, the Ruins, their preferred drop spots. And seems like, Sparrow, no one has contested them yet. Of course, if you do go up against the big dogs, you know what they say. If you cometh at the king, you better not miss. And it looks like we might have a little bit of a shaky start for some of the new teams. Now, of course, sooner or later, they are going to have to come in each other's comfort zones, and well, that is when all hell breaks loose.
Well, sooner or later, the nerves are going to relax a bit. They need to get that adrenaline rushing because, you know, this is such amazing tournament, such big opportunity for a lot of players and a lot of teams. But right now, talking about X-Park,
well, X-Park is alright. Looks like talking about adrenaline rushing through people's veins. Some action might just break out on the Sosnovka military base, as we did see only Glitch, but OR could be close by. I beg your pardon, CR are going to be close by. Are they going to be rushing for the chicken? But before that, let's just have a look and see what Team X-Park were up to in the quarters. 63 total points. I mean, from a team like this, you would definitely expect a lot more.
well, absolutely. I mean, expectations are a lot coming in from Team X-Park. They have Mavi, who's a brilliant IGL, and even in this map, the rotations are going to be so crucial, XP. Either they have to decide they want to go to the military base island or not. Meanwhile, talking about Team Soul, we talked about it's their second birth, but how are they going to play?
Well, I think they have kind of switched things around because although you only see 2 members on your screen right now, Yuva and Viru, their teammates are a little bit far out. They have gone for a little bit of a staggered drop this time around, making sure they cover A, as much ground as possible, and B, they are going to be kitted to the gills with loot. But again, let's see if all of that is going to come out in their favor, because sooner or later, they are going to have to move down south, and that is where all those migratory clashes happen.
You know what, I think these teams have matured a lot. We are not seeing any bad rushes at this point of time. Nobody is trying to rotate to the military base island. They are just waiting for their chance to come in.
If we could do something special over here, production, if you're listening, let's do some magic. There you have it. They knew exactly what I was saying. Now, you do see Soul Rocks all the way up north, but let me tell you one thing. Another team has taken the aquatic route, and well, someone is going to be on a boat somewhere out there at sea. Question is, it's not going to be 7C because they are already in Novoroknoy, but a team has taken to the waters, and that's kind of exciting and interesting because, again, they could be taken out if 7C are going to be paying attention, but sooner or later, on your screens, you are going to see something coming in just northeast of Novoroknoy.
Absolutely. I mean, this is going to be so important for a lot of players that they manage to rotate well. But look at that, military base island. I can see Team Enigma getting in close vicinity of another team. Let's see if they're going to have a battle out there. And yes, the Chicken Rushers versus Enigma, it's a possibility. But as I was saying, XP teams have matured a lot. They know when to fight and they know when not to engage in a battle.
Well, for now, Jutboy and his teammates, they do have control of this compound, which means if Enigma Gaming were to move in on their position, it could be something else. And looks like the temperature is increasing a bit too much, hence a little boat ride in the open waters as Celsius Esports are going to make their way. Now, what worries me here, Sparrow, if they get spotted by 7C near Novoroknoy, well, their lives could be snuffed out in an instant.
You know, the biggest thing right now is all 4 of them are in a single boat, in a single vehicle. One
dangerous
blast. Oh, that is dangerous. One blast and boom, Celsius would be turned to ashes.
Now, of course, Celsius are going to be focusing on Nova Pnoy because if they see any commotion in the distance, if they see a little bit of movement, they are going to be averting their attention, as it seems like TX are doing exactly that, because they might have realized, hey, wait a second, Tactical Esports beat us to our favorite spot, and for now they are going to be on the back foot. Now, again, a reminder for all of you watching, if you have a look at all the teams on your right, I love the fact that the teams out in the play zone, out of the play zone in the blue, well, they are going to be highlighted in blue as well, so you get to know which all teams have made it to the circle or not. And of course, if your team is out in the blue, well, you better wish that they hurry up. But for now, Seoul seem to have regrouped, and the convoy is going to be on the move.
I mean, how the strategies are changing right now, XP. I mean, the last time we saw Seoul, they were in a rush to enter the zone, and this time they're not even rushing. They're on the outside of the zone, and they're just holding on.
Now, the zone is shrinking, but I feel we might have some drama. We might have a little bit of a northern shift, and that could basically throw all the game plans out the window. But looks like we're wrong, because the circle has imploded in on itself, and we still have part of the military island in the next circle, and well, the main island is going to be in play as well. But for now, Seoul, 49 points in the quarters. Again, we expect a lot more from them.
Well, again, on normal days, I would say the zone could go towards the military base island. But right now, if you have a look at the history of BGIS, I don't want to say anything. I just can't say anything. It can go towards Ferry Pier. It can go in the water as well. I mean, you can see a little island just on the left side of military base. I have seen the zone go there as well.
Oh, I mean, you and me, we both love the drama, because look at what's happening on the eastern front. Looks like OR Esports are going to make it across the bridge first, but following suit in their wake, we have Seoul and we have iQOO India. Now, it does look like Seoul have spotted some movement in the distance, because they have alighted from their vehicles. But for now, we're going to head over to Old Hood Esports. Now, Old Hood, they've had a good game as well. They've been doing good. They've got that nice balance between aggression and well, position points. Because if you talk about aggression, they did rack up 36 finishes in the quarterfinals, with 52 points coming from positions, and well, 2 chicken dinners help as well. But for now, iQOO does spot some fish out in the sea, and the Supari gang could be in trouble.
Well, he's trying to fish a lot of players there, but it's going to be super important for them to not, engage at this point of time. Meanwhile, talking about already esports, they got 36 total finishes, 52 position points, and a total of 88 points. And I have to say, XP, one of the best rising stars we have.
And have a look at what Sultan is doing. Of course, he is trying to get that little bit of a visual confirmation and help his teammates out that, hey, I'm gonna tell you the spots, you have to choose there, and chances are we might just rack up a few finish points. But again, all this commotion is going to attract teams from behind as well, and they've got to be careful, because I do believe 7C Esports is moving dangerously close to their position. Now, on the other side, wow, beautiful timing, iQOO might just go up against Seoul, but looks like Ace Black from Hyderabad Hydras, he's going to be driving past the enemy, suddenly realizing, this compound is taken, and we might just see Seoul come out with a few finishes for themselves. For now, it is going to be a race to the military island, as all the teams are going to be getting in their vehicles and, well, skedaddling out of here.
Well, it's a race. At the same time, it's about patience as well. How much patience you can show at this point of time. And Team Seoul, they looked like a different team today. Their strategies are completely different. They are having a lot of patience. I wonder if they have that kind of healing supplies with them if they want to survive outside the zone.
Well, they do look comfortable. Mind you, they did drop to the northeast of the map, and, well, they have a decent amount of loot on them for now. But for now, Carry from Hyderabad Hydras, he realizes that, well, Seoul are going to be smoking the position of their vehicles. They want to get away scot-free and expect some gunfire to ensue sooner or later. He gets out, he sees some movement. Is he going to shoot? Yes, he does, but he is just a bit too late. But elsewhere, looks like the Chicken Rushers are taking on the Lions, as Madhav is brought down to his bloody knees.
Madhav needs to be careful. I would love to see where the zone would go as well. Meanwhile, Team Seoul, here you go. Head to the Hydras, having a fight right now, and Carry with a brilliant Ferrari pick coming in from his end. He would get the first knock hit, but Gil is there, and Gil would get the retaliation knock straight onto Quaddy, it seems.
I love the fact that, Team Xbox, they saw some commotion, and they are coming in hard, boys and girls, because Gil, although he does get that knock, he is going to pick his teammate up, and TX are still going to be a 4-man squad. Now, the only thing that kind of worries me is, well,
Oh my god! I mean, XP, look at the zone there!
Alrighty.
50% of the zone is in water, and all the teams. I mean, can you imagine the chaos right now?
Oh, we saw something similar in a few Irangles in the past, and something like that could happen, but for now, it is going to be the Safari gang. They desperately need to make ground, but looks like their HPs are going to make them drown instead in the waters, because there you have it. Desync is going to be taken down, Krish is going to be taken down, and Old Hood are not going to be able to capitalize on any of the finishes, and there you have it. The first team, ladies and gentlemen, to be eliminated from this game. Well, all credit goes to the play zone, but for now, again, the tables are going to be turned. The Lions do have a good position, but Tactical Hitman is nearby, and well, Samurai seems to have an idea.
They have a great position. I have to say, Team X Lions, every time I see them, either in Miramar or Irangle, their positioning have been immaculate. And I have to say, this young team is, they are just moving a lot of heads right now in their direction.
They are moving a lot of heads, but I wonder what's happening in the other side of the map, because, well, just as I say it, oh my goodness, it's like all production is almost reading my mind here, because Hyderabad Hydra Striker, he might just strike at the enemies rolling by. He does have that beautiful McLaren, ooh, with the matte black paint job. Don't scratch that car up, please. That is probably my favorite combination ever, but now he's going to make sure that he regroups with his teammates, and I'll tell you one thing, the majority of Team X-Park have already made it to the Sosnovka military island, with Mavi taking the last boat that was left out at sea, which means Hyderabad Hydras have the bridge all to themselves.
I mean, it's going to be so difficult, XP, to get some real estate in the zone. Everything, every inch, every feet is filled with players inside the zone. I mean, we have 15 teams and 59 players still surviving in this game. This is going to be so difficult. Meanwhile, right now, only glitch. You told me about them glitching, but I would love to see if they are going to glitch some opponents.
Well, looks like that is exactly what they are trying, as Evo was under fire, but it looks like from behind, the Chicken Rushers saw a little glimpse, and, well, they did lay down some shots, which means he is going to be on the back foot. Have a look at that, boys and girls. We have a little bit of a kaleidoscope breaking out on the map, because all those colors so nearby is just going to be a bit confusing.
Well, it's almost like a rainbow in the final few circles, and this is going to be so interesting for a lot of teams to survive. But right now, I have to say, Only Glitch got a beautiful palace in the zone.
They do have that palace, but sooner or later, that palace is going to come under heavy fire, because we are going to have some invaders come in. Now, the thing is, if you have a look at Only Glitch, they do have 63 points in the quarterfinals, and a decent balance between finishes and position points. But for now, looks like Evo, ooh, he did just take a shot to his noggin, lost half his HP. But again, nothing to worry about now. Now, you did mention the palace. They do have this compound, but I'm sure a few teams are going to be rushing in on their position. Question is, can they thwart that onslaught that is going to be coming? Because for now, Reckoning Esports, they are on the cliff sides, and if they find their way up, well, they could be a thorn on the other side. And it looks like the zone might just shift to the northwest. And there you have it. It is going to be a little bit of another interjection with Enigma Esports dead smack in the center.
Players, sigh of relief for a lot of players. It's not in the water, it's on the land, and they have to fight for that land. But yes, Enigma got a beautiful spot in the water. Meanwhile, UDog trying to fight it out with Team Soul, who managed to enter the zone, it seems.
Now, of course, all this action is taking place on the eastern front of the new circle. Both teams are out just by a little bit, but they are going to have to battle out each other if they want to make it elsewhere. The play zone is going to come in once again, as now Hyderabad Hydras are going to be at the receiving end again. The TX Mavi goes down, but UDog Rambo, he knows where the enemy is. They are going to be caught between a rock and a hard place, because at one end you have Soul, and at the other, well, we know what it is. It is going to be TX Scout and the boys. Now, Ultron's position is given away, and of course, I am kind of skeptical. All these vehicles that are smoking already, you know what they say, where there's smoke, there is fire, and sooner or later they could go boom and, well, take down a few players with them.
Well, absolutely. I mean, it is a beautiful Bermuda Triangle almost. Team X-Park versus Team Soul versus Team UDog India. All three of them trying to enter the zone. But yes, a great move coming in from Team X-Park. They managed to get out of this fight, get out of this equation, and went to prioritize the zone, which is a beautiful thing.
Now, talking about prioritizing the zone, I'm just going to add a point over there. Hold on a second, because Only Glitch, they do get the better of Karthik from Celsius, and I guess we might just switch to that action now. No, but it's going to be TX who comes under fire, because our esports is Jadhu. Well, he is going to be laying down some magic in the zone as Gil goes down, Scout OP goes down, and now Jadhu and the boys are going to move in. Shots are going to be fired. They're making sure that they capitalize on those finishes, while the remaining members of TX are going to try and make a quick getaway. Ultron has been caught out. He is going to be shot at, but it's going to be Jadhu himself who puts him in the ground, and with that, looks like another one bites the dust, as Team X-Park, correct me if I'm wrong, Sparrow, have been wiped out from Irangle.
I think they just got eliminated. Meanwhile, talking about Team R Esports, what a brilliant performance in quarterfinals. They won a lot of hearts and they won a lot of points altogether. Meanwhile, talking about Team Soul, it's going to be so hard for Team Soul to enter the zone at this point of time. There's a lot of real estate to be won, but they have to win it if they want to enter the zone.
Absolutely, but looks like they are going to come under fire by a couple of teams. Celsius being one, OG being the other, and oh my goodness, Dark says, you know what, I want to play as well, and he is going to try and capitalize on those finishes. Can he do that? No, he can't, because someone else stole it from under his nose. It's going to be Celsius who are going to be racking up all those finishes for themselves, and well, Soul Esports in the blink of an eye are going to be reduced to a two-man squad. Elsewhere, Celsius, again, they do have a little bit of a semblance of cover. They have going to deploy some smoke, and well, the problem is Enigma Gaming, they have that little bit of an upper ground, but looks like Rambo, oh boy, you do not want to take this man off, because from elsewhere, he just took one of their members down, which means Celsius could actually push up on their position as well.
Well, Celsius is looking to run up the lead at this point of time. Both Soul members, they want to enter the zone, but it's not going to be easy. They don't have the numbers game advantage. They don't even have vehicles at this point of time, XP. So it's almost impossible to enter the zone. But meanwhile, Team UDOG India, they managed to find a decent compound just outskirts on the zone.
Whoa! Looks like Jadoo is going to be panning his opponents, and well, to add some insult to injury, he did have a few members of Chicken Rush's knocked down, and well, I think he is the notorious one for taking them out, and he's not done yet. He's going for more. Vampire has been brought out. Looks like he was out in the sun for a bit too long, and boy, oh boy, the magic Jadoo is spreading is just phenomenal. Now his teammates are going to be coming under fire. However, it is going to be a little bit of a fight as RGE are going to open up on OH, and looks like Soul could be in a world of trouble. I think they're out.
Well, they are out. Yes, they are out. First game is over for Team Soul and Team X-Spark. Both alongside them, Team Chicken Rushers and the Supari Gang. All four teams just got eliminated. Meanwhile, Hyderabad Hydra just living with Nancy over there. Oh boy, Dreams trying to make sure his dreams become his reality. He's trying to get some more finishes.
Well, they do have a good position. They have that little bit of a high ground over there for cover. They do have those vehicles already out of commission. I am dangerously disappointed about that one vehicle. If a few shots come in, the blue UAZ could go boom, and with that, Celsius Esports could be in a lot of trouble for now. Enigma Gaming, they do have an idea where the enemy is, but now they are making the right decision to back off just a little bit, making sure they have the advantage. Elsewhere, Botslayer is going to be brought down, and oh boy, Old Hood Esports could be in some trouble, because although they are down below, we have 4 hungry lions waiting for some flesh.
It's going to be so difficult for OH to enter the zone, it seems. And yes, they are struggling. Meanwhile, Reckoning, Mr. Spray, the IGL, he's not the IGL anymore, I have to correct myself. But boy, he's still surviving. He managed to get 3 points for his team, but it's going to be so difficult for him to manage to get to the shore, it seems, XP.
Well, the best thing is, you know, since the Lions are going to be dealing with OH, he could just sneak in unnoticed. For now, Sprayguard doing what he does best, spraying at the enemies through the smoke, hoping that he gets those hit markers, and well, the positions are given away elsewhere. Looks like Celsius's position finally came under fire as only Glitch are pushing on them, and well, Ari is taking a fight with UDOG. Now, of course, we are going to just wait, because have a look at that beautiful smoke screen that's been deployed, but it was a ploy, it was a tactic, it was a distraction, because they did make them look to the left, but looks like RE Sports are going to be moving to the right. That's Reckoning, I beg your pardon, and again, this is where the experience comes in. They know how to play with the opponents. Again, it's not about bullets, it's also about the mind games, and well, Wixky, he did try to play a little bit of a risky game, but it is not going to work out for them. Elsewhere, we do have Enigma's Avi blowing up OR to smithereens.
Boy, oh boy, Reckoning, they're struggling to enter the zone. Meanwhile, Mr. Spray is still fighting, still pushing Team OH to their limits. Meanwhile, Enigma Agi getting the better of UDOG Fearless. This is going to be so crazy and chaotic final 2 circles, XP.
Again, I love the fact that, you know, so many teams survived. One is all it's going to take, because sooner or later there's going to be a chain reaction, and well, all the teams are going to be toppling over like dominoes. For now, Sprayground hits the deck. He knows where the enemy is. He doesn't want to push his advantage, because again, from beyond OR Esports, they could be shot at from the team that has that high ground. Now, 7C, they are going to be moving in as well. Sprayguard is going to lay down some lead. Oh, that grenade was a bit too close for comfort, and Aditya could be in trouble. He might just be burned to a crisp, and Prince over here, well, he's just going to make sure he surveys the land and gets a little bit of information for his team. Now, elsewhere, he does spot Tactical, but they do have to deploy smoke grenades to make it to the zone. And looks like Reckoning Esports, well, their days of Reckoning are over, because Tactical took them out in the 9th position with 5 finishes to their name.
Well, again, if you have a look at the zone, X-Lions and Team Tactical, they got the better of every single single other team because they have the zone advantage and they can, I think, easily gatekeep a lot of teams. Meanwhile, talking about Team Enigma, beautiful situation. They lost Sagi, but Avi is there. They will smoke this position. They will manage to revive their players, and I would love to see if they can get some more points out of this game.
Well, for now, 7C Esports on our screen, still a four-man squad with 3 finishes, but have a look at that. Our Esports are on a rampage, ladies and gentlemen, as they've already racked up 10 to their name. Now, as Circle is going to shift a bit to the southwest. XL, like you mentioned, are in prime position, but it looks like Hero is going to be the hero for his team, and this could be a massive grenade. It looks good. Oh, are going to blow up. Well, they did shake just a little bit, but Aladdin has to take cover because, well, his position has been given away.
OR versus 7C. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Canary is coming in, and this is going to be so difficult for Canary. He was trying to get a decent spot in the zone for his team, but he was not able to. Meanwhile, Tactical coming into play now, getting the knock on another player of Team X Lions.
Well, what happens is if you send a canary to the lion's den, chances are the lion is going to eat that sweet little bird for dinner, and that's exactly what happened because the remaining members of our Esports are behind, and now OR could be in trouble. Enigma are be in a good position, just lay down some lead. They're going to make sure their health is up. They're going to make sure the boost is up, but now this is indiscriminatory fire. Wexi's going to be brought down. OR is going to be bleeding members one off the other, but Evo gets the better of 7 Prince. That means they do have a few points on the table for themselves. Enigma Eggy, again, they want to move to the circle as well, so OR might just make it to the end as well. For now, it is going to be a battle against Tactical Esports because I do believe that is where all these teams are going, but looks like Tactical Kid just took out Rex from Enigma, and now Enigma are down to a 2-man squad, and again, he is not done. They are going to play that tactical game here, Sparrow, as now the Lions are going to come under fire.
Once again, we have seen them play beautifully well in quarterfinals. I mean, we can't forget the clutch of Kid there, who did an immaculate 1v4 in the final few circles. I mean, he can do it. He can do it again.
Immaculate is the right word, my friend. That was just brilliant to watch, but now looks like Evo's position could be coming under fire. Enigma Gaming, again, they are firing on all cylinders. Evo, last man standing, 3 finishes to an end. Can he make it 4? Yes, he can, as Enigma Avi is going to be brought down. Looks like no love is lost between these friends, again, on either sides of the teams. But for now, Evo makes sure he drinks all those energy drinks, gets that boost up high as the drop is going to fall from the heavens above, and looks like Tactical again in a tactical position to reap all the benefits. But for now, the Lions, they do have a good spot. That looks like a good grenade. It could be devastating. Could it hit its mark? It does go boom. Unfortunately, no bodies hit the ground. Wait a second. Correction. Simple was taken down. Samurai was taken down. And this could be problematic for the 4 Lions.
Well, Rockstar, the last man standing, would be taken down as well by Tactical. And they are tactical. They are aggressive. They are supreme beings, it seems, in this angle. And they're not stopping now, XP. They want a chicken dinner.
They aren't stopping at all. And looks like with 4 members alive, they might as well just go and take it. But if the Lions are going to be brought up, it could be problematic for them. OR Esports, once again, just 1 man standing, and well, Evo doesn't really seem to have a lot of health on his thing.
Well, absolutely.
Oh, that's a massive grenade! That could go boom! It could be devastating. However, it's on the wrong side of that boulder that is going to save them. But now Yodha, although he does get the revive in, he's going to be taken out. And well, if they just bounce those grenades a bit better, it could be problematic. But Wild goes down, and now Hitman from afar comes in, lays down some lead, and with that, another one bites the dust.
Meanwhile, OR managed to get the second spot because of Evo. He's the last man standing, last hope. You're telling me I am the hope for humanity? No, I am not. The hope for OR is Evo, and he managed to get another point to his name. Can he do a clutch here? Could he be a superstar? He's already a superstar XP, but could he be the mega star? He can! Gets another one. No! It's going to be super important. 1 versus 2. It's a chance to become a champion. It's a chance to be legendary. Let's see what Evo can do.
Well, the thing is, he's going to isolate them. I was just going to bring them up had he isolated the opposition 1 by 1, but again, the blue was going to force him in. Tactical Esports, ladies and gentlemen, with a tactical win, getting that chicken dinner, but again, a last-ditch effort coming in from OR Esports. Well, I'm pretty sure you could tell all our hearts were beating and the hands were shaking, but again, Tactical, what a victory over here.
Well, I just want to say one thing, XP. I mean, from day one, we've been telling every single one of these rising stars to get up, have some confidence. And boy, oh boy, Tactical, our esports, these 2 teams, they just came and they just conquered.
I mean, our esports, when you are out on the hunt and you have a team like TX come up against you, they didn't show no fear. There were no qualms about that. They went in, got the job done, wiped out the squads, and then they were like, you know what, if we can do this, let's go do it to someone else. I do believe they did finish with, I think, 10, maybe 11 finishes. They were knocked out a bit early, but you can only do so much when you are surrounded by the enemy. But again, I love the fact that the action did start off slow. We just saw that 1 knock-in finish at the beginning, but boy, oh boy, did someone let slip the dogs of war at the end.
To be honest, I'm wondering, is this a dream or a reality? Because every single angle we're watching,
real.
zone is weird. I don't know. These players must be thinking, what's happening to BGMI? What are these zones?
Well, this is the first knock and finish we were talking about, and it was the Lions that roared the loudest, and Daddy went down. But again, Cabby overhead did do a good job. He did get one of the members from TX down, but Gil was on hand to make sure that it wasn't in vain. Now, again, we did kind of predict that as soon as the teams get close to one another, forget that, because this is the moment I was talking about. Jalu and all his magic, making sure his team got the better of the big dogs. Looks like a few Goliaths have fallen early this time, Sparrow.
Oh boy, oh boy. Seriously saying, these zones are not easy to play for any team. But look at the young teams, look at the new rising stars. Our esports, their rotations were flawless. It was just immaculate. But talk about tactical, and their tactical gameplay, their positioning was perfect. X-Lions, all their efforts combined, getting them a lot of points. Meanwhile, I have to praise OR as well, the way Evo played there. Beautiful.
I'll tell you one thing, of course, all members of OR Esports are capable of, being one-man armies, but Evo this time was just ridiculous, because I do believe he finished with six finishes, and again, over here, OH couldn't do anything, because at one end we had Reckoning, and well, up top we had the Lions themselves. Now, Celsius's position did come under fire, and that was because someone had to go and take it away for them, and that team was only Glitch.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Evo is our iQOO MVP of the first game. The man managed to get a lot of value out of her angle, it seems.
What is the MVP, right? It's the most valuable player.
Absolutely.
And if you go out and pretty much get the most finishes, chances are you could be that man. As OR, again, at this point, this is when everything went south. Now, of course, you do have some fire over there, but, they were out in the open, getting shot out from every single angle. And Enigma, in fact, did get a few finishes for themselves as well. But now Ari, again, going up against the Lions, and now the Canary was left. And, well, Yoda roared a bit louder, and the Warrior put him down 6 feet under.
Well, I have to say, the only qualm I have against Team RE Sports is that they could have done better in the final few circles. They had 4 members still alive, but they were not able to enter the zone. X-Lions defended their position pretty well.
So the thing is, if you are stuck in that position, you have 2 options. Either you make a run for the circle, as we saw Enigma do just a little bit late, and well, Evo putting his former friend on his knees, and then subsequently in the ground. But these grenades, there you have it. Wild 69 tactical with those tactical nades. This first grenade goes boom, and with that, 2 members of the Lions hit the ground.
Well, X-Lions played really well, but in the end, they were struggling to find any cover there. They had, I think they had some vehicles. They had a rock and they had a tree, but it was not enough for them to survive for a longer period of time. Tactical with those tactical grenades of theirs were beautiful. But meanwhile, what's beautiful? OR Evo and his gameplay is beautiful.
Now, again, lucky for him, he did have that buggy for cover. Again, vehicles are so important at the end. You got to have those makeshift covers, but the zone kind of forced Evo out, and well, he did go up against 2 gentlemen from tactical, and when you have those 2 angles, it's going to be difficult to suppress both of them. But a wonderful effort coming out from OR Evo, but oh boy, Tactical Esports, man, they got the job done. They had the nose to the grindstone, and well, they played a tactical game indeed.
The first game of semifinals, and I have to say, Team Tactical played well, but, I'm worried about a lot of teams, the way they are rotating. Everyone is thinking similar. Do you remember quarterfinals? Everyone was trying to say, like, let's go to the center, let's go in the center of the zone. But right now, everyone was like, we are going late.
Talk about the quarterfinals.
Yep.
Did you ever see a circle? Of course, I'm just trying to refresh your memories. How many teams did we see in the water at that beach at one time? Again, they were recreating Normandy. Now, we know which team won the chicken dinner. Let's have a look and see how all the other teams did, as the point standing is coming up on our screens. And, well, with 9 finish points and a chicken dinner, Tactical Esports at the tippity top with 24.
Well, number 2, we get OR Esports with 12 position points, 8 finishes to their name, and a total of 20 points. A good start, I would say. Number 3, we got R Esports with 8 position points and 10 finishes, the highest in this game. They played well, they played aggressive, and they were flawless, I have to say, with 18 total points. Number 4, we got Team X-Lions. 10 position points to their name, only 2 finishes. They have to work on their finish game, it seems. They got a total of 12 points. Number 5, we get Enigma Gaming with a total of 11 points.
Well, the points are going to be dropping down as we move down. Celsius with 8, 7Cs with 6, and Reckoning with 6 themselves. Again, the thing is, the circle did throw a few curveballs. I wouldn't blame them, especially since it's only game 1. Now let's have a look and see what's on the other side. And well, you are going to see a few disappointing names here. Soul at the bottom with nothing. Supari Gang with nada. And the Chicken Rushers, well, they didn't do any rushing this time. However, Xbox did manage to get that 1 finish.
Already Sports also managed to get 1 position points. Udog India with a total of 2 points. Hyderabad Hydras with a total of 2 points. And only Glitch at number 9 with a total of 3 points. I have to say all these teams would be disappointed. But as you said, XP, every team is going to get 16 total matches. They still have a lot of time to make a comeback.
I mean, this is just game 1, ladies and gentlemen. We have 4 days of intense action in store for you, and well, we know anything can happen. They can be, a little bit of a topple up top the leaderboard, because again, game 1, 24 points, not the highest bracket that we are setting so far.
Well, again, confidence is going to be important, momentum is going to be key, but at the same time, you have games, and these experienced teams, we all know about that they can make a comeback, and you know what? Who made a comeback? Our iQOO MVP, and I bet my life that it is going to be OR Evil.
Of course it's going to be OR Evil with 6 finishes and almost 1,000 points of damage. This man is going to be at the helm of things, as he is going to take away the iQOO MVP mantle from game 1. Again, making sure he was in the game a long time. Survival time is decent, and look at that healing. He did come under fire so many times, and he made sure he used every single utility at his disposal.
467 healings. That's a massive number, XP, I have to say.
I mean, of course, production is never going to make a mistake, but oh my goodness, that looks a bit unbelievable. Now let's see who is going to be joining him as we have a look at the top 5 players. And of course, if you are going to be going out on a hunt, you can expect our esports to have a few of the members on your screens.
Well, if you want to give it to someone, I would give it to Reckoning Mr. Spray. You know why? They only got 6 points all in all, and out of all those 6, 5 of them are coming from Mr. Spray. I mean, he's not the IGL anymore, but right now he is actually ripping things apart.
Well, at least he's living up to his name. He's just spraying lead in every direction, and well, when bullets are flying, sometimes body do hit the floor. Now, of course, joining him, we do have Tactical Hitman coming in the 5th position with 4 finishes to his name. All in all, a good game, and have a look at the damage numbers by Canary and Jadoo. Now, of course, they have a few, fewer finishes, but again, boy, were they dishing out damage in every single direction.
Well, I have to say, Jadoo is a magician, and Canary, he likes to sing a lot of songs with his bullet, it seems.
It does seem like that, and of course, you might be wondering, where are the X-Lions? Now, they didn't rack up enough finishes, however, they did get a lot of damage. Now, let's have a look at a few more facts and figures on your screens, as the match summary is going to be popping up. And well, we all want to ask that one question: how many grenades were used and how many ended up in finishes? Well, the short answer is 55 was used, and 3 were basically, well, the finalizing grenades. They put 3 opposition members in the ground.
I mean, for Erangel, 55 is a very low number, I would say. That's a very, very low number.
On the other side of the spectrum, have a look at the healing.
Well, healing is great. 9,312 healing, with the total number of knocks coming down to 58. Total finishes 51. 1 airdrop was looted, and the 39 players were rescued, it seems, XP.
Now that we are done with numbers, let's make it a bit easier for all our viewers. Let's get some diagrammatic charts on our screen. As the finish to damage performance graph is going to be popping up now, and well, like my co-caster Sparrow likes saying, no skyscrapers this time, but looks like a few teams did share all those finishes.
I mean, look at our esports. Certainly number 1 if you talk about damage, and number 1 in finishes as well. They managed to get 1,793 damage for 10 finishes, and they wreck havoc in every angle, it seems. I mean, they were trying to fight every single battle.
The thing is, they came in from behind. I mean, they were out on the blue for some time, and they did have a few teams, in their path to success. And well, again, either you hit your enemy head on, you lock horns with them and you battle it out in the battlegrounds, or you run away to live to fight another day. They did not choose the latter. They went in, took out a few big names, infused that confidence in, and well, they just kept on going.
Well, if you ask me, there was only one team who was looking to take a fight, and that was our esports. All other teams were trying to either get position or trying to survive, and the brave you are, the more points you get. That's my philosophy, and I have to say it is working for Team R Esports.
It is, of course, the higher the risk, the higher the reward. That is exactly what we did see on our screens. And talking about that, I'm just going to bring up positioning right now.
Yep.
Even Celsius, they had a good spot. They had that little rock, that little rise for cover. They had their vehicles all lined up, but again, the only way they were taken out was because well, somebody pushed in on that position, and that was only Glitch, who, well, didn't seem to be glitching today.
Well, it seems it's all about XP, how you manage to handle your position. I mean, if you have a decent spot in the zone, I mean, look at Tactical Esports. They had a decent spot in the zone. No one was trying to take them out. Everyone was trying to survive to, on the edges of the zone. Mm-hmm. Center was empty. Only Tactical was there.
No man's land. That was what the center was. And again, Tactical, they capitalized on the position. They did go to the center, and it looks like the BGMI gods did bless them with an airdrop right on the head. The only airdrop that was looted in the entirety of this game. But again, I love the fact we saw so much drama right at the beginning. A team coming in by the waterways, and well, it was the Chicken Rushes. Unfortunately for them, they were wiped out and went away with nothing.
Now, talking about the next match, XP, I have to say it is going to be Miramar, and a lot of strong teams are going to come in who played really well. For example, I mean, look at TSM. Let's talk about TSM for a brief moment. The way they played in round 3 was on a different level.
I forgot. How did TSM do in round 3? I mean, it didn't really stand out. I can't really remember, but of course I can. 110 points. That is just ridiculous in 3 games, wiping out pretty much half the server in the last game. 46 points, was it?
I mean, yes. But again, it's not over there. Quarterfinals, not that great for TSM, I have to say. And that is why the pressure is on them. They have to come and they have to perform. And next game, they have some really good opponents as well.
Well, I mean, the cat's out the bag because TSM are going to be joining us in the next game. Of course, keep one thing in mind. Now, the entire teams are going to be grouped in 3 groups, as you did see on your screens earlier. You have Group A going up against B, and, well, C is going to be nearby as well. So now we are done with A and B, and, well, after that, I do believe we are going to have B coming in, and they're going to go up against C. Again, remember, you need to know your ABCs over here.
Well, I always say you need to make plans as well in terms of ABC. You have a lot of alphabets. You need plan A, plan B, and plan C. Now you have 3 groups, A, B, C. So a different plan for different groups, different drop locations, maybe different strategies. Maybe you could be a little aggressive in the next one.
And that's the best thing about this format because, again, yes, you are going to play against all teams. And like I said, all teams are going to play 16 games in total. But the fact that, we're going to shuffle up the groups, you got to just keep the enemies guessing because, again, like you said, drop spots and all. If you keep an eye out as to who your opponents are, like I said, you need to be able to read your opponents like an open book. And let's see how many teams have done their homework.
I mean, those IGLs and those analysts after the game, I mean, they have to take their glasses on and they have to write notes now because these teams are going to be dynamic. They are not going to be stable, and this is going to be super fun, XP.
It is going to be super fun. What else is going to be super fun is we're going to take 2 players and we're going to pit them against one another as the player face-off is popping up on your screens. And, well, on one side we have Mr. Spray from Reckoning Esports, and on the other we have Evo Italy. Now, the name does sound cute, but boy oh boy can this boy pack quite a punch.
Well, there's a similarity between both these players. I mean, both of them were alone. They were alone, but they were enough. There's a difference there.
And, well, of course, you can't see all the numbers on your screen. Now, let's do one thing. Let's bring some teams in. Let's put some teams under the spotlight as we are going to have the squad face-off. And, of course, you have the winners, Tactical Esports, followed by R Esports, who did end up with higher finishes than them.
Absolutely. I mean, as I was saying, they were aggressive. One team was super aggressive. Other team had a beautiful position in the zone, and they were just taking everyone out who were trying to reach them. Our esports who managed to get 10 finishes with a whooping damage of 1793 with 7 assists, 2 headshots, and a survival time of 21 minutes and 38 seconds.
Now, imagine had they survived just a little bit longer. Of course, they would have gotten a few more position points, but don't fret because this is just game 1, and, well, there's a lot more action in store for you today. Now, of course, these are the 2 squads that we are going to talk about, but keep one thing in mind, anything can still happen because, like you said, we do have 16 total games to be played, and, it is about nerves, it is about the circle. The circle did kind of play a little bit spoil sport this time around, especially to all the teams that were on the eastern front of Erangel because we expected some early clashes, we expected some Carmageddon, but nothing happened. They just drove past one another.
I mean, XP, with the zones like these, you need ice in your veins. You can't have a runny head. You can't have sweaty fingers at this point of time. This is iQOO BGIS, and if you're not ready, you're going home.
Well, looks like a few teams are in fact going to be going home, but again, that's a story for later because, like I mentioned, 4 days of semi-final actions, after which only 16 teams are going to go forth to the grand finals. But again, let's not dampen the mood right now because it's just the beginning. This is just the beginning. It's day 1, and we have just gotten done with game 1.
You want positivity, XP?
What's up?
Positivity is they can make a comeback. It's Miramar, and all these teams can make a beautiful comeback in that.
Now, of course, all eyes and the spotlight, in fact, is going to be on a few of the big dogs. I'm talking Team X-Park. I'm talking Seoul. Now, it wasn't a good start for them, but again, like my fellow friend over here said, they can make a comeback. It's easy. It's just the first game, and of course, the bigger you are, the harder you fall, but also the more expectations you are. So the thing is, if I was in Seoul's position, I know what I have to do, but the thing is, there's a little bit of a weight on my shoulders.
Yep.
Because all the fans, all the lovely followers, all your lovely viewers, you of course want your team to do good, and sometimes that pressure can just mount up. And like I said, of course you got to have the skills, but you got to be calm, cool, and composed.
You know what, XP, sometimes I think after the matches, they must have a visit with the chiropractor every single day with the weight of expectations on their back.
Talking about that, I think I should visit it as well because, again,
We should go together.
We should. All right. I mean, I guess that's a bit too much, but again, we will. We'll have separate booths, though. All right. Now, let me tell you one thing. Again, a massive shout out to, the iQOO 9 series for making all of this possible. Like I said, like the spotlight is shining on us. This is what we are doing for all these teams, for all the unknowns, because, again, India is a country full of untapped potential, diamonds in the rough, as I like calling them, and now it's all on them. They have the pedestal. They come over here. It's on them, whether they make it or break it.
Absolutely, it's up to them, and a lot of hopes, a lot of expectations coming towards them. I would love to see if these young players are going to stand strong, and by the looks of first match, our esports, tactical esports, X-Lions, all these three teams played incredibly well. Talking about experienced teams, I mean, I think OR did really well, especially Evo. He managed to survive for a longer period of time. Enigma looked really good. I love the rotation of Team Soul and X-Pac as well, so let's see how they're going to play.
Well, we are going to find out. Before that, again, just a reminder, once again, a massive shout out to iQOO 9 series for making all this happen. Let's have another word from the official smartphone sponsor of BGIS 2021.
No, I'm so boy. I ain't no yes man. You ain't seen nothing yet. But that's fire. Burn it down, yeah. You ain't seen nothing yet. iQOO.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Battleground India Series 2021, powered by the iQOO 9. My name is Floki. Joining me for this one is going to be the beacon of hope himself, Spiro. And Spiro, I believe after the last game, some of these teams over here, they do need some hope.
Well, they do need some hope, but I have to say, I mean, look at OR Evo Idli. He was hope for his team. Look at Reckoning Mr. Spray. He was hope for his team. That clearly shows, Floki, that one guy can change the perception. One guy can get you a lot of points.
Absolutely. One person can do a lot of work over here. In fact, I do believe a couple of these teams didn't really have, a good time over here starting things off, especially some teams from Group A. I do believe the Supari gang, they had a very, very hard time with Daddy getting knocked out early on, then three of the players getting knocked out in the water by the play zone itself. Not the way you want to go out, but let's have a look at the matchup once again and see what team's going to be joining us this time around, as I do believe Group A is going to be on a bit of a break. We instead going to have Group B going up against Group C, and in Group B, we've got teams Hyderabad Hydras, 7C Esports, Tactical Esports, Team X Spark, Enigma Gaming, UDog India, R Esports, and Soul.
Well, absolutely. This group is going to play once again, and they would love to get some decent points out of Miramar. Talking about Group C, now this group is going to be so difficult, but because it has some really good superstars. Talking about superstars, let's have a look at the teams. We got Godlike Esports, Skylights Gaming, Ogless 5, TSM, 247 Gaming, Team XO, Revenant Esports, and Rip Mizzo. First of all, Floki, these teams are fantastic, and you know what else is fantastic? I have to say, shall I say it?
Go for it.
Your shirt is looking absolutely fantastic today.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the compliments, Piero, but I do want to sort of circle back to these teams over here in the middle. I mean, these lobbies, they're starting to look a little bit stacked. You know, you've got Godlike, you've got EXO, you've got Skylights, you have TSM in the same lobby. That is some insane stuff. I mean, I can't wait to see what kind of action is going to be brewing up over here. But just thinking about all of these teams, it just makes me wonder which of these teams are going to be eliminated early on, because at the top, it's limited. You know, there's not a lot of space up there. And if you want to make it to the top 6, you better play well.
Well, I have goosebumps just thinking about these teams in the same group. This is going to be so interesting. I mean, you know, we have seen the first map, right? I mean, no one was trying to be aggressive. Everyone was trying to be preservative. They're trying to be passive, and it didn't work out for a lot of teams. I mean, but as we saw Group C, there are a lot of aggressive teams in it. What do you think? Are they going to change the momentum of the game in this Miramar?
Well, I do imagine that now the two new groups are being pitted against each other. You really can't back or sort of, harken back on the experience you've had in the previous game. So what happened on Erangel may not necessarily apply in this one. For example, I mean, Hitman, he had a very good clutch where he threw that nade and he knocked out 2 players from the side of X-Lions. But maybe this time around, on a different map against a different set of teams, he might not get those same opportunities once again. Because you have to remember, this group, it has the highest number of invited teams in their Group C. And boy, oh boy, are they going to raise the roof of this place. I have a feeling that we're going to be seeing some very early eliminations on some very important teams. And I can't wait to see which fans out there are going to be cheering. And the other fans, well, they are not going to be so happy.
It's all about homework, right, Floki? I mean, I think a lot of teams have done their homework. They are playing really well. Talking about drop clashes, Erangel had only a few drop clashes. I think we already saw one finish in a separate location. But in Miramar, it's a big map. It's a wide map. Apart from drop clashes, I feel we are going to witness some car clashes because getting a vehicle is going to be super important for a lot of teams.
Absolutely. Miramar is a very big and a very lengthy map. Now, depending on where the circle does form, you can still be in the clear over here. But when those second and third circles start forming in, you are going to need those vehicles to rotate in, like you've rightly mentioned over here. And I can't wait to see what's actually going to happen on Miramar because it is that sort of map that acted as the equalizer in the quarterfinals, you know, where Miramar came up and all of a sudden you were like, all right, you know what, invited teams, they've got a bit of an experience over here. The teams that actually qualified, they had only one map of Erangel, so perhaps they're going to have a harder time adapting. So once again, it's going to be very interesting to see what direction Miramar, takes place, which direction Miramar goes in, because at the end of the day, there are just 2 maps of Miramar that are going to be played and 3 maps of Erangel. So the impact definitely less compared to Erangel, but it's going to be there. So yeah, I do imagine Miramar is going to be super interesting and super important for these teams.
Well, again, I mean, Miramar is a different map as compared to Sanok or Erangel. I mean, it has no place where you can hide. There's no hiding places. If you are good with your gun, you're going to rack up a lot of points. But talking about points, I think the experienced team, they love Miramar because it's all about rotations, it's all about positioning, it's all about making sure that you survive and you, at the same time, be aggressive. And I'm not talking about aggression as you have to just do YOLO on your opponent. You can be a little passive, but at the same time, you can be a little aggressive as well.
Absolutely. I mean, aggression has to be timed really, really well for it to be effective. You just go out in the open and guns blazing trying to find someone, you're going to get shot in the head very, very quickly, especially on a map like Miramar, where there are so many vantage points available. But if you pace yourself, if you calm down, if you relax and observe the surroundings near you, watch out for those information, watch out for those vehicles rotating, and keep your eyes and ears perked and open, well, you might just get away with a lot of finish points and a lot of free knocks as well, because that is the map of Miramar. Given how wide and given how long the angles can be on this map, you can end up securing a lot of finishes if you do have that correct high ground position.
Well, if you think about players from their perspective, they would love Miramar. You know why, Floki? Because I don't think Miramar is going to have those weird zones coming in it. I mean, Erangel has a lot of them.
I mean, we do say so, but once again, you have to remember every single time you say something as a caster, the gods are listening, everyone is listening, and the exact opposite just might happen. That is why it's called the caster's curse, because the moment you say something, the other thing happens. Well, I'm hoping this time around it doesn't, because, well, I do think these teams, they've started the day off with enough RNG already. You know, they kind of want something that's going to stabilize the maps over here. Hopefully we see a centric enough circle that everyone stands a fair chance, but hey, if it shifts down towards the southeast, I'm not going to be whining, I'm not going to be complaining. In fact, I'm going to just sit back and enjoy the show and see what kind of strats these teams come up with as we're going to be going into the game and having a look at the flight path in just about a bit. My co-pilot Spiro, where are we headed towards?
Well, if you know this beautiful map of Miramar, you would notice that we are just flying above El Hazar at this point of time, going towards Los Hilgos, just eastern side of Los Hilgos. This is indeed a southern eastern plane path, which makes it really difficult for a lot of teams if they want to go towards El Pozo, Craterfield, La Cobreria, Landrilla, Valle del Mar, and I think some areas near Monte Nuevo.
Absolutely. I mean, definitely a lot of these teams do like dropping into Hacienda, maybe San Martin or Monte Nuevo, like you've mentioned. They can have a slightly harder time getting there. In fact, I don't think you're going to be able to get towards the deeper sides of Hacienda anyway, given the flight path right now. So maybe these teams change their drop locations a little bit, go to the secondary spots that are available. I wouldn't be too surprised to see a team or two drop into Los Higos as well, given this flight path, because I do imagine Los Leones and Picado are going to be the epicenter of most of the action. I only see 2 teams heading up north towards Torre Humida and Campo Militar, and well, everyone else, they're going to be trying to get towards those western and southern spots. Let's see if we see any early sort of drop clashes happening. But for the meantime, we are going to be seeing everyone just pick up their favorite weapons, and hopefully, you know, we could see some early fights break out once they are kitted up a little bit. it does seem that teams are gravitating towards the western part of the map, towards Picado and Graveyard. And well, the circle is going to form up not once again. La Cabrera going to be very, very relevant, so there might be some incentive for these teams dropping in Hacienda to go all the way up north and occupy positions over there.
Oh boy, my eyes are on Jacinto del Patro. It is the boss house, as we say. MVPs goes there, and let's see how they're going to get some decent loot from there. Meanwhile, talking about loot, we can see Team X Park trying to find some loot near the graveyard area, junkyard area, I presume. Meanwhile, talking about the northern region, you were talking about Campo Militar. I think Hyderabad Hydras, they should get decent amount of loot there. It's filled with loot. The only problem with Campo Militar is that it's quite open. If you have a drop clash there, it's going to be so difficult. But talking about drop clashes, we are not having any. But we are having some car clashes, it seems.
I mean, Skylights Gaming, they're just out on a road trip right now. This is about as good as it gets. If you ever dreamt about going on a road trip to Goa, this is what it looks like. You know, just swap out the desert for a couple of, hilly areas, because you do have those western carts that you need to go through. But, yeah, very fun place, a very fun road trip to.
If I may add, they just don't want to be on the highway of hell.
Oh yeah, I mean, they don't want to be on the highway of hell. In Miramar, at least, these highways can indeed remind you of AC/DC a little bit. That's the song we were talking about. In fact, if you haven't heard it, I do suggest you check it out. But yeah, in the meantime, we're going to turn our attention elsewhere towards the side of Godlike Esports, who do seem to be completely free, looting around. No one really to bother them in Hacienda. And yeah, they should be able to get their hands on every single thing in sight.
I mean, look at Jonathan. He's shining brighter than a star at this point of time. Talking about his teammates, Neo, Clutch God, Z-God. I mean, they are in good form. The way they managed to get into the semifinals, it's amazing, right? The way they played in quarterfinals, they were not having any sort of fear in their reign, and I think they're going to do well. Talking about fear, this team feels no fear, it seems.
Right, now let's have a look at the quick circle. Let's have a quick look at the circle over here. So one thing that you might notice is that there is a lot of space still available towards the northwestern part of the map, but if you do want to go there, there really aren't a lot of cities where you can find tons of loot. Sure, there's water treatment, maybe you can go up to La Cabrera if you're feeling it, but Los Leones is not really inside the circle over here, so we might just see a lot of early clashes happening regardless, especially for all the teams rotating in from the southern side of the map towards those central areas near Picado and La Bendita. In fact, I do believe that TSM, they might have their hands full in a couple of minutes over here, because they do have the most central position, and rotating out without attracting attention is going to be very difficult for them. I do like what Skylights are doing over here, though. They do realize that El Pozo should be completely empty, and they will go over there and get all the loot for themselves and rotate back in. No one really to gatekeep them in that northwestern area.
It's amazing, right? I mean, their rotations are flawless. They managed to get towards El Pozo. They're going to get a lot of value out of it. Meanwhile, talking about Chumacera, we have Team Soul, and they have to travel 800 meters, more than 800 it seems, if they want to enter the zone. But you were talking about Team TSM. I think they are surrounded, actually. On their right, we have Team X Park. On their left, they got Godlike, so it's not going to be easy. But you know what? Team Soul, they have a lot of pressure today. I mean, they want to perform well.
Absolutely, they most certainly do, and in fact, we'll see if they can just live up to the expectations over here, or if they're going to crumble. As they did drop in Chumacera for now, I do believe they should be able to have a free path in towards the center of the circle, so don't sweat your foreheads just yet, Soul fans. You know, these guys are still very much going to be doing just fine. No early clashes for them for the time being, but the Team EXO, they might have a slightly harder path inside the circle. Now, if you were paying attention to the circle prior when it was showed up on the map, well, you'd have noticed that they were all the way down in Los Leones. Now, there are a couple of empty spots towards the periphery of the circle where they can be okay, but when that third circle kicks in, if it doesn't go further towards the center, Team EXO are going to be in a world of trouble. So do look out for that, because yeah, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but Team EXO might just be the one that does get eliminated early if the circle does end up shifting a little bit further towards the north.
Well, boy, Team EXO, I mean, it's amazing, right? Their stats are just amazing. They managed to get a total of 61 points. They won't be too happy with 61, to be honest, because, I mean, this is a team who can wreck a lot of points. But it's Team EXO, after all. They know how to rotate really well. I mean, the most important part about Team EXO is their split. They always split it up. And, I mean, I would love to see that majestical split again from Team EXO today.
Absolutely. Well, there's the team stats for Exos, just in case you're wondering what their performance was looking like in the quarterfinals. With 61 points, they know they can do better. In fact, if you've been a hardcore Exo fan and have been observing them since the grind, you would know that these guys played a lot better over there. However, they are seen to be struggling to find their footing just a little bit. But once again, like in every tournament, if you're about to peak just before the finals, well, that is the best time to peak because you could walk away with a lot of cash. And in the meantime, we're going to have a look once again at the members of Skylights Gaming who are in El Pozo. It is completely desolate, no one around them. They're going to go around every single building, get everything their grubby little hands can find, and then get the hell out.
I mean, if I'm not wrong, they were the table toppers of their group. 95 total points. They got 47 finishes, 48 position points, and a total damage of 8,733. Now, again, you mentioned it earlier, Floki. They can easily rotate towards the northern side, northern-western side, and they wouldn't have any competition whatsoever. Talking about Team Enigma, it's their second game today. First game was decent enough. I thought they got some average points in the first one. They would like to rack some more in Miramar.
Oh yeah, and we'll see if they do get the opportunity to do so because they do seem to be godlike at their doorstep. But in case you've been missing out their performance so far, this is what they did. Once again, Enigma, I mean, it wasn't a bad performance by them by any stretch of the imagination, but if you do think Enigma, you are thinking them having slightly above average
By
number of
their
finishes.
standards.
Exactly. By their own standards, they know that they should have probably done a little bit better. But you know what? It's all good. It's the semifinals right now. This is exactly what these guys are ready for. These are the sorts of games these guys really excel at, playing those long haul situations and making sure that their consistency allows them to get to the grand finals.
Well, again, we talk about table toppers, Floki, but does it matter actually? I mean, in quarterfinals, in semifinals, does it even matter? Because
Probably not.
You know, if you come at number 1 and if you come at number 16, you both are going through to the finals. It doesn't matter actually. It will matter in the grand finals, though.
It most certainly will. That is where all the money lies. Ninja Jod, well, definitely doing a bit of fan service over here, going around dancing, showing off his moves. I do imagine he's going to be fairly adept if he does decide to switch over to disco dancing at some point. An alternative career path if TSM does end up dropping out early on. But I might have spoken too soon. I do believe that the circle is once again going to be, well, not shifting, but the blue zone's about to close in. So we'll see some of those early fights happening. In fact, the density of teams towards the center looking very, very much. And I see 1, 2, 3, 4 teams trying to make their way over there on the western front as well. There is SG, there is Seoul. We've got, I believe, Revenant Esports as well. Oculus 5, a lot of teams coming in on the other Hacienda del Patron area. So, yeah, some early fights could be breaking out, Spiro. This might be Miramar, but we could potentially be looking at a wannabe Sandhawk here.
Oh boy, this is going to be such amazing match. I mean, look at the number of teams in the center, but look at the outside areas. Look at the gatekeeping scenarios. No one on the edges of Miramar, it seems. And my eyes are glued on tactical esports. My eyes are glued on 247 esports. And here you go, a little bit of northern side of a zone. And finally, we saw our first gunfire by Jonathan, it seems.
Oh yeah, godlike Jonathan looking to get that body started. He's got the Golden Mirado as well though for now, so he's probably going to prioritize moving further deeper into the zone. And once again, like I mentioned, the northern part of the map relatively empty. In Torre, Humada, whichever team is camping is going to be having a good time, but X-Spark in the meantime, Ultron spots out a couple of players from Hyderabad. Hydra's having not able to connect any shots whatsoever, still rattling off, still going on, and does not manage to get a single knock. But in the meantime, another team is coming in from the background. Who it is? Who is it? Okay, it's his own team. It's Mavi coming in from Team X-Spark, getting those knocks for himself and making it a little bit harder for Hyderabad Hydras. And guess what? Black might meet that same fate as well, as he will prone eventually, get himself behind some cover, but Gale is going forward for the finish. 502 couple of members, and guess what? Carry will be knocked down. The trade does come through for the side of Team Hyderabad Hydras as Ultron will be there to cover his teammate. Scout is also coming in from the backstab over here. His position hasn't been discovered, but Hyderabad Hydras look at those mollies, in fact, perfectly blocking off the entry points over here, preventing them for securing the finishes, but Carry eventually will bleed out. And now Hyderabad Hydra striker prepping up that nade. Is it gonna find its mark? Nope, it is not. But he's got the M249, so at this distance it can do a lot of work, but he's been shot from elsewhere. Guess what? Skylights Gaming, they hear all the commotion breaking out and they want in on this party.
Few of the best team in Indian esports are fighting against each other now. Godlike trying to enter the party, meant to trying to survive, trying to rotate, but he won't be able to. And with a car blast, he would be taken down. Meanwhile, we were talking about third parties. Are you ready, Floki, for the fourth party as well? Because I see in that minimap, UDog India is coming really, really close. Meanwhile, Jonathan would again get a frag on Striker as well. 2 finishes on with, I think, with Godlike. They're off to a wonderful start.
Absolutely, and now Godlike Esports, they might just need some divine intervention over here because Neo is off on a big flank. He is going to take some time to be activated, but the rest of the three members go forward and try and find a couple of picks. In the meantime, Dave, he seems to have heard my calls already, so he's like, you want some picks? I'll show you some. Managed to take on those members. I do believe Hyderabad Hydras have been eliminated at 16th place. Not the way they imagined themselves going out, but Godlike Esports aren't done yet. They spawned a couple of members from U-Dog. The grenade goes in, but doesn't really find its mark, and now Neo could be in a world of trouble. Is all by himself, has to be a little bit careful, will fall back towards his teammates and try and get some backup. While Godlike, they're just looking to slow the pace of this game down a little bit, retreat, heal up, and then hit back as a unit.
These teams have to be really careful. Already we have seen a third party and a fourth party scenario. Now 7C coming in as a fifth party.
My God.
The party is huge, and I would love to see how 7C are going to cope up with this one. They are up against Team Godlike. Both teams look... They love to be aggressive, Loki, and I think this is a beautiful opportunity in iQOO BGIS to be aggressive.
Absolutely, 7C's Esports, they've been fairly quiet over here. They've been the consistent team that goes for those placement points, manages to secure themselves those top finishes. But this time around, their hand might just be forced as Neo lobbing a couple of nades in their direction, trying to force out a reaction from them. But Sarang, still hidden firmly behind cover, refuses to budge. In the meantime, Godlike, they've also got to worry about their own flank, because I do believe Team X-Mark is right around the corner, and any small misstep could end up costing them. That nade could have potentially hit the vehicle, but I don't think it did, and he's going to be okay for now. In the meantime, if you could quickly prop up the circle, it'd give a lot of information to us right now, as it is going to be shifting soon enough. And there you go, here's a bird's eye view of the map.
Well, imagine, Floki, this as a sandwich. I mean, we have one side U-Dog India, we have 7C on the other end, we have stuffing of X-Pac and Team Godlike. Now, the stuffing is actually quite delicious, but at this point of time, they're very hostile as well.
They most certainly are, and we'll see if the side of Godlike are able to survive over here. Once again, like I said, they will need some help. They will need some divine intervention to pull them out of this situation, because they are surrounded on all sides, and they can't step out without taking a fight over here. The resource is slowly going to be drained away, as it is now a war of attrition. The more smokes you use, the fewer you're going to have for when teams start pushing into you. So it might just be off point over here to try and be a little bit more aggressive yourself. You know, maybe see what lies on the other side of the house, go in towards X-Pac, or maybe try and surround them and get some real estate for yourself, because otherwise you could be in a world of trouble with all of these teams closing in. The circle did close in on where they are, so Godlike are not going to have access to any more utility. What they have right now is all they're going to be working with. And I do see Neo looting a corpse, but not sure if that's going to be enough to sustain himself for the fights that are to come. 14 teams still in the mix, and I'm not sure if Godlike can hold out from this position.
I mean, it's a test of patience, Floki, and now, yes, they are going to be aggressive. The nade is going to come in, whereby Godlike Jonathan wouldn't find any value. Team X-Pac versus Godlike is going to be a wonderful fight, but on the other hand, if you have a look at the other side, Oracles 5 trying to take on 247, and the wicked man Pooja himself is looking to get some frags down there.
Absolutely, I know a lot of you guys are going to be disappointed, but Pooja is indeed a man, and now he's going to be going forward, trying to take out the members from Orgless 5 Kilo, going to be in the buggy, trying to get the hell out of here, as he realizes that 2v4 aren't really good odds for him. Jigsaw, I'm not too sure what he's up to. He's on the flank over here, so he does have eyes on the members of 247, could potentially gatekeep them, but he's going to have to be a little bit careful, because if he stays there for too long and gets eliminated, then, well, his team is going to be one man shy when that final circle comes in. Speaking of which, look at the current circle right now. Everyone trying to go in and get a piece of real estate. We did see some action early on, but for now, things seem to have calmed down for a little bit. Save for Godlike, who are still holding a bit of a ceasefire against the side of X-Pac, but soon enough, that ceasefire might be violated.
Well, there's going to be martial law really soon applied in Miramar, it seems. Meanwhile, these teams have to be a little careful at this point of time. Still, 15 teams, 59 players on this wicked map of Miramar, and I think the best position goes to 7C. They have the center of the zone, Floki, and I think they are in a prime position to get a lot of points.
They most certainly are, and we'll see if Team X-Pac can get a lot of points over here for themselves. Even Team 7Cs, for that matter, they've got the perfect high ground, like you've mentioned, and yeah, I mean, it's going to be very easy for them to hold on as long as they stay patient. We've got a replay coming up for you, though, in case you missed out on some of the action happening elsewhere on the map. Well, this was Team X-Pac getting themselves that finish on the final Hyderabad Hydras members, putting him out of his misery. And yeah, Godlike Esports assisting in that endeavor too. But I do believe in the meantime, EXO could potentially be having a fight right now, so you could just quickly bring that up on screen. That would be nice. I did see one of those members get a knock. Well, never mind. In fact, the circle is shifted once again. It's going to be going towards the western part of the map. Godlike still inside the zone and continue to hold on against Team X-Spark.
I mean, this is the best thing for Godlike and X-Spark. If they were not in the zone, they had to fight it out, but they don't want to, right, Floki? As I said, it's a test of their patience. But meanwhile, talking about Team 247, they're on the back foot seriously. I mean, it's a big trouble for them. Let's see if X-Spark, my apologies, Team EXO are going to fight for them or not. They're outside the zone, and yes, EXO Punk is firing those lead bullets from his mini.
Absolutely, at that distance, that DMR can be very, very deadly. And oh boy, they're all going to get inside the van. This could be problematic over here. Punkyo realizes that is going to take a few shots with the carbine. Try and take him out. Oh my god, Ogles 5. Both of their members knocked on their feet. No one nearby to rest them. They've fallen and they can't get back up. Jigsaw is going to be fired upon. Will be biting the dust soon enough as well. As Korep Mizo, in the meantime, are also taking a fight against 7C's members. But once again, X-Spark, they are holding the ceasefire against Godlike. And soon enough, one of these teams are going to have to break it because they're going to run low on those nades.
Oh, this is going to be a wonderful fight, and the grenadier on your screen right now is Team X-Spark. Gil, another nade coming in, but not from X-Spark, coming in from Godlike Neo. He knocked himself out, and it's a beautiful opportunity for Team X-Spark to come in to the game. And let's see if they're going to rush in. Yes, they are going to rush in. Mavi coming in, and Godlike on the back foot.
Absolutely, Team X-Spark going to go forward. In fact, Godlike, they utilize that fact to their advantage. Try and make sure that Team X-Spark are not able to fight those angles. In fact, Scout is dropping really, really low. He might just be eliminated here as well. Jonathan trying to go forward, trying to find those final picks as Clutch got circling around the house, flushing it up with nades, trying to push them out over here, but it doesn't seem like the members of X-Spark. But he will spot him up there on the first floor. And Scout, everything rests on his shoulders. Can he clutch it out for his team? The volley, the ground in front of him. He cannot move anywhere. In fact, in the meantime, it does seem that Solar also having a similar affair of sorts as one of the members get knocked out. In fact, they have been eliminated in 15th place. So have been Team X-Spark, as two big names bite the dust in less than 20 minutes of the game.
What just happened in that fight, Floki? I mean, I can't even imagine. Neo just knocked himself out, and Team X-Spark, they wanted to rush Godlike, but I mean, beautiful TPP advantage coming in from Z-God and Jonathan. They managed to take out X-Spark altogether. Talking about RAP Mizo, it's a wonderful team, but they are down a couple of players. Meanwhile, 247 Gaming got eliminated by Orgless 5, it seems.
Oh yeah, Team Enigma, they're gonna be a little careful over here because they do understand while they might have the high ground, it does also mean that they expose themselves from multiple angles. So instead, they're gonna try and flank around, maybe get inside the zone first and then look to take a couple of these fights, as they have left Avi to scout things out with the mini and that scope. So he's getting a lot of information for his teams, but in the meantime, that buggy might not be long for this wall, as I do believe EXO members have spotted them out over here. Enigma, they might just be walking into a bit of a meat grinder as Punkyo with that mini 14 causing so many problems for their roster. As on the other side, there is also Killer from Orgless Fight just waiting for any sort of misstep to go in and snag up those finish points for himself. Can he find any at all? No, he cannot. In fact, I believe it might have been someone else. No, it is Sensei. It is EXO at the end who gets credit for all of those finishes. And well, TSM, they've only got one member alive right now, and Orgless 5-2 could be in a world of trouble. In the meantime, we're going to turn our attention back towards our esports and Revenant. Sort of caught in a situation over here. Once again, there does seem to be an invisible line of control between them, but it is going to be breached by the Revenant members. In fact, we're going to turn our attention back towards, well, the fight at hand over here. Revenant and our esports going to be going up against each other, and Revenant and Core very, very low on HP. He's got a couple of bandages and a first aid kit to work with, but he needs to get his teammate back up on his feet first, while Paradox is going to be the one gatekeeping them. It's going to be the one watching and acting security guard for that roster. In the meantime, Skylights Gaming, they sense some trouble. They want in on the action. Destro, Somraj, and everyone is over here. Gumla Boy is going to be leading the charge, but can he find those picks? Blaze, in the meantime, has been knocked out by the play zone, but Gumla Boy, he might just be knocking out a couple of people with the AKM. In fact, I do believe one of the Remnant members is walking through that wall. No, never mind. He's on the other side of the wall. It just appeared as if that was the case. And Gumla Boy still being very, very careful, prepping up a nade. You have to be careful. Don't meet the same fate as Neo. He's going to be prepped up until the very last moment. Thrown in, and my God! And Core, he's going to be shook as that nade finds his feet over here. Gumla Boy going to be preparing up another one as well. And I don't think Remnant have got any backup around. There's no other team hearing this commotion. It's just them alone, afraid against the big bad boys from Skylights Gaming. And Skylights Gaming will prevail. They will lock them out. They will eliminate them. Destro will be put down on his feet, but it does seem that Skyline Gaming prevail. They will eliminate the side of Revenant Esports as they finish in 11th place.
A crazy rush coming in from Scarlet's Gaming, it seems. I mean, it's all about getting the first knock in, and as soon as they got the first knock with that nade, they managed to rush them and they managed to finish them. Talking about Godlike, already they got 7 finishes to their name, and Godlike, as usual, in Miramar, is ripping things apart today. Talking about Scarlet's again, they were stopping today, Flocky. Again, they found another one, and now it's time for Canary to get some lead in him.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Canary, if he steps out over here, he could be in a world of trouble, but he is one of those few awkward birds that does have fangs inside his beak. In the meantime, Punkyu is going to be responsible for taking out a player with that nade. Not too sure who was eliminated, but it was August 5 taken out by Team EXO over here. You have to remember, Team EXO, they had one of the worst positions starting off over here. The zone didn't exactly favor them. They had to fight their way in, and boy are they fighting. They've still got all 4 of their members up and running, but now Godlike dropping smokes. They want in on the action. Only Avi standing here from the side of Enigma, and they know where the members of EXO are. In fact, Neo going to be dropping them all inside that shack. Make sure that it is going to be all clear. And boy, oh boy, it lands perfectly in there. He's even going to be pulling out his M4. Make sure that no escapes and no stragglers can get out of here back towards safety. In the meantime, Immortal, tasked with watching that area, will be retreating towards his Mirado. He wants to get the hell out of the situation and maybe get to a better position over here. But no, he just seems to be going for a better angle so he can help out his teammates on EXO. In the meantime, Team U-Dog, well, we'll see if these guys are the underdogs anymore, or if they're not. If they do manage to take out Tactical, they won't be considered underdogs. But in the meantime, EXO, they continue to take the fight against Enigma. Avi will be eliminated, and with that, Enigma will also bite the dust at 7th place. And now, EXO and Godlike locking horns. Sensei is going to be the first person to be taken out over here. You do have a couple of other members in the vicinity from EXO who haven't really revealed themselves over here, but they too slowly are falling apart like a house of cards. In fact, EXO, they might just call in for the sack over here. I already see Immortal in a vehicle trying to get the hell out of here. And in the meantime, Z-God will look to see if he can find any stragglers. He does see the pickup truck. He knows that there should be a player behind that rock. He suspects someone is going to be there, and Clutch God is going to do the scouting for his team. He sees one, is going to get up, might even be knocked out over here, but he's done more than his job. He will find Fierce, and Fierce will be cleaned up over here. Another point going the way of Godlike. 10 finishes to their name. 6th position found for them. These guys are racking up those points.
I mean, they don't have any kind of fear in their dictionary, it seems. I mean, the weak Clutch got rushed in with that buggy. I mean, he spotted his opponent, had a jump there to survive, and oh boy, that peak from Clutch God and the jiggle and the drop. I have to say, crowd shot was just immaculate. Talking about the U-Dog India, you were talking about, are they going to be the underdogs? I think they already are a rising star, and let's see if they are going to keep up with their name. Meanwhile, again, a beautiful Molotov coming in. I think Destro is going to get burnt. Maybe not. He's going to survive that, but the jump shot is on the cards, and the jump shot is coming. That jump shot will manage to get a lot of value for U-Dog Dave.
Absolutely. It seems like Tactical Esports, they were waiting in the wing for now, but U-Dog are busy locking horns with other teams in the meantime. Dark has been knocked down. Fearless is probably going to drop a smoke, but it's not going to land where he wants it to. In fact, the second time is probably going to be the charm as he goes forward to make sure it lands correctly this time. But U-Dog, once again, on one side there's Godlike, on another there is Tactical, on the other there is 7C, surrounded from every direction. These guys are going to have a very, very hard fight ahead of them. And 7C, they're just waiting around like a pack of hyenas waiting for the Lions to run away from the kill so they can have it for themselves. Jonathan gets out of the car, gets blown up, and Wildy 69 will be able to find himself that knock. Well, it's not Wildy, it is Wild 69, and he is running rampant over here, spotting out the members from Godlike. Clutch God going to be on his knees, but should be rezzed up over here thanks to Neo. And maybe they've got the vehicles to rotate out of this one, but one of their members is going to have to stay back to watch the flank. 7C's in the meantime. Aladdin is the eyes for his team, letting them know what sort of action is breaking out up ahead in the front. And well, we'll see if they do decide to push in or not. In the meantime, U-Dog still managing to hold their fort, still managing to hold their house. No one has really flushed them out of this position yet. In fact, Prince gonna be spotted, but does Fearless take the shot. He's not too sure about it. He wants him to come out in the open, but the opportunity might have been lost. In fact, now only when the blue zone closes in can he actually find that area to work with. 4 teams remaining in the mix. We've got 7C, Tactical, U-Dog, and Godlike Esports. Godlike poised to win this one, but 7C's are looking to put themselves on the board here. A nade will find a knock, but can they go forward to connect? You have to be a little bit careful though, because Godlike are waiting around the wings, and so are Tactical Esports. If you step a bit too far forward, lose too many players, they could start come pouring in, and Aladdin will be knocked down over here. This might be the green light for the side of Tactical Esports to bounce out of the house and claim all these these finishes for themselves as both teams reeling and suffering from their losses. Over here, Godlike Esports in the meantime still waiting, and we'll see if they're able to do anything at all.
Well, absolutely. I mean, talking about Udog India, 3 of their players are knocked down, and the revival is going about 7C. They're pushing in. Anlad is coming into it, and boy, oh boy, he's trying to get all the finishing for himself. Meanwhile, if you talk about tactical, I mean, I think it's all about, again, it's like a wrangle. All 4 of the players still alive. Saran coming in, getting the better of Udog, but it's time for tactical to push in, and yeah, they are pushing in Floggy.
Oh yeah, there you go. Godlike Esports and Tactical both going to be locking horns over here, but Tactical might just draw the short end of the stick as 7Cs are also right ahead of him. In fact, look at this wild side coming in. He will be able to find the 7Cs members and put them out of their misery. As Tactical, they will stand strong for a little bit further now. Only 2 Juggernauts remain, but in fact, Godlike, they've only got 2 players alive. The Z-God and Neo still standing strong. 4 members from Tactical trying to wrap around over here. They've got the positioning advantage. They've got a couple of smokes to work with as well. Godlike Neo and Z-God are both going to have to hold their ground over here. Look at that. In fact, holding that angle with the AK, making sure they can't even cross over just yet. In fact, he's now going to look to switch up position, so maybe he can throw a little bit of sand in the eyes of his opponent. In fact, Kid has been knocked down over here. Z-God is looking to go forward, be the hero that his team needs. Can he actually connect with those shots? No, Tactical, they know about this push. They know it's coming. In fact, 3 players are going to be peeking at his one. He is not going to be able to isolate those fights. Neo trying his best to provide cover, but can't do any of it because there is not enough room to work with. That tiny little vision that he had of the enemy team, not enough to land a couple of shots straight into their chest. In fact, Neo will go forward, try to be the hero, but I don't think he will succeed. Or really, no, he will not. It is going to be Tactical once again taking that chicken dinner.
Double the trouble, I would say. Floki, back-to-back chicken dinner. First in Wrangle, now in Miramar. What a team this is turning out to be. Again, the same thing, positioning at its level best, because Tactical, their tactical gameplay is looking good.
Positioning and patience at its finest. I don't think I've ever seen a team take 2 chicken dinners in a row with the way Tactical did. All 4 of their members still standing towards the end. And boy, they just waited for the perfect opportunity to come in. Udog, I mean, they were completely screwed. They had a team on every angle. They look north, there's someone. They look west, there's someone. They go south, there is someone. So they had nowhere to go. And Udog, as soon as they were in a little bit of trouble, 7Cs bounced. Tactical were like, now, we're going to hold back and we're going to gather more information because they were paying attention to the HUD. They knew there were more players live and potentially more teams in the mix, and in the end they walk away with the chicken dinner, once again displaying that patience is indeed the best virtue to have in these sorts of situations.
Absolutely, the patience was there, but Godlike, oh boy, they wreak havoc in Miramar.
Oh yeah.
I mean, in the end, it was 2 of their players still surviving. Z-God went alone. I mean, he managed to get a single knock there, but oh boy, the numbers game advantage coming in the favor of Tactical, and they managed to take out Godlike. I think it was a beautiful game, but I have to say 7C played well, but Tactical, I mean, they are opportunities. They knew when to rush in and they rushed at the right time.
Most certainly. Well, let's have a look at the highlights and once again see for ourselves how is it that Tactical Esports managed to get themselves that chicken in, and also drawing up a couple of facts from this match as well. I did say earlier, you know, with so many great teams and so many great names playing in this situation, I mean, some fans are going to be bound to be disappointed a little bit over here. Godlight starting things off, getting themselves all those knocks. And Dave as well from Udog, doing a lot of work with the Mini 14. In fact, I do believe if it weren't for Udog's horrible luck with the circle, they could have potentially come on top. Had it shifted a little bit towards the west or a little bit towards the north, maybe they could have had the edge and they could isolate those fights one after the other while other teams focused on rotating in. Godlike though, like you mentioned, once again, it's like it's like a fire truck. You know, it doesn't stop for red lights. As soon as it knows that there's a fire over there, they will put it out and try and rack up those finish points for themselves. Soul as well in the meantime, not having the best of times in this game, being eliminated early on, but when a lobby is this stacked, I mean, some of these teams are going to be knocked out early on. That is just a fact of life.
To be honest, I mean, Team Soul, they were in a bad situation, it seems. I mean, 7C, they came from 2 different angles and they took them out quite easily. But talking about Team Godlike, I think you're right. I think numbers game advantage doesn't work in in the dictionary of Team Godlike. They had fewer players when they fought against Team Xbox. They had fewer players when they fought against Team Tactical Esports in the end, but they played so well. Well, absolutely, Floki. I think that this match is absolutely perfect. Team Revenant I think,
Yeah.
they were out, they were down, and the way Scarlet Gaming pushed in, they had no options.
They most certainly did not. I mean, Skylights Gaming, they played that push very, very well. I mean, given where the circle shifted to, right, they had that sense of comfort knowing that it is very unlikely another team comes in and tries to snag up those finishes for themselves. Godlike in the meantime, though, once again,
Look
these
at
guys
this.
were like sharks. I've used this term very, very often, but these were true, literal sharks. Every single time they have any piece of information whatsoever regarding a team's whereabouts, they have been paying attention throughout the game. They have been looking at the HUD. In their mind, they know which teams are, 4 members strong and which teams aren't. And when they see an opportunity, they take it, man. I mean, these guys, they really got up a lot of points. In fact, I'm quite sure that if they survived until the end over here, they could have potentially crossed the 35-point mark. But they got eliminated early on, and it was Tactical who got that extra chicken dinner to work with. 2 chicken dinners to start the day off. I mean, these guys have to be feeling good.
What a day. What a day to have a good day, I would say, for Tactical Esports. But still 2 more games to go for them. I think they would love to get some more points in those remaining games. But looking at this final few moments of Miramar, I think they managed to attack 7C at the right time. On the other hand, Godluck was trying to get some really good value out of it. I think 7C got pressurized from 2 angles. Meanwhile, Team Godluck, even though it was a 2v4 situation,
Oh, yeah.
boy, they fought hard.
They most certainly fought very, very hard. I mean, Neo, if it weren't for this angle that he had over here, I think he could have potentially had a lot more luck. Maybe if the area was a little bit more open, if he had a little bit more elevation, that plan could have worked out. But, when the chips are down, you have to go for those Hail Mary plays, and that is what Godlike did. Unfortunately, this time around, it didn't stick, but they're still going to be happy with the fact that they came in second place. I mean, those finish points, it might just even push them ahead of Tactical Esports, who I don't believe had a lot of finishes to their name.
I mean, their game, I think, is like that only. They want to have the circle of the zone, and they want to survive till the very few end. And when you survive and you get a chicken dinner, it's eventually you are going to get some value out of it. Eventually, you're going to get some finishes out of it. And yes, I would love to see how many points are they going to rack up today.
Absolutely. 3 things in life are absolutely guaranteed: taxes, death, and placement points. So if you do manage to survive until the very end, get to that first place spot, you get 15 points to your name, all for the trouble of living up until the end. But you know what these points remind me of? The point standings. So let's have a look at the point standings table, see exactly where these teams are, and maybe, just maybe, Godlike could still be on top despite the fact they got eliminated in second place. In fact, if my math serves me right, they should be on top, and yes, indeed they are. 12 finish points to their name and 12 placement points to work with.
24 total points for Team Godlike, and they are number 1 in the points table. Number 2, we got Tactical Esports with that beautiful chicken dinner. They got 15 position points, 6 finish points, and a total of 21 points. Number 3, we got 7C Esports, who got sandwiched in the end by Tactical and Godlike. They managed to get 19 total points. Number 4, we got Udog India. No longer underdogs, it seems, Loki.
Oh yeah, absolutely, getting themselves that top 4 spot with 12 points to their name. Skylights Gaming too, I imagine that they would have a better end considering the way things went, but in the end, only getting that 5th place spot with 6 placement points and 6 finish points to work with. Let's have a look at the other side over here though, because these are the teams that have done well. What about the other ones? Oh boy, well, I talked about some fans being disappointed. Here they are. TSM, 2 points. 10th place. Team X Spark, 11th place, 2 points as well. You've got Seoul in 14th with 1, and Hyderabad Hydras with 0, being one of the first teams to be eliminated over here. And man, I mean, if this is how things keep shaping up over here, then the semifinals are going to be a very, very interesting place, because you have to remember 8 teams are going to be bidding goodbye in the end. Now, there is a long way towards that. There could still be a lot of comebacks happening over here. But in the meantime, we're going to let that thought rest and have a look at the iQOO MVP, see who's earned that mantle for himself. And I do think I have an idea who it's going to be. Oh, well, never mind. I was going to say it was probably going to be a Zegod from the side of Godlike, but it does seem that the title has gone over to Sarang.
Well, Sarang played really well for 6 finishes. He managed to get 757 damage, 2 assists to his name, and a total healing of 232. But let's have a look at the top 5. I think you will find Zegod in there. Maybe some other partners of Godlike would be there as well. Let's have a look at top 5 players from match 2. That was Miramar.
Absolutely. Well, joining Sarang, there should be 4 other players in the mix. We've got Neo from Godlike in second place. There we go. 899 points of damage done with 5 finishes to his name, 1 assist, and a decent survival time of 25 minutes. Kilo in third place from Oculus 5, doing a lot of the heavy lifting for his team. 5 finishes, 875 damage done. Deserves to be here as well. We've got Jonathan in 4th place with 4 finishes. Couldn't be more poetic. 595 damage done, 2 assists, and you've got Vile in last place as well. So once again, I mean, this just goes to show, and just further solidify your point. that Tactical Esports is a team like their name suggests, likes to go for the safer approach. Go for those placement points, prioritize surviving overtaking fights, get those smarter rotations and get those better positions. At the end of the day, if you do that, you do rack up a lot of points. But out of the 93 grenades that were used on the map of Miramar, only 3 resulted in finishes.
I'm happy, to be honest, Floki. 93 is a good number for Miramar, if you ask me. And with a total healing of 8,331, total knocks are 65, total finishes are 58.
Oh, yeah.
Longest finish distance is 332. But you know what? Let's have a look at Manhattan now. Let's see which team managed to get the most damage. And yes, it is going to be Godlike, who managed to get 2,695 damage for 12 finishes.
Well, at this rate, we might just have a couple of Burj Khalifas right here in the studio. So if you're planning to go on Dubai, save those trips. Make sure you sort of prevent that money from going to waste, and instead just continue watching the stream, because with that amount of damage done, I'm quite sure some new records are going to be set over the course of these semi-finals over here. Godlike getting the credit for that once again with their really, really aggressive playstyle, and I can't wait to see the way they're going to perform over here in the semis, because the first 2 games have looked very, very promising. The next game, it's going to be on Erangel once again, and I can't wait to see what's going to be happening over there.
Again, it's all about consistency. This is as simple as it may be. You got 16 games. You have to be consistent. You need to get at least 10 average, I think. If you can get 10 average, you are going to qualify. You're going to be in top 16. And yes, if you are in top 16, you're going through to the grand finals of iQOO BGIS.
10 average, it sounds so easy to pull off, right? Just 10 points in every single game. But it's so hard in the situation where you're surrounded by some of the best teams in the country. You've got TSM, you've got Godlike, you've got Tactical, you've got, Soul, all of these big names coming around, surrounding you. Yeah, some players are going to be scared. Some players are probably going to start having those sweaty palms. And, that is when having a solid device could help you, like the iQOO 9 itself. But, you know what? Let's talk about the players in the game a bit, because I'm quite sure a lot of them had good performances. In fact, let's pit 2 of them against each other in the player face-off and see who came out on top over here. We're going to be looking at Sarang from 7 Seas going up against Neo. 6 finishes for the side of Sarang, but Neo, on the other hand, having more damage done with 899 points.
Absolutely. I think both of them played really well for their teams. Assist, if you talk about, Sarang got 2, Neo got 1, and both got a decent amount of survival time to their name. Those are superstars, right, Floki? They know how to play, and they are doing just that. It's a great stage. It's a grander stage, and I think they are looking good.
Absolutely. Now, one thing I do want to point out is that if you don't see a favorite player in here, don't be too discouraged, because at the end of the day, there are lots of things that the stats don't capture. So soon enough, if they do end up performing really, really well, it will end up showing up on the stats. But in the meantime, we're going to be having a look at Tactical Esports and Godlike Esports as well in the squad face-off, with Godlike, of course, having the upper hand in terms of finishes, but Tactical having the better placement with that first place finish and those 3 extra placement points to work with. If you look at the assists, it's pretty much the same, but when you actually have a look at the damage, that is where you really see a stark difference between the 2 approaches. 941 points of damage on Tactical, showing the more conservative approach. Godlike, on the other hand, doesn't matter. If there's a party, they're going to invite themselves and they're going to dish out some good old damage.
Almost triple the damage they are coming in from Godlike. It is a walk in the park for them, it seems. They come, they conquer, and they get a lot of points every single time. They would be disappointed though they were not able to get the chicken dinner, but boy, they are number 1. Doesn't matter.
Absolutely, they certainly are number 1 for the time being, but are they going to be staying number 1 throughout the rest of the day? That is the bigger question to ask, because, well, we are once again, I believe, going to be having a look at Group A going up against Group C, if my memory serves me right. And that should once again be a very, very interesting matchup, as we will jump back on Erangel in a little while. But before we do, I do want to talk about iQOO. They are the ones who made this tournament possible. The 1 crore rupee prize pool. It wouldn't have been over here if it wasn't for them. So shout out to iQOO. Do make sure that you check out them, and you make sure you check out their phones, because you might just find something in handy over here for your next gaming adventure. In fact, I'm quite sure with all the features that it has, it's going to have every single need covered. It's got some of the best liquid cooling out there. Just 15 minutes for half charge. What other phone does that?
I think no other phone does that, to be honest. Look at these sleek devices we got today. These are new devices. I got iQOO 9, you got iQOO 9 Pro, and these iQOO 9 series devices are just immaculate. Not only that, we have, I think, gimbal stabilization in the camera inbuilt.
Wow, that is amazing. That feature just sounds so fancy, I don't even know what it does. So pick up this phone and check for yourself, because, well, you might find a lot of hidden surprises in here. In fact, I know that the name has Pro in it, but I do want to say it's not going to make you a pro, but you'll find out if you're capable of of being one or not. So if you want to give that a shot, do make sure you get your hands on an iQOO 9. And boy, oh boy, I can't wait to see the action the rest of the day holds, because once again, we're going to be circling back towards Erangel. You know, a map that has already been played over here. Tactical Esports did really well. In fact, I want to see just how well they've done over the course of the 2 games. So let's have a look at the overall standings and see for ourselves where they're positioned. I do imagine they're going to be on top. And yes, they are exactly there with 45 points to their name, standing head and shoulders above the rest. In second place, you've got 7Cs with 25 points, a 20-point difference between the first and second place.
That's just amazing coming in from Tactical Esports. But if you talk about number 3, we have Godlike Esports. But look at the number there. Matches played. They only played 1 game, and in that 1 game, they managed to get 24 points. That shows Godlike, they still have 1 more game. If they play that, they can, top the table, it seems. Number 4, we got our Esports. They only played 1 game as well, but they managed to get 20 total points. So all these teams in the first page, they played so well. They are consistent.
They most certainly are. I mean, all of these teams over here, once again, showing that consistency is key. If you do manage to score a fair amount of points in every single game, you will see yourself qualifying for the grand finals. But if you perform really well in 1 game, get a chicken dinner, and then proceed to have sloppy seconds or thirds in the next few games, then you're going to be in a world of trouble because, well, once again, you don't do really well if you just have 1 good performance and 2, 3 not so good ones. Well, on the other side of the table where nobody wants to be, we've got Skylights Gaming, EXO, Reckoning, August 5, Only Glitch, Team X Spark as well, and a lot of big names being over here. But it doesn't mean that it is the end of the road for them. You know, it's just the first day. We still got lots and lots of matches to be played, so there is still hope for these teams yet. In fact, whichever team is keeping their eyes and ears open right now, if they're seeing what's been going on around the map and they've been taking notes, I do believe in the days to come we could be seeing some new teams headed towards that top spot, and maybe Tactical Esports can't hold on to their throne for much long if these teams, they do start taking notes. And well, this is the bottom 8 over here. These are only 2 matches being played so far. TSM racking up only a total of 2 points. Hyderabad Hydras with 2 as well. Seoul sitting at 1. Chicken Rusher, Supari Gang and 247 as well with 0 points to their name. And man, oh man, if you're a fan of these teams, don't be disheartened just yet, because to the left of me is the beacon of hope himself, and like he's always said, you know, it is a marathon, it is not a sprint.
Well, they have to be careful. They have to have hope if they want to qualify. And, imagine if it was the 4th day, the last overall points table, this last slide that we have just seen, they would be out.
Oh,
so
yeah.
your only goal right now is simple. Take a deep breath, relax, make sure you're not in the last points table. You're not in the last slide, maybe.
Absolutely. I mean, and the only way to do that is actually to just calm down a little bit, right? Like you mentioned, take a deep breath, assess the situation around you, and then come up with a new strategy. Because a couple of times, you might have some really good strats, but hey, if the flight path doesn't favor you, if the circle ends up being a little wonky and a little weird, which it was in Myanmar, well, you could be in a world of trouble. So it always helps to have those contingency plans in play when things start going south, just having some form of order to work with. But once again, at the end of the day, you have to remember this is just day 1. This is just the beginning of all the action over here. And while we are already seeing a couple of storylines being forged, nothing is set in stone just yet. So your favorite team, they might be at the bottom of the table right now, but give it a couple of days. Who knows? They could be in that first spot as well. You never know with these top tier teams when they're going to wake up, when their switch is going to go on, and when they're going to start playing out of their minds over here. Right now, for all the teams at the bottom, it's just going to be a learning experience, absorbing all that information.
Well, it's not always about a good start. It's always about the good end. And if they can end up well, it's going to be really good for them. But right now, I think it's time for a short little breather. And when we'll come back, these teams are going to fight it out again on the map of Erangel for the glory. And that would be awesome. So let's have a short break. After the break, we'll be back.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है फॉर देम टू लुक अप. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, तो फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें. क्या बात है. श्योर, एकदम श्योर. मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
No, I'm so boy. I ain't no yes man. No. You ain't seen nothing yet. But that's fire. Burn it down, yeah. You ain't seen nothing yet. iQOO. No, I'm so boy. I ain't no yes man. No. You ain't seen nothing yet. But that's fire. Burn it down, yeah. You ain't seen nothing yet. iQOO.
Hello and welcome back to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. And oh boy, are things heating up. Now, as Hope seems to have gone away somewhere, I'm going to be experimenting over here with the God of Mischief himself. That means my name is Angad the Experiment Jehel, and of course with me is Hirakar Thakur, but you know him better as Floki. Floki, man, what a game last game.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, I thought Godlike would take it, but tactical esports just dictating and dominating everything.
I mean, once again, right? We've seen this team for a very, very long time. Erangel is sort of their home ground, but to perform that well on a map like Miramar, these guys have been putting in the ass off stream. I have to tell you.
And to make sure that you have all 4 members alive till the end, they made sure that the numerical advantage was in their favor. But just to remind you now, it is going to be Group A going to go up against Group C. So we've got Reckoning Esports, Old Hood, OR Esports, Only Glitch, Chicken Rushers, the Supari Gang, X Lions, and of course Celsius Esports. They're going to go up against Godlike Esports, Skylights Gaming, Ogless 5, TSM, not a good start to the day, 247 Gaming, Team EXO, Revenant Esports, and CO RIP Miso.
Absolutely. I mean, some of these teams and groups not having the best of starts, so we except for maybe Godlike and Skylights Gaming, sort of struggling to get off, on a strong foot here. But it's like I've always said, this is just the beginning. This is the first day, and if you're going to peak at any point, you kind of want to peak towards the end of the semifinals. Carry that same momentum forward for the grand finals. That is when your players start feeling confident. And if you start off on a strong foot on the grand finals, you might just see it through until the very end.
Well, I mean, again, I've said this before. I'll say it again. You better be taking notes when this guy is talking because he has some yarn out there for all of you watching. But again, we are going to be moving things forward. Now, all the teams that are going to be battling it out on the battlegrounds down below. And once again, we're going to go back to the green, luscious plains of Erangel. Question is, can Tactical get the treble?
Oh boy. I mean, if they did, they'd be setting new records, right? Because they've got 45 points in 2 games. I don't think I've ever seen anyone do that in a 6-mapper just that quickly. I mean, it's just not... It's unheard of. 2 maps in a row. They win both of them. They get 45 points to work with. Even if they lost the next 2, they'd still be in contention for top 4.
Well, I'm pretty sure they aren't going to try and lose the next 2 at all.
Yeah.
But they might want to, up the aggression just a little bit. But again, when you are playing tactically, when you are making sure you read the zone, and again, the migrations were on point, staying at the periphery towards the first few circles, and then coming in and doing what they do best at the end. Again, their zone control is something that kind of fascinates me. Even in the last game, although they did lose a few members to Evo, boy, oh boy, they managed to keep all 4 members alive. And, well, it looks like if they do that in this game as well, they just might get that treble.
Absolutely. And Tactical Esports, if you've been paying attention for the last 2 games, it's not been like that the ball has always been in their court, right? They have had to make those long rotations coming in. They have to be smart about the way they're moving inside the zone. And every single time you see them come in, it's always them sneaking their way and taking only the necessary fights over here to try and make sure they've got that position for that first place finish. Both the games.
If you do want to make it to the end, you got to make sure you pick and choose your battles. And that is what Tactical are doing. And let me tell you one thing. Whoever came up with that name, just brilliant. Chef's kiss over there because, again, they are living up to their names. They are living up to all the hype. And, well, we did see a few demigods running around in the last game as well. Godlike Esports, boy, oh boy. I mean, I do believe they got 24 points. Even though they did not get the chicken dinner, they were at the tippity top. And all thanks to those amazing finishes.
Absolutely. I mean, they put their fists up in the air and they didn't stop swinging until the very end. Even though Neo and Godlike, they knew they were not in a very good position. Z-God and him, they were like, you know what, screw it. We're going to try anyway. We've got the 1 knock, now or never. He gets triple peaked, can't do much about that. But hey, at the end of the day, maybe out of those 10 risks that you take, one of them works out.
So the thing is, Neo was still on that little high ground. He has that little eagle's nest, and the only thing was there was that little fence, just a little bit of space in between. I mean, you couldn't really get your shots in. I wonder what if and coulda, woulda, shoulda, what would have happened if both of them flanked the enemy at the same time, set up a bit of a crossfire? Oh boy, things could have gone in a completely different direction. But again, that is the essence of this game. Anything can happen.
And perhaps this is where having your IGL in those sorts of situations towards the end game allows you to, just think about these sorts of situations a bit more and come up with the strats like you just mentioned.
All these teams, they come up with all these strats, they entertain us, and you know what? We're going to give something back to you. Now, what's going to pop up on your screens are the iQOO 7 Legend giveaway winners, and well, the first one is Aravind __111. Congratulations, and well, he now has a monster inside. Question is he going to unleash it?
Well, Arvind, I'm quite sure with the device in your hand soon enough, if you end up playing really well, we might see you on this stage battling it out for the prize pool over here maybe next time around. So we're going to be keeping an eye out for you and make sure you're able to get that phone in your hand and perform to the highest levels, and hopefully we'll see you at the top one day.
Now, I'll be honest with you, Arvind, congratulations, but I am a little bit jealous. But again, make the best use of it, and once again, congratulations. Now, before that, I do believe it is time to finally get in the game. I'm sure right about now, all the teams are going to be running around on the spawn island, either trying to intimidate one another or just, getting into their Zen mode. But before we do that, of course, we are going to head over the map ourselves before, like I said, it's spilled with all the blood. And you know what, let's do one thing. Let's talk about something else. Like, again, thank you all for watching. And, over here at iQOO BGIS, we like giving back as well. And looks like we just have another giveaway in store for all our lucky viewers.
Yeah, we most certainly might. So make sure you check the link down in the description. Make sure you sign up for those, fill out all the requirements, and sign up and be ready for that next iQOO 7 Legend giveaway. Because, well, if you get that monster in your hands, I know for a fact that if you've got it within you, we're going to be seeing you here very, very soon. And we're going to be talking about you on screen as well, about your performance, just like we're talking about tactical esports right now, which brings me back to my original point. 3 chicken dinners in a row. If it does happen, I mean, I am going to perform an exorcism tonight because something unholy has been happening in the Tactical Esports Bootcamp. They have sacrificed a goat to Baphomet.
Well, some biblical references over here, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, we are going to have a look at the prison somewhere, you don't really want to end up, but it's a game, so might as well go there because it does have some delicious loot. Now, I want to see some action break out over here in West Georgie, Floki, because we do see some big dogs drop down over here. Unfortunately, there seems to be a little bit of a trend going on.
Oh, yeah.
No one wants to pick a fight at the beginning, which, of course, we get it. And, well, let's see if that's going to be different this time.
Absolutely. Well, the circle, it makes sure that every single time you go into the server, it will force you to take up a couple of fights. But on the map of Wrangle, chances are, as long as the circle doesn't hard shift towards any particular side of the map, those fights might not happen at all. Now, Miramar, what happened last time around was a bit of an oddity. You don't see those early engagements happening in Miramar. And I did mention that given the fact that the circle doesn't cut through Los Leones, we're going to see a lot of teams from the south trying to make their way up towards north. And the second and third circle is where we could be seeing that action breaking out. Does it happen on a Wrangle, though? That's the question.
Well, we are going to find out, but for now, we're just going to have a look at Nova Rupnoy again. No action seen here thus far. Now, in about 5 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be flying high above the plains of Wrangle as the Big Bird is going to take to the skies once more. But the question is, where are we flying to? And, well, if you know your map, you know we are on a northwestern trajectory.
Absolutely. We're going to be starting right on top of Nova Rupnoy, making our way all the way towards the center of shooting range in Severny. As you can see on your screens right now, that is where the plane is headed. And man, it opens up some wonderful possibilities. Not for the teams who would like to drop into Promos though. They're going to be having a slightly harder time making their way over there, but they could potentially drop into some of those mini clusters of houses on the way from Pochinki to Ferripi and Promos, get themselves a vehicle, get themselves some loot to work with, and then make their way over there. Of course, it's going to be a slightly longer, slightly more arduous approach. But if you do want to drop into Primorsk, if that is where you want to go, well, that's what you have to work with. Speaking of Primorsk and the Sosnovka military base and the southern part of the map in general, it seems that we might have, some contestation happening at the Sosnovka military base.
Now, interestingly, I did kind of expect as soon as Lions jumped out, I thought maybe they're going to be heading over to the base itself. But looks like they are going to be anticipating maybe a southern shift in the circle, and they are going to be gearing up in their position early on. Now, I want to see some action happening in Pochinki. It's been a ghost town thus far, but again, all of this speculation is going to be put aside, in fact, thrown out the window once the first circle forms. But the question is, where are we going to be fighting? And well, there you have your answer. It is going to be a bit to the southeast, and with the majority of the chunk in the main island, the teams are going to be happy, but I'm pretty sure X-Lions are going to be moving up north sooner rather than later.
Absolutely. Well, we see a lot of teams in Sosnovka military base right now. There is Team Revenant T-Sports, you've also got August 5 and X-Lions over there, so expect to see some sort of early shots being exchanged over here. Wouldn't necessarily see full-blown out fights, but we could potentially see a couple of teams maybe finding a peck here and there. Now, this is the most interesting possible circle you could have had. The only disappointing thing that can happen right now is the hard shift up towards north and maybe all the way towards Rozhok, but even then, those Rozhok finishes have been entertaining so far.
Oh, baby, this is exciting because although we have a bike with a sidecar, 2 members are from one team, while 247 Gaming has snuck in as well, as looks like he's going to be jumping out because he doesn't want to be taken with the enemy and, well, shot in the face sooner or later. But again, something exciting. There you have it. They know where the enemy is. Rahul did jump out, but now his position has gone away. He better be hitting the deck. He better be quiet. He better be silent because now DSM, they are coming in. Now they're going to get some visual confirmation. Shots could be fired. He does hit the deck. However, I think his position might have just been given away. But wait, Rahul did something brilliant. He got in that bush in the nick of time, and TSM for now, unless they go to the position is given away, he should have stayed in that bush.
Absolutely. Literally only one of the players has a weapon right now, and they were like, you know what, screw it, let's go in for the finish. Just 1 point right away. TSM, once again, this is very, very important for their confidence because the last 2 games haven't been good for them. So if they start off on a high note like this, it's only going to go up from here. But they need to calm down for now, reassess the situation because two of the players are without loot. So get yourself to some city and just start looting up over here because soon enough the circle's going to start closing in and you don't want to be the team that is looting when that second zone starts coming in.
Well, before you go in and start looting, I like what they're doing. Just going atop Everest over here, making sure that well, all of them are going to be up top. I mean, you gotta take the sights in.
Yeah.
You gotta make sure before all the finishing happens, you gotta just take it all in and appreciate the beauty of a map that Erangel is, and it looks like that's what they're doing. And of course, boy, they can run, and well, as the bike swings past, is it gonna topple over?
Oh!
Yes,
well,
it does.
It does, and they get out in time. But what is happening over here in the meantime? Team Hogless 5 looks like Bomber is going to be in a world of trouble over here as Glitch has spotted him out with the 6x scope. And now Bomber might not be long for this world. Separate from his team, naked, afraid and alone, will be cleaned up. Levy9 gets a credit for that finish. And OG as well, Lonely Glitch, getting off to a decent start over here. Once again, a team that hasn't really done that well and could potentially use that slight boost of confidence that comes from these early picks.
I mean, it's as simple as this, Floki. Now, the challenge is getting a bit harder, and of course, the stage is becoming a bit more grander. So, of course, they got to give it their best, and that is what they are doing. They made it.
Oh, yeah.
Let me just say one thing. They've made it to the semifinals. They have won our hearts, and now, well, it's time to showcase what they are made of. And a team that is showcasing what they're made of are on your screens. Now, Godlike, again, almost running away with the chicken dinner, but they had, they went up against a tactical team, and that tactical team did prevail in the end. But what a game from Clutch God.
Absolutely. Clutch God and Neo, both of these players really played out of their minds in the last game. But can they put up a repeat performance over here? They don't have anyone contesting them in Yasna or Pollyanna, so they do get their pick of loot. They do get themselves a tippity top in terms of gear and weaponry as well. So they should be doing just fine. But once again, you have to remember the circle, it hates everyone equally. So when it shifts, it might just be that Godlike are not in the best of positions.
It could be possible. And, another thing, as we did have a look at this map that came up on our screens earlier, teams have done their homework. Now, we all know that a team known as Team Xbox, they love dropping down in Water City and at the ruins. But the thing is, they aren't playing this game. So instead, it is going to be the Chicken Rushers who are, well, rushing around the places I just mentioned. But again, let's just put the spotlight on OR Esports. 87 points in the quarterfinals, one chicken dinner, and a decent balance between finishes and position points. This team has it all. But again, although they were so close to tasting that chicken dinner today in Game 1, Game 2 wasn't such an extraordinary affair for them.
Yeah.
So, they are going to try and change things around. As for now, they do have the apartments next to the school all for themselves, and looks like all the looting is done and they are going to be heading up north. Now the question is, where is the circle going to go next? Because for now, teams are going to be a little comfortable, but have a look at down south.
Oh yeah.
The X-Lines have moved finally into the military base, but they are still staying away from that bridge.
Absolutely. I mean, good decision making by them. They don't really have any reason to go out just yet. It will be a little bit problematic if the circle does end up shifting towards the east a bit more, because then they won't have the bridge that leads towards Fairy Pier to rotate out of. But once again, it is a risk and reward thing. At the end of the day, if you don't take risks, well, you're just going to stay there stuck forever, just making a series of bad decisions. So sometimes it might just be worth it to go for these sorts of risky plays. In the meantime, Skylights Gaming, we talked about how there's no one in Pachinki. Good for them. They're going to have access to all the loot in the world, and they were even going to get their pick of vehicles over here. I do imagine there should be one for everyone soon enough, as they do start going out on a bit of an adventure. In fact, if they want, they could even potentially leave one member behind while someone else does a little bit of scouting up ahead.
Speaking of an adventure, looks like a few teams are already on the move, and I wonder if Revenant Esports noticed something on the left of their vehicles, because if you have a look, it does seem like only Glitch, they are going to get those double warehouses by the beach, and Revenant, well, they are going to be heading in the opposite direction. For now, only one team still braving the blue, and that team is TSM, but looks like shots are going to be fired elsewhere. We might just switch the attention to the north, as it seems like, Reckoning Gaming are opening up on a team, but the question is, who are they firing at?
Well, we are not really finding out just yet. In the meantime, it does seem that Revenant Esports, well, they might have their hands full, because I do see a couple of teams surrounding them in the meantime. I think only Glitch is right next to where they are, and I do believe EXO is also on the other side, so wherever they go, they're going to be in a world of trouble. And right now, they're just walking the edge. On one side there's fire, on the other side there's a valley.
Now, I'm pretty sure, I love that little phrase over there, but I'm pretty sure we are going to be switching things up to the north because two teams seem to be driving past one another, and now, well, again, we have access to a little bit of a mini-map, a separate screen, so we see everything breaking out in front of us. But for now, we're going to join Team XO. Question is, are they going to be fierce? Are they going to be brutal? Are they going to test the immortalities of their opponents and say, feeling lucky? Punk? We're going to find out soon enough as well. Speaking of the Punk himself, atop his roof over here, trying to spot the enemies in the distance and, seeing their accuracy, Floki. If they let loose with those M4s at that range, oh boy, with that laser-guided precision accuracy, they can take down a lot of teams.
Boy, they most certainly can. In fact, XO's positioning is so good over there, right? Because if you did observe the map a little bit prior, as it will come up on your screens in just a bit as well, the southern side is nothing to be worried about, and towards east as well, they have this sense of security knowing that it is very, very unlikely that a team decides to hold mill to power. It is not the best place to hold over here. So look at the map right now, look at where they're placed. Right now, the only place they need to worry about is the left flank and the front.
Looks like Godlike are going to be happy because the zone should shift right on them. There you have it, and they have an airdrop nearby as well. But now, Revenant Esports, oh buddy, they could be in trouble because at one end, as you mentioned, we've got only Glitch. On the other, we have Team XO, and sooner or later, it is possible that the four Lions just might join them from the south as well. But for now, Godlike Esports trying to get in a good position. They do have good loot, but again, they want to make sure they are in the center because I've said this before, I'll say this again, they thrive under pressure, they thrive in all that chaos around them.
Absolutely, Godlike Esports, they are the harbingers of chaos over here. So if they are put into a situation where they're in the middle of so many teams, well, they're going to be very, very happy. And I see you are also very happy, XP.
I mean, I am happy, but I'm also disappointed because nobody picked out that drop. You would have got a Mark 14, you would have got a suppressor, you would have got all that level 3 goodies. But the best thing is, you would have got a ghillie suit. And well, sooner or later, we know all these teams are going to be hitting the deck. But for now, shots are going to be fired as Godlike are going to open up on Punk. And well, Punk is no longer the fiddler on the roof, as he is going to be forced to move down.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see if that Punk is can be able to go forward and maybe just grab a couple of left jabs and see if he can try and knock out the members from Godlike, but doesn't seem to be happening for now. Godlike instead on the aggressive themselves over here. I like the decision making coming in from them because if you look at their position on the minimap, well, they had a lot of teams closing in towards their area. So right now they kind of need to spread themselves out and get more room to work with.
Sparrow said in game 1 that everybody seems to be doing the same thing because it looks like the bridge, especially that gas station north of the bridge, is where the party is at. But for now, it is going to be Reckoning Esports in a compound by the farm who might just take on a couple of teams. And well, let's see if the Sabari gang are going to be up to the task because Mr. Sparrow over here, again, like Sparrow mentioned, not the IGL anymore. However, boy, once he lets loose with his bullets, he does a lot of damage.
I mean, why do you even need someone like Spray to do IGL when he's so good with his gunplay? Every single time this man is on the screen and Reckoning is winning, he's probably the guy driving it around. He's the guy being the one going forward and getting all those picks for his team and creating trouble.
Now, the only thing is, have a look at your map up there, Floki. Now, although Reckoning Esports, they do have one building, hold that thought because the chicken rushers are going to be opening up on their opponents, and 247 Gaming come under fire as Mega Arceus is going to be taken down. Well, he's not just taken down, he is going to be put in the ground. But for now, again, coming back to Reckoning, they are in one building, and what TSG are doing is they have that 2-2 split, right? However, they don't have to move. They still are in the center of the circle. Reckoning Esports are going to have to worry if another team decides to push up on their position. And talking about moving, Skylights Gaming, they say Mental Yam down there. Mental Yam could be in trouble and looks like they are going to chase him down.
Absolutely. Well, Yam might not be long for this world over here because Skylights Gaming, I think they... Okay, so they're not going to chase him instead. Interesting. So they are prioritizing the zone. I like this coming in from them actually, because if you look where they are near that potato hill, and getting that vantage point could be big.
And we were talking about the circle. We know all the action is taking place just north of the bridge, and you know what? Chances are the next circle could form just around there as well. Milter could still be in play. The gas station and the eastern, compounds of the farm could still be in the circle. But for now, all the teams are going to be migrating, and when you are migrating, well, you want to get out of that vehicle? He does in the nick of time. Lucky for him, he is not going to be blown to bits, but now he gets some much needed cover.
Yeah, smart play coming out by Yam, blowing up the vehicle himself over there, making sure that he's got that counter to work with instantaneously. But towards his back, I see another team that is on the prowl over here. And I don't think all that grass is going to save him. Good awareness by him dropping that smoke, making sure his flank is secure. But at the same time, it will also alert the enemy team to his position. In fact, 247 Gaming, they might not be long for this world. That's why Killer's also been joined on the party over here, rattling off shots with that Scud. Does he find a knock? No, he does not. Both rounds from 247 still alive for the time being. In fact, Pooja's now going to get the driver's seat. Yeah, bombing and weaving left and right, trying to make his way back towards that buggy. I think he will live. I think he should be okay. And now Killer, having revealed his hand, needs to get the hell out.
You know, Killer is going to be kicking himself in the back of his head right now because he should have probably got a couple of knocks over there, but unfortunately, you know, all the adrenaline coursing through your veins is going to be problematic. Ladies and gentlemen, have a look at the massive migration taking place. Again, we could see some Mad Max Fury action. We could see some Carmageddon. We could see some vehicles go boom. And, well, take a few corpses with them. But for now, it's going to be the bullets that do all the talking, as Notorious is going to bring down Shadow. And, well, Shadow is already out of this game, which means TSM, once again, not off the start that they are known for. But now, Godlike, on the other hand, are going to make sure they get a little bit of compound for themselves, as again, they are anticipating a lot of teams hitting their position. But again, they've got to make it because being in the track is problematic here.
Oh yeah. I mean, they most certainly are in a bit of an awkward position with all of these teams surrounding them. They kind of need to focus one area and push through while making sure the back is covered against the wall while they're going up for those moves. Sensei, in the meantime, not sure what his plan is. He's moving around the coop for the time being. I think he's trying to make sure it is out of vision so they're not able to blow it up, and he still has the option to retreat out if need be. But in the meantime, Fierce playing the eyes for his team, doesn't really see anything just yet. And as soon as he does, I believe EXO are going to have a decision to make, because given their position, it is looking very, very similar to Miramar. They need to make moves. They can't stay static over here because either the players and teams are going to come and screw them over, or the zone will.
You know, speaking of 247 Gaming, wait a second, I just might hold
What?
my thought. Jonathan,
Oh,
my
Jonathan!
good, showing amazing trigger discipline. He wants to make sure the moment he lets loose that machine gun, well, the enemy goes down. Again, you know, he was anticipating this, because if Punk took a little bit of damage, he would have probably just, you know, gone behind cover, and, well, Jonathan would have given away his position. Mind you, there you go, he does let loose now because the enemies are even closer than expected. And again, Jonathan, with behind all that smoke, concealing his placement, concealing his position, was doing the smart thing. But on the other hand, ladies and gentlemen, we have a Mosin Nagant in play, as only Gish's Bloodslayer just popped someone's head clean off their shoulders.
Absolutely. Can he convert that knock into a finish? So that is the question. I believe it was Revenant Esports on the receiving end of it. But in the meantime, we're still going to focus on what Godlike and X are up to. A fight could be breaking out at any moment. You don't want to be missing out on this. Neo still hidden in the tall grass. They were aware of Exo's positioning earlier, but now they have to reevaluate and reassess. In fact, they spot out Sensei over here, and Sensei might not be long for this world. The blue zone closing in is going to create some trouble, but as long as he's got some healing to work with, he will be fine.
Lucky for Sensei, A, he has a vehicle, B, he has teammates in the form of Punk in a position, but there you have it, the circle is going to shift further up towards the north and to the west, which means, well, for Team EXO, they are going to have to on the move sooner rather than later.
Oh yeah.
On the other hand, have a look at the circle itself. TSM in the center, CR in the center, OR dangerously close by, and, well, we are going to expect some action coming in on the eastern front, because TSG, oh boy, I do not want to be in their position.
Absolutely, the eastern front is where all the action is, because all is quiet on the western one. We do see Skylights Gaming occupying that position if you were paying attention to the map, like I said earlier. And once again, they're in a very, very solid position to take out this game. But in the meantime, we will be focusing on TSM, who might be locking horns with the side of OR. OR looking to take the fight to them. Aquanox, once again, playing eyes for his team, making sure that there's no flank action going around.
But on the other hand, again, multiple fights are going to be breaking out all over Erangel, because Old Hood Esports just came under fire, as of course we are going to join Blaze. Well, we're going to forget that for now, because Revenants are moving in. The revive has come in, and now Top Dog and Austin, they do have their grenades in their hands. They have cooked them. They are going to throw them. Are they going to end up in knocks? Yes, it is, because the Sultan of Swing has just gone down, and, well, that could be problematic. But wait a second.
Wait, what?
Wait a second. Austin Bot X gets shot from behind, and it's going to be only Glitch who are going to glitch the Matrix right now, and, well, it's going to force them on the back foot. And for now, looks like Old Hood Esports, boy, they have a little bit of respite.
Absolutely. I mean, Revenant Esports, this was a bit of a shocker for them. They thought they had the upper hand in this situation, but guess what? There are players watching their position right now with a keen eye, waiting for them to make any sort of misstep, and now Top Dog is going to have to be careful with where he steps. Right now, that nade is going to go in, doesn't really connect, but with the Wally on the other end, things could look good. Maybe he could just force them to stay inside there and not move out just yet. Has got that energy drink for now, so I think it is the time for the assault to come in as he will go forward and try and finish off the members on the side of OH. Is he going to be able to pick them off over here? Old Hood could be in a world of trouble. Look at the backup coming in from Encore and Paradox as well. Encore, well, this might just be the time to go because they hear the engine vrooming, and now it looks like Revenant are going to activate their own engines as Austin Bot himself too is around the corner.
Again, they want to make sure they move in tandem here, Floki, because, well, 2 going up against 4 could be problematic, but now their members are going to be taken down. Austin with a grenade, he's going to throw it, but it's going to be Top Dog up top, who is going to be laying down some lead, and, well, the enemy was almost taken out, but that grenade is a bit too close for comfort. He realizes just that, and, well, moves out of it in the nick of time. Now he moves in. Oh, my goodness.
wait, what?
Sultan was trying to heal himself up. Unfortunately, his position was given away, and now Austin Bodek moves to the next floor, and, well, he is going to be dishing out down. There's only one man standing for the team. In fact, it is going to be a 1-on-2 situation because Paradox is still yet to come towards his teammates, which means Crazy could be going down, but he's got to patch himself up. Meanwhile, on the other hand, we do have Godlike. They are out in the open. Smokes are going to be deployed, and they are going up against Cole, Rip, Mizo. Is it going to be another early exit for Rip, Mizo, or are the Titans going to fall?
Well, we'll see who they're going to be supplying coffins for. There is a rip in their name, but is that rip for them or the enemy team? It seems that it might just be for them, but Flick White being taken out real quick over here. Clutch God in the meantime once again on the aggression. This man has done so much work for his team. He doesn't mind rolling down around in the mud, getting scrappy and throwing fists up in the air. He might be bloody, but he will break the enemy's nose too. And in the meantime, Z-God gonna be the smarter player here, gonna be the opportunist on the flank, trying to make sure he can't catch the members from Korip Mizo slipping. Versex is gonna have to be a little bit careful about his positioning because Neo, as well as Z-God, might have a very good line of sight towards him. Neo, in fact, is gonna eat that thing, but it might just be well worth it. He might find one and turn, and Z-God will finally be activated as he finds a pick over here. In the meantime, Skrills is also going to find a pick elsewhere on the map, but Rip needs to have to be a little bit careful. Jacob Boy could be down. Over here, he's still crawling. He's trying to heal himself back up. Can he live? The knee tripped up. It's right at his feet. Oh, he will stay alive, but does not connect. He's still hidden behind the rock now. He's healed up, but Clutch God with the M249 saw will put him 6 feet under. Rip to Korip Mizo.
Well, the shrapnel will get him, but the bullets definitely did. Now elsewhere, Reckoning Esports in a world of trouble. They are right in the enemy's face. His Fierce is going to be fiercely defending his position, but now, lo and behold, he's been taken down because Abrar is going to be coming in for the side. Mr. Spray, oh boy, he has the BFG. He has the big bad gun. He has 150 rounds to work with, but for now, he is going to be cooking that grenade. Looks like he is going to be sipping some energy drinks instead. Again, that would have been the perfect time to chuck that grenade. Had it gone in the shack, Floki, that would have all been all she wrote, but now Bot Slayer is going to be taken down. You got to be careful. The Tesla could be taken out, and you are a bit too close for comfort. Now Fierce making sure they deploy smoke because again they got to get out. But if that grenade comes in, well, that is going to be bye-bye for them. Unfortunately, it's on the wrong side of the wall.
Absolutely, the shack is not the position you're going to be holding on to, but in fact, Fierce will get knocked down by a grenade elsewhere on the map, and in fact, they will be finished off. Who is responsible for it? What the hell? How the hell did he shoot him through the smoke? What the hell was that coming in from Reckoning?
It's a free-for-all right now, Floki, because everyone is going to be susceptible as Team EXO are going to be taken out in the 14th position with 3 finishes, but now OG are moving in. That is a good grenade. That is a terrible grenade. Blaze might just be in the blast radius. In fact, 69 is going to take some damage as well. The grenades go boom. Unfortunately, they do move away. Now they have it. 69 finally taken out by Jonathan, and now expect them to get up. Expect them to lay some lead because they are going to be fired from everywhere, but it's going to be only Glitch that are going to bite the dust. And once again, the bullets are flying, the bodies are dropping, and teams are toppling over like dominoes.
Absolutely, Godlike Esports, they are here to have a brawl over here, and whoever comes in their way will be knocked out. That's what LL Cool J told them, and boy oh boy do they feel like listening to their mama right now. We'll see if they can move forward and take out these picks, but Reckoning Esports in the meantime, all huddling up around the shack. If they get spotted out by Godlike, they are going to be the next target, but once again, TSM also coming in from the flank towards Reckoning Esports. Those nades are forcing Ninja John out of there. That buggy is going to be blown up. He has no way out of this one, and he might just have to pull out his weapon and fight. He's got the M4 in his hands with the smokes, providing Reckoning with some semblance of cover. In fact, it's going to be Ninja John himself deploying those and healing himself back up.
Ninja, oh my goodness, finally it takes 4, it takes 5 grenades to bring the Ninja down himself, but now this is when Reckoning, they need to make a move, because if they give TSM enough chance, well, they might just fight them in the back later, but now looks like Akonex's position was given away thanks to that vehicle. Elsewhere, Clutch God comes down, Z-God comes down, and it's going to be the sharpshooter from Chicken Rush's Sniper doing all that damage, as Mr. Spray, of course, is going to need some much-needed pills, and well, his boost is going to be up to a high. Skylights Gaming over here taking the fight against OR, and of course, there is going to be no man's land, that one winding road right between them. But OR has to be careful here, Floki,
Oh,
because
yeah.
yes, they do have some smoke of cover, but behind them we have August 5. Well, talking of August 5, Wexy just took him down, which means they are aware to the danger. They are in between a rock and a hard place, and they want to make sure they are not sandwiched. If that goes in, it could be
Oh, it
devastating.
does!
Unfortunately, a bit too short.
Yeah, but it does. It seems like Puka still took a little bit of damage towards him. Now, Aditya has to be careful. He is wandering out of the smoke over here, exposing himself on the long road where TSM have a strong line of sight. If he crosses forward over here, this could be troublesome, but TSM aren't peeking, so Wexy gets away with that Molotov. They might just be forced out of that position. Look at the awareness coming in from this man. He knows that the shack backside has been mollied off completely, so he will rattle off a couple of shots. Unfortunately, none of them connect, but once again, his awareness really, really on point. Perception on the max over here as he's trying to find out where the enemies are going to be.
Have a look at OR. They are making sure they smoke their position before moving, because Sniper is still going to be relentless as Z-God is going to be taken down. But now it's going to be the big dogs, TSM, going up against Reckoning. And well, Neo wants to party as well, as he does spot some commotion in the smoke. D-Sync has to be careful because a little bit of movement could give his position away. In fact, if he pops out on the right of that vehicle, well, he is going to be known for all the world to see. But now, on-call from behind could be problematic.
what?
It looks like D-Sync. Oh boy, he is in sync with all the environment because he just took out a member from Godlike, and now, although Jonathan is trying to pick his teammate up, he is under fire.
Oh yeah, I mean, another one bites the dust here for the side of Godlike Esports. Unfortunately, it is going to be one of their own members going down. They have 8 finishes to their name, but they're still going to need some placement points to make them work. In fact, it does seem that another team will be taken out over here. TSM, they are also holed up inside the shack. There you go, the Sapari gang have been eliminated by the side of August 5. And right now, the Chicken Rushers once again in prime position. Watch this one out! Look at Maxi finding that perfect angle behind the tree. Cleans up the side of Godlike, sends them home, packing at 8th place. And Maxi, he's still got some work to do over here. He might be the only man standing, but boy, he's a John Rambo.
Godlike out on the 8th with 8, as now CR are going to go up against OL. Now you got to keep in mind, the Chicken Rushers, they've held this compound for quite some time, and now the August 5, well, are they going to be the Magnificent 7? Because they are trying to move in, they are trying to take that position away from them. But let me tell you one thing, CR are looking good. They have pretty much wiped out the Goliaths in the form of Godlike, and well, let's see if August 5 are going to be a problem for them, because looks like another team is going to come in from behind. Oh, Gamla boy, that's a bit too close for comfort. Lucky for you, you are not going to be in the blast radius that much. Now, we only have 2 of the Lions still left alive, Floki. That means, is their roar going to be heard along the plains of Erangel? We are going to have to wait and find out, because the first obstacle are the boys from Skylights Gaming.
Absolutely, Skylights Gaming could be in a world of trouble over here. They've got a couple of smokes to help them out, but soon enough they will dissipate, and then they will be forced to take those fights. No solid cover available for them whatsoever.
Oh, how the tables turn. Now, have a look at this beautiful bird's eye. You saw TSM's position on the left of your screens. That is where the circle have shifted. In fact, they are dead smack center in the circle, so sooner or later, that shack is going to become the shack of death, as it is going to be littered with corpses all around. But for now, Samurai and Madhav in a good position. As soon as the enemies in the distance move, well, they could rack up those finishes.
They most certainly could. X-Lions are once again in a very good spot over here. Even though they've only got 2 members, they are slowly but surely racking up those placement points. If they survive a little bit longer, they could be going home with some more. In fact, they hear some commotion out in the distance. Who it is? It is the side of August 5. Trying to spot the members from Skylights. One of their vehicles will be blown up. That is the rotation option taken out. But where one vehicle blows, or rather one door closes, another one opens, that vehicle can now be used as cover. But Kamla boy could be in a world of trouble. No mollies coming in from Samurai. He spotted them out. Can he take them up over here? Somrat still surviving. In fact, that buggy trying to go for a drive-by. Samurai will still try to live, but will be knocked down on his feet by the place owner, or rather from someone else coming in. I believe it was Somrat on the side of Skylights Gaming, but in the meantime, TSM, they capitalize upon the opportunity that X-Lions create, and they will snag up all those finishes for themselves. The Hyenas are here.
Well, the Hyenas are here, and the Lions are going to be brought down to a single Lion, and well, for now, it's going to be Zigsaw. He is zigzagging his way. He ducks under the fire. That was brilliant, and now his teammate is going to back him up as they are taking the fight to Chicken Rushers. Now, Chicken Rushers Vampire, he needs to find some shade, which is exactly what he does as he moves inside the building. Now, again, keep in mind, 2-split. Brilliant timing over here. He heard the footsteps. He jumped. He shot, and down went Sniper.
Absolutely, August 5 as well on the receiving end of the aggression. They're not sure what to do.
Oh
They're
my
surrounded on
goodness.
every single side. side by the members of Chicken Rushers. The Chicken Rushers just closing in over here, wrapping around them like an anaconda. And now it seems that they might just be going forward. They're done for. They've been eliminated. Orgless 5 out in 4th place once again, and then there were 3. Chicken Rushers, TSM, and X-Lions. Or rather, should I say X-Lion.
X-Lion, lovely job over there, Floki, but this could be devastating. Unfortunately, Marvin took that grenade a bit too much, but he does spot the enemy in the distance, and well, iQOO hits the deck in the nick of time, but it's going to be his teammate Blaze, who is going to blaze a few bullets of his own, and well, now there were 2. It is going to be a 2-man TSM going up against 3-man Chicken Rushers. Now, Chicken Rushers, they do have to rush into the circle. However, they have the smokes, they have a little drop as a present nearby. Although TSM does have the shack, a few well-placed grenades could spell trouble. But there you have it, iQOO getting a little bird's eye view. Again, this is where the experience comes in.
Absolutely, the smokes are even going to provide him with a little bit of cover to work with. Look at the smoke going all the way up high. He's going to have the line of sight on his opponents, but they might not have that same vision. So he could potentially isolate these fights of Chicken Rushers, get a bit too curious, stick their head out in the open, and see what's there in the supply drop. Now, they are doing so, but look at the wall of smokes coming in. They are protecting themselves too. This could be big. Blaze OP, he will survive. He does not get spotted just yet, so Chicken Rushers still playing a little bit blind. Those mollies, though, they might just force them out into the open. iQOO, now is your time to shine. He spots out one, but he's not firing. Great trigger discipline coming in from the man. Realizing that around the corner, Chicken Rushers could come pouring in. Oh, that thing will look out, Blaze, and now iQOO, he's got just one thing to do over here. It's eliminate all the members of Chicken Rushers. He does get spotted. Now he will jump down. The buggy will be blown up as well. iQOO, this is going to be burning. He will be taken out. Chicken Rushers will claim the chicken dinner.
Well, finally, they rushed their way. They huffed and they puffed and they blew all the opposition away, because there you have the Chicken Rushers do manage to get the first chicken dinner in their kitty. And let me tell you one thing, good fighting coming out at the end, good tactical gameplay as well, and I must say TSM finally waking up a little bit as well towards the end. iQOO with a good position, however he fell just a little bit too short, but congratulations, that chicken must taste delicious.
It most certainly does. I mean, TSM, they could smell the chicken in the air, but they just couldn't grab it. They weren't in the spot to do so. In fact, I believe the highlights are going to be coming up soon enough.
You know, I have just one question. If you missed any of the action, where were you? I mean, this is the semi-finals, but if you did, we got you covered, because as you mentioned, the highlights have come up, and Rahul, you should have stayed in that bush.
Absolutely. I mean, Rahul, unfortunate end for this man. I believe TSM spotted out his feet over there early on. And once again, like I mentioned, you know, they just need a little bit of a pick-me-up, because they've had a first rough few games. First game, they don't get a lot of points. Second game, they get 2 points, and that's about it. And man, when you've had that start, you could be down in the dumps. But they got that one game break when it was B versus C. They were able to talk to each other and get back up on their feet.
This is just ridiculous. Now, Immortal again, like I said, testing the mortalities of his enemies. He did have Lions, you know, roar up on his position, but he held his ground. He hit the deck, and well, under the cover of the big cats, he did bring them down one by one. And well, as you mentioned, the Lions were reduced to just that single lone lion. Of course, if you know anything about Lions, they need to work in a pride. But again, amazing gameplays coming in from Godlike until they were isolated and, well, taken apart one by one. Reckoning Esports as well, they did have a few good positions, but man, Chicken Rushers just got the better of them.
Yeah, most certainly. I mean, Chicken Rushers having that man advantage in that situation, they just pushed it until the very end. Team EXO, once again, just being dealt a rough hand time and time again. It seems that every single time they find themselves in a good spot, all of a sudden the zone shifts and then they're caught between a rock and a hard place. As EXO, I mean, their luck, it might be looking down right now, but hey, if all the bad luck comes to you towards the start, you know what they say, all's well that ends well.
Absolutely, and of course all good things must come to an end as well, just to add to your point over there, Floki. But again, Godlike did have a good game, but they were just overwhelmed rather by the opposition. And the Supari gang, you know, up until the final few circles, they did have that positioning for themselves, but as soon as the circle made a hard shift to the west, well, all their plans went out the window. Now this fight over here, Rexy making
what the hell
sure.
was this knock? What the hell was that?
Again, you see smoke, chances are you are going to shoot at it, and if you get a few hit markers, Floki, well, the enemy's position is given away.
Absolutely. I mean, that shot just completely blew my mind. No way on earth OR should even think that there's a player over there, but he's just like, you know what? Well, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. He just rattles off, he connects, and man, he was all the more happy for it. OR, once again, not having the best of games over here, but not having the worst of them either.
I mean, yeah, they didn't have a lot of finishes, but I do believe just because of that one man, Bexy, they did at least walk away with, 4 to 5 placement points. So that is something that is going to add to their tally. But of course, the aggression is going to come out now. Right over here, Samurai gets, he takes one out, but unfortunately, he loses his katana. And, well, once the Samurai loses that, there's no more incentive to live.
Absolutely, it is a good old seppuku over there by the play zone. But Chicken Rushers, man, look at the way these guys closed in around from every single angle, making sure that there's just nowhere to run. When you are in that spot, you know that you've made a mistake, but the mistake was made a lot earlier, not in that point.
Now, this grenade opened everything up, and they knew, well, it is ours for the taking, and there was only so much Aquinox could do. Now, had there not been any fire, in fact, he could have actually got the better of Notorious, but again, coulda, woulda, shoulda. Ifs and buts. I mean, as a cost, it is easy for us to sit at this spot and speculate and go on talking about what could have happened. But the thing is, we got to tell you what did happen, and what did happen was that the Chicken Rushers, well, they rushed all the way to the end, and they grabbed that delicious chicken dinner. TSM coming dangerously close, though.
Oh yeah, I mean, right now it seems that the side of tactical esports are taking the spotlight, but Chicken Rushers do seem to be the dark horse, right? You've seen them earlier, they've got a couple of chicken dinners, we know what they're all about, we know that they can perform, but sometimes things go well, sometimes they don't. And once again, if this is how their performance continues, but they start peaking towards the end, I've always said that momentum is the most important thing for the players.
Well, we know who won the chicken dinner. Let's see how the teams did, because the point standings are popping up on your screens right now, and at the tippity top with 25 points, 10 of which came via finishes, our team Chicken Rushers in second position. We have TSM with a total of 18. Third, we have Auglist 5 with 15, and of course, the Lions in fourth with 11.
Absolutely. We've also got Reckoning Esports, Skylights, Godlike, and the Supari gang in consecutive fashion over there, so they did get themselves a few points to work with too. But OR Esports, well, they did get themselves 2 finishes and 2 placement points, so at the end of the day, they didn't get the highest number of placement points, but they weren't stuck in 8 to 16 either. So middle of the pack, not too bad given the hand that they were dealt.
Now, of course, for some teams to basically win, others must fall, others must topple, and a few teams did do that. I mean, have a look at CO Rip Meesville. 0 points for them this time around. Not a good game once again. Celsius burning up with just 1 point to their names, and of course, that only game because they finished up in the 8th to the 12th position. But again, we've had a look at how the teams did. Let's see which one man or woman is going to be standing head and shoulders above everyone else, as we have the iQOO MVP coming up on our screens. And well, oh boy, BIG would be happy because it is Notorious from Team Chicken Rushers.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If he could see this moment right now, he too would be proud if he were a BGMI fan, unfortunately. But still, great performance by Notorious. In fact, great performance by all of the members on Chicken Rushers.
Looking at all the drive-bys that we saw on our screen today, I'm pretty sure BIG would be a fan, but let's have a look and see who else is going to be joining Notorious. As of course, we have members from Godlike Neo in the second position, 3 finishes to their name. In fact, from second on to 5th, everyone has 3 finishes. It's the damage that differentiates them.
Absolutely. I mean, once again, we are seeing a sort of a trend over here, right? Every single time we see the first spot, it is always the guy who has the most efficient amount of work done. He's got finishes for damage done, and he's got a lot of work cut out for him to do in the future too. But Neo, once again, 754 damage, 3 finishes. Similar story for Blaze with 620 damage and 3 finishes. In fact, all these players having a lot of damage done, but those finishes just not coming through.
It isn't coming through, and let's have a look at a few more facts and figures. Oh my goodness. Again, with all the warfare coming out in the open fields, of course, a lot of smokes were deployed, because looks like we have 124 grenades used, 7 of which finally put people in the ground.
Absolutely. Well, we did say earlier, at least Puro did, and I remember this particularly, he said that very few grenades used for the map of Erangel in the first one. This time around, they double it up, they double the number of finishes as well. I'm quite sure everyone's going to be walking home happy over here. And guess what? Even the healing done is a little bit above average at 7,933.
Now, of course, we've had a look at all these numbers. Sometimes they can overwhelm you. Let's ease things out. Let's have a look at the finish to damage performance graph, and well, pretty even Steven here, Floki.
Absolutely. You look at Reckoning Esports, they've got 1,200 damage done. OR also have 947. Chicken Rushers with 1,600 to work with. TSG with 1,300. You've got Godlike with 1,600. Everyone's just sort of in the race over here. It's like the first lap of an F1 race. And right now it seems that everyone is doing sort of even. But then you've got Auglist 5 and TSM having those slightly higher finishes compared to the other teams. team. So, once again, having that slight little edge, it's going to play out in the long run.
Well, like you mentioned F1 and you mentioned the first lap, this is pretty much like that because only 3 games are done and each team, like I mentioned, are going to have to play 16 total, and of course the action is going to be spread out over the next 4 days. Well, today is day 1 and we still have 3 more days of action in store for all you lovely viewers. Now, boy oh boy, a few teams again, not really making the cut. You want your favorite teams, you want the big dogs to make it through, but man, these lesser known teams, boy, are they hungry.
Absolutely, and this is what happens, when you're the top dog, you've got the world to lose. Not the underdog, though. When he comes around, when he sees what you're up to, he's going to know all your tricks, and he's going to make sure that you know about that fact when he goes up against you, and that is exactly what Tactical Esports and Chicken Rushers are up to. Every single time I see them on screen, they show me that they've done their homework, and they just need to get a little bit lucky.
I mean, of course, luck is a factor that does come in, but it is obviously pure skills and your mental acuity as well in this game. So the thing is, what we're going to do before any of that is, again, we love the fact that all of you lovely people are watching, and we want to just give back in the spirit of, the fact that you all are here. So let's do one thing. Let's do something special.
All right.
Now, we've had these giveaways over the last few days. What we're going to do now is we're going to up the number. Forget 1, forget 2. We're going to give away something or the other to 25 lucky viewers, and, let's see who it's going to be.
Well, 25 winners, that is a big, big number. Let's start with the first 6 instead, see who those guys are. And well, if you've made it over here, congratulations. Once again, I do want to see what merch you get, so do make sure you tag us when you put it up on your stories on Instagram. But here are the winners over here. You've got Kedar Dongare, I'm sorry if I'm butchering that name. We've got Antik Shetty, we've got Manish Meena, Dikshit Darji, we've got Nimesh and Shubham Chaudhary as well. And you know what, for all my fancy vocabulary, I can't pronounce these names properly.
I took the little easier route over here. I just let him do it because I knew I would have butchered the names. But all right, let me try next time. Now, of course, congratulations to you if you do see your name on the screen. But now, let's bring in some fresh blood. Of course, congratulations go out to Devraj Singh Chauhan, Baneeth Bansal, Kotla Nikhil, Piyush Chauhan. Did our friend do something again? And of course, Akanksha. Well done, and we want to see what you get because we are on Instagram, and you can tag us, and we also want to see all this delicious, beautiful BGMI merch you're walking away with because, Floki, I don't see my name up there.
You know what? You've got a BGMI badge. I see it every single day. If you whine about it a single more time, I'm going to take your iQOO phone away and prevent you from entering any one of these giveaways.
You weren't supposed to say that because I want more. I want more. Nothing is too less. But now let's have a look at a few more people who did get some amazing merch. And well, if you see your name on the screen, congratulations because it's Satyam Gupta, Manab Ghosh, Tatwanga Tandel, and of course Vatsal Pancholi. I am sorry if I have a little bit of a slang. Did I say that right?
You know what? Let me try. I think. Am I getting this right? Tatwanga Tandel. I could be wrong about that as well. Once again, we apologize, but it can be a little bit hard when you're pronouncing so many names. But we've also got 6 more, or rather 7 more winners if my math serves me right. And I'm very curious to find out who they are. And in fact, if you've been watching these guys and getting a little envious in the meantime, there's a link down in the description below. Click it, fill out the details, tell us who you think is going to be the winner out here, and you might walk away with some merch too with your name on it. Well, I'm very curious to see who the final 7 are, but we're going to keep that as a surprise for now. We will instead move up to a face-off. But is it going to be a squad face-off? Is it going to be a player face-off? Well, I just like surprises. Let's find out.
Well, we're going to put 2 people or 2 teams up against one another. And of course, we are going to start off with the players. It's going to be Neo from Godlike going against Blaze from TSM. Now, of course, they both share the same number of finishes, the same number of assists. And I guess, the odd thing is that one of them survived longer than the other, but the other did more damage.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a very, very interesting face-off. In fact, I don't even think this is a face-off. It is to show how similar these 2 players are, with Blaze and Neo both getting themselves tons of damage done, and of course, Blaze surviving slightly longer, but they're nothing without their squads. I'm not sure if their squads are going to be up there, but let's have a look at the squad face-off and see for ourselves who is going to be up there in comparison. It is going to be one member from Godlike going up against the side of Chicken Rushers. Once again, Godlike Esports ending in 8th place. A little bit disappointing for them considering the fact that they had 8 finishes to their name. Chicken Rushers, on the other hand, with 1600 damage done, 7 assists and 2 headshots. Congratulations to them for getting the chicken dinner. I'm quite sure they're going to be turning a lot more heads.
They are going to be turning a lot more heads, and well, you just rattled off all the stats on our screens right now. So basically, what I'm going to do is congratulations to Chicken Rushers once again. But again, I've kind of seen a trend over here. So of course, when we do see these face-off, normally for players, it's going to be the ones that did the best in the previous game. But I do do believe it's the one who wins, and it's all about the finishes. You want to put the best against the best, and
yeah.
well, if your name isn't there yet, just put your best foot forward. Just try and swing a little extra hard, and you never know, your squad or your favorite player could be up on this screen as well. But for now, I love the fact that 3 games are done and dusted with, which means we have hit that midway mark. And let me just be honest, what comes next is just utter chaos, because it is going to be the map of Sandhawk, and anything can happen.
I'm just glad that I'm not going to be the one doing that game, because catching all that action is,
lucky you.
it is a really, really tough exercise. You need to wake up, you need to hit the gym, make sure you've got yourself that 8 hours of rest to work with as well. And even after that, you're likely to miss out on some. So, Sandhawk, good luck to you in Spiro, man. But I am quite sure viewers are going to enjoy the show, because Sandhawk is the map where we see tons and tons of action.
Now, the best thing is we've seen completely contrasting Sandhawks. Now, the first time Sandhawk was up on our screens, Floki, no action, not a single bullet fired till the 15-minute mark. On the other hand, the last Sandhawk that we did witness, boy, oh boy, all hell let loose at the beginning, and we were scrambling to, make sure that, well, of course, we were scrambling to even make any sense of it.
Absolutely.
Now go ahead and say what you were saying.
I mean, those pants coming in, it just, every single time I look at that, it just makes my heart pop. I'm just so happy to see those coming in. But I do believe the overall point standings are ready as well, so let's have a look at those.
Well, we are going to have all the teams after 3 games, and let's see where they do stand on the table, because at the tippity top, having played 2 matches again, you've got to make sure it's going to be equal. Everyone is going to play the same number of games at the end of the day, but Tactical Esports still leading the charge with 45 points and those 2 delicious chicken dinners.
Absolutely, and now they're going to be on a bit of a breather over here, as we do see some of these other teams come in and play, and we'll see if they're able to occupy the spot that Tactical Esports has for themselves. For now, we've also got 7C Esports in 4th place, OR in 5th, X-Lines moving up in the world with 23 points to the name, and so are Skylights Gaming and Nautilus 5.
Just have a look at all the teams from the 3rd position up into the 8th. Only 4 points differentiate, all those spots. And again, I love the fact that, this stage even, we are going to see some razor-thin action, and, well, the competition is going to be too close to call. Now, as we move on to the next page, I wonder what we're going to see, because, yes, we are going to see a few names that might disappoint a few of your fans, and, well, I'm going to let you take that from now.
Well, I love disappointing people. I love playing the devil's advocate over here. You've got TSM in 9th place. Great stuff for them. We saw them in the bottom 8, literal bottom 8. They were in the 16th to 24th spot, but now they've moved up with 20 points to their name. They have a potential chance of making it into the top 8 over here. R Esports in 10th, Reckoning in 11th, and you've got a bunch of other teams as well who did not play in that 12th to 16th spot. Let's have a look at the ugly side, though. There is the good, there is the bad, and there is, well, the ugly.
Now, of course, the first thing that is going to pop out is going to be Seoul at the very bottom, and have some faith, have some faith. Again, only 2 games are done. They still have 14 more chances, so hold on. They might just tug at your heartstrings sooner rather than later. Just above them, we have CO Rip Mizo with 1 point. Again, the same applies for them. Supari Gang with 6, and of course, all the other teams are going to be visible on your screens. Now, like we mentioned, I mean, for some of the newer teams, it could be nerves, but the same thing also applies to the big dogs. Again, it's all that expectations. And hey man, it's only natural to be nervous in dire situations. And again, if you do get that little giddy feeling before anything, like you and I do, I mean, it just means you care about the outcome. So have some faith. You might just see your favorite teams pop up on the other side of the leaderboards. Like we said, the good, the bad, and the ugly. If you don't know what we're talking about, amazing movie by Clint Eastwood.
Absolutely. It's one of the older classics. It's what they used to call spaghetti western. So if you ever get tired of all the BGMI action, you're done with your day, you just want to watch something.
How can you ever even think about getting tired of the BGMI action? Because let me tell you one thing. I mean, this is all that we are going to be, taking in right now. And in your spare time, you do that. But now, Floki, 3 games down. How does that, come out to the teams? Because the teams at the bottom are going to be a bit, mentally not disabled, but they are going to feel that pressure, aren't they?
Absolutely. But, it's almost like I've always said, the first day is literally the least important one. Doesn't matter. You're allowed to make all the mistakes in the world, because all's well that ends okay. So make sure that even though you might be having a bad day, you're at least walking away with a couple of lessons, and all of this would be possible without that bad boy on your screens right there.
And of course, we are talking about the iQOO 9 series. I have the 9 Pro, he has the 9, and let's do one thing. Let's just show you what the monster inside has, because let's have a word from the official smartphone sponsor of BGIS 2021.
He was a pro, so he had the pro. That's the difference.
Nothing yet, but
Well, welcome back. And now that we are done with the mischief, he's out. Hope finally floats in. Sparrow, welcome back, buddy. Let me say one thing. You look fly.
Well, thank you so much for the lovely introduction, and thank you for the compliment as well, XP. And
I was there when we got that, by the way.
to be honest, if I want to give some compliments as well, but I would give it to not you.
Oh, man. Alrighty.
But the rising stars getting chicken dinners. I mean, in first two games, it was tactical esports, and the third one, it was the chicken rushers.
It was, and again, it just goes to show, you might have a little bit of hesitancy towards the beginning, but boy, these teams are not showing any nerves right now. They have their blinders on, and well, they have their nose to the grindstone. But now, we are going to witness action in Sanhok. And before that, Sparrow, let's do one thing. Let's just remind all our lovely viewers as to which all teams are going to be playing, because again, the groups are going to be shuffled. But here you have it, the matchup on your screens.
Here you go, Group A. We are going to have Reckoning Esports, Old Hood Esports, OR Esports, Only Glitch, Team Chicken Rushers, the Supari Gang, Team X Lions, and Celsius Esports. And I have to say, XP, this group is looking really good.
They are looking good, of course, so that is Group A for you. Joining them, we do have Group C, Godlike Esports, Skylights Gaming, the August 5, TSM, 247 Gaming, Team XO, Revenant Esports, and of course CO, Rip Mizo. Now, for now, it kind of seems like, pardon the pun, but CO are going to be resting in peace. They need to wake up, they need to make some noise if they want to make sure they climb higher on the leaderboard. But again, Sparrow, it's Sanhok. Anything can happen.
It is unpredictable, XP, and yes, anything is possible in Sanhok, but one thing is for sure, whichever team is going to get the zone, going to get a lot of value out of it. I mean, we have seen Erangel, we have seen Miramar, and we have seen another Erangel there. Every single time, the team that has the zone gets the chicken.
I mean, that is why we keep beating around the same bush day in and day out. Prioritize the zone, of course. You are going to rack up all those finishes sooner rather than later, because when teams are going to be rushing in your position, all you have to do is, just take aim, take a deep breath, and just squeeze that trigger, and one after the other teams could fall, and you could be getting all those points. Now, before we do head into the game, what are we expecting? Are we going to expect something like we've seen in the past, a slow start, or just explosions right from the beginning?
I mean, the way Godlike is playing, I think they're going to go all out once again. But yes, we can expect some passiveness from some teams, but in the end, there's going to be chaos altogether.
I think in the future, politics lies in store for you, because again, that was the most neutral, basic answer I've heard, and he made sure everyone goes happy after that. But now, as the teams are going to be running around in Sanhok, getting ready, psyching themselves up for the fight, I believe it is going to be the opposite. I want to see some explosions. I want to see some action. I want to see some, let's go for it. We might even see that. But, before that, before Sanhok erupts with life, before, the Paradise Resort is going to be dripping with blood, let's have a look and see at what the tropical island of Sanhok looks like from a bird's eye perspective, because, that is exactly where we are going to be flying right about now.
Well, it looks incredible, XP, but yes, for teams, it's going to be super important to get some points. Now, we are down with 3 games, only 3 to go. They have to start racking up those points, especially those teams who are in the last slide of the points table.
And again, they can do it. One good game is going to turn, the tables in their favor. One good game is going to push them forward with some momentum, and one good game can basically, make you feel a lot better about yourself. So again, anything can happen. We still have a lot of games in hand, but for now, we are going to have a look at the Paradise Resort. And, although the island is deserted, sooner or later, we are going to have 64 people running around with intent to kill. But till then, we can appreciate the beautiful town of Painan.
This is a beautiful town, and at the same time, it's a very important spot for a lot of teams. I mean, I think from Painan, you can go anywhere, wherever you want to go. Zone preference is going to be key for a lot of players, and as usual, it is all about getting those points, XP, and by hook, by crook, you need those points.
Now, speaking of Painan, we know exactly who's going to be dropping down in Painan. Of course, they are the demigods themselves. We talk about divine intervention. I'm, of course, talking about godlike esports. Now, we've only seen once in the past that the position was contested. Is that going to be the case today?
Well, that would be really awesome if any other team is going towards Painan to face off against God. That would be a really courageful move, to be honest, but at the same time, if you can beat the demigods, you can become the gods yourself.
Oh my god, this shot, every single time it just gets me. I mean, it's like a ghost in the window. That is what I always see. But you know what? Forget that. Let's see if we have some action in Painan, because, ladies and gentlemen, the flight has taken off, and this time it isn't going to be the plains of Erangel. It isn't the deserts of Miramar. It is going to be the small tropical island of Sanhok. Sanhok, and sooner or later, oh boy, things are definitely heating up. But Floki, now of course the flight path is going to be on our screens. Does it really matter?
Well, it doesn't matter that much, but let's talk about the flying path. It is in the northern region, starting from Camp Alpha, going towards Camp Bravo, a couple of camps there. But at the same time, I don't think the players are going to camp. They're going to fight.
See, the thing in Sanhok is you've got to be on the move. Because if for even like 30 seconds or a minute you do hold one position, chances are someone could see you from elsewhere. But looks like Hot Thin could be where we might see some action break out early as Ko-Rip Mizo are heading there. And well, they have TSM dropping down as well. In fact, you know what? Without further ado, forget that. It just took a split second as Ninja springs into action. And well, it's going to be a member of CO who's going to be brought down. Now the question is, are they going to move in? And Shadow has an interesting weapon. I want to see some bolt action in Sanhok.
Well, you want some action? Here you go. You get some action. TSM already on the move. Another player found there. iQOO with a good spray there, but was not able to get the knockdown. RIP Mizo already on the back foot. They're not able to get some decent points yet, but they can. If they can take out TSM, that would be a big boost for them.
Oh yeah, even though, you know, CO Rip Mizo, they have lost reverse for now. Looks like they might just reverse the fortunes because he is going to be picked up, but now TSM are going to be going in on the move. And well, speaking about picked up, I guess I was wrong because reverse was on the wrong side of the wall. Now Shadow, he does have another weapon, so that means the Car 98 might not come in use just yet because, well, he has that AK to rattle off all his shots. But look at Jacob Boy, he knows his position and he still hasn't given away, but Shadow is being careful. Just a wall separating them, and now he's going to move in. Could this be the moment that he gets shots? Two of them coming in. No, Jacob Boy takes one down, but he's taken Boy instead.
Oh, that was beautiful. TSM Shadow coming in with that upward there. That good. He looks shiny, and he is shining like a bright star. Meanwhile, iQOO getting the better of ISO, it seems, and TSM off to a wonderful start. You know why this fight is so important? Because they are in Hearthin, and this is the most important area in the zone at this point of time.
Oh, absolutely. We are going to bring up the zone in just a split second, but before that, as TSM are trying to find the last man, question is, where is he? Because he still is in the city. You can have a look at your minimap now. Of course, all this information is just available for us, but Rip Flick YT. Is he going to rest in peace, or is he going to wait for the enemy to go by, thinking that, you know what, maybe he might have just run away? Because look at what's happening. Although Santa came last year, Klaus is going to be nearby as Old Hood Esports. Well, they did hit the commotion. Their ears did perk up, and question is, are they going to come in? Wait a second, forget that, because someone who is coming in on Flick's position are the boys from TSM, and now he does shoot a bit too late, and he gets one. Ninja goes down. Can he be taken out? No, he cannot, because iQOO was on hand.
What a start coming in from TSM. They managed to get 4 finishes, and they got the best position in the zone. Talking about the zone right now, XP, I mean, look at Hearthin. How many times we have seen the zone go towards Hearthin in the final few circles?
And this is exciting because, you know, 50% of it is still in the water, and we kind of have an idea where the final circles are going to form. Are we going to see some action on the infamous cliffs on the northwestern island, or are we going to see something a little lackluster? But for now, what we are going to see is a few teams moving in on each other's position as godlike. Look at that. Again, they are moving early into the circle. In fact, they're already heading towards the ruins.
Well, absolutely. They are godlike, and they would love to pick up a fight really soon. But talking about the meta, talking about the zone, I mean, how many times have we seen the Hearthin zone? I mean, the northern western zone is like a normal thingy for Sanhok nowadays.
You know what's going to happen in the not so distant future? All 16 teams are going to be dropping down on the northwestern island, and well, it might just be the shortest game of BGMI yet. But for now, as we mentioned, godlike esports, again, a few good games in hand for them. They are going to be migrating towards the ruins, but elsewhere, we're going to join XO Mortal and his team as, of course, this, if you don't know where we are, this is Camp Charlie. You could see that on your little mini-map as well as Fierce and the boys. Well, they are going to be looting to the heart's content. However, they do have quite a ways to go before they make it to the circle. And the thing is, Sparrow, their path is littered with a few teams which might just become obstacles sooner rather than later.
Well, they need to be fierce today if they want to get some points. It's not easy. They thought that they have all the experience in the world, but it's not easy for them, right? They're not been able to get those chicken dinners yet, and they would love to get some in the upcoming games. Meanwhile, talking about Team Reckoning, they would like to get some more points, I think, XP. I mean, the way they played in quarterfinals, that was immaculate, but right now, they're struggling to get those big numbers.
Well, speaking of points, ladies and gentlemen, have a look at the right side of your screens at the overall rankings. Overall points, in fact, are going to be coming up. And in this groups, I mean, I'm talking about Group A and Group C, Godlike Esports are leading the charge with Team Chicken Rushers in that second position. Now, of course, for teams at the bottom half, again, like we said, one good game could be that little chance to make it or break it. But for now, it is going to be Skylights Gaming making a run. Skylights Gaming, again, Sparrow, not what we expected. We expect them to be a lot higher than where they are right now.
Well, I think they're off to a decent start, an average start, and I would say that it's all about consistency. If they can be consistent throughout those 16 games, it doesn't matter where they would end up unless they are ending up in top 16.
See, that's the best thing. Now, every single team has 16 games, and out of 24, 16 are going to go forth to the grand finals. And if you speak about ratios, that is something that is going to be, something easy on their minds. But oh my goodness. Whew, an AWM has fallen from the heavens above. Please, someone needs to come and get this drop because, yes, I get it, snipers are not in the meta, but again, that little boom that goes off is going to intimidate a lot of people in the vicinity.
I mean, it's Sanok, right? You don't pick a sniper rifle in Sanok unless you're going on those mountains up top, but we'll see, XP. I know you see that sniper rifle and you have a smoke on your face once again.
Come on, Ninja, go for it. You know you want to do it. You lurk in the shadows. There you have it. Now, of course, we know it's TSM. None of them are going to come out with that AWM. Of course, that is the only thing that is going to be left in that airdrop. But I guess if the circle does shift towards them, they might just use that later on as they do run out of some much-needed ammunition. But for now, looks like while Ninja was busy looting the compound. Oh, wait a second. I was speaking of the compound. Although we did see Reckoning Esports, slip by unnoticed, I think Ninja has an idea that someone could be lurking in the shadows just ahead.
I mean, Reckoning, they just lost a player, it seems, and Team Revenant, who were trying to cross the river, managed to get the better of Reckoning, Mr. Spray. Only 3 players remaining for Reckoning. They would love to get some decent points. They have a decent spot in the zone, but without numbers game advantage.
Now, let's show you something interesting. Of course, Jelly is going to be keeping an eye out on the boys from... Oh, well, forget that, because Zigzor is going to be spotted. He is going to be taken down as the rat-ta-ta-ta-ta from the AK is going to be enough. And now Jelly bobs and ducks under fire. And now Kilo is right in front of him. Kilo, in fact, goes up that little outpost. And now he's going to lie down. And, well, his position is going to be given away. And now he just might burn. But wait a second.
Yes,
he is going to be burned to a crisp. But no! It's Aditya from behind who's going to put some lead in him, making sure he backs his teammate up.
Team OR playing so well. I mean, look at the teamwork coming in from Team OR. Jelly trying to take the TPP, managed to get the first one. A brilliant Molotov followed that, and after that, they managed to get 2 good points. Team Orglis 5 straight away on the back foot, and we're just starting now, XP.
Now, the best thing is, of course, Orglis 5 are moving around. Have a look at your map, boys and girls, and have a look at the bottom left. Do you see something that I see, Sparrow? Because the team is taking the water route, and, well, they are keeping their distance from the ground, because if they get spotted, this is Sanok, and, well, when you fire a few shots at the boats, they seem to burn up a bit too quick.
This is going to be so important for them that they find a decent shore there, because, there are a lot of teams on the shore already. If you have a look at 247 Gaming already there, I mean, OH is already there, TSM is there on the shore, and they have to be really careful about their positioning. But talking about TSG, the Safari Gang, they're crossing the bridge, they need a decent spot in the zone, and it seems like they won't have any troubles, it seems, XP.
They won't have any trouble, but I wonder what's going to happen to the Chicken Rushes, because, again, the fact is, they are taking the route, and as you mentioned, we do have a couple of teams already established on that northwestern line, and so if they see something coming in the aquatic route from distance, well, looks like we might have a few chickens swimming in the water. Again, only if they aren't blown to smithereens and roasted to a crisp before that.
I don't think chickens know how to swim that much, XP, but we would see. We would love to see that.
I mean, when was the last time you put a chicken in a bucket of water and saw what happened? So again, it all depends on what's going to happen. Again, I love the fact that, we can take a little bit of leeway in this game. Sometimes in Miramar, we love defying gravity, and, well, sometimes chicken, they do, in fact, fly, or in that matter, swim. But for now, it is going to be Celsius. Now, Celsius, again, not having the best of days, but again, it is a bit too early to call, and action is going to break out because Encore, well, we want an Encore and see exactly what happened as Revenant take on the Lions, and it looks like Paradox is going to join him as well, as the Warrior has fallen.
Well, a long-range allocation, it seems, XP, and I think they managed to get a couple of knocks down, but they won't be able to finish them, it seems. But these are really impressive massive knocks coming in from XP because you are damaging their wrist, you're damaging their helmet, you are making sure they're using utilities.
I
and
love
that's
that.
important.
I love that sound when a bullet hits your mouth. Like, ding, and you're like, oh boy, I just narrowly missed death. But yeah, you're right. Of course, at this distance, you are making sure that they deplete all the utilities, and you're just making their lives a bit harder. Oh, Simple comes into fire from elsewhere, and for now, they should concentrate on, like you mentioned, don't think they should focus on the revives, as the circle is still going to be pretty favorable for all the teams. But have a look at that. Another team is taking that aquatic route, and looks like as far as the chicken rushes are concerned, they have lost their boat, and now we do have chickens in the water, Sparrow.
Oh, finally, I never knew that chickens can swim, but right now, and Bijuma, they can. I'm talking about Team EXO, they are also looking to enter the shore, but a better position for EXO. I mean, that's where experience comes in XP.
Again, better position for them, but we are going to be heading out in the blue as OR taking the fight to Skylights Gaming, as Jelly is going to be rattling off a few shots. However, the opponents were just a bit quicker thanks to those two-wheelers. Now, this is going to be a bit of a dramatic fight because both teams, although yes, they do have decent amount of utilities, decent amount of healings, they are going to take that damage from the blue zone, which, well, in a few moments is just going to keep on adding and taking away chunks from their HP. OR over here, since they do have the upper hand, they are going to make the first move and could potentially gatekeep Skylights Gaming in the next circle. But again, coulda, woulda, shoulda.
I mean, they have to be careful, XP. You know why? Because 900 meters in Sanok is almost like 2,000 meters in Miramar. It's not easy at all to enter the zone in Sanok, especially when you have to cross the river, when you have to cross the bridges there. So let's see, let's hope what Skylights Gaming is going to do.
Well, speaking of crossing rivers and bridges, most of the teams are going to be content with their position, so no waterworks yet, and OR, in fact, are doing something pretty brilliant. Now, normally, one would have expected them to head towards boot camp, since, of course, it's quicker to the position. But wait a second, I saw something up north. Is that a little mirage? It is Oculus 5. They are out in the water as well, but it's going to be Revenant opening up on Samurai once again. But for now, we're going to focus on Godlike Neo. Now, he is playing a dangerous game. He is fully exposed. If Karthik spots him out, he could be shot. Karthik does see him, but Neo is going to lay down some suppressive fire and, well, suppress the enemy. Now, his teammates need to come in as well. Jonathan with some cover fire off his own. If they get a knock here, Sparrow, it could be problematic for the team. But Neo finally taken down. Oof.
I was just thinking about that. I mean, this was disgusting. Neo was in the open. They were trying to give cover, and here you go. Celsius Karthik getting the better of Neo, getting the knock, and getting the finish as well. Godlike already lost a player, but I would love to see if Jonathan is going to push in. I don't think so. Godlike is going to push in that one.
Now, the thing is, I do believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that was a bit of a premature push coming in for Neo, because he did know that the enemy was nearby, and had his teammates been on that ridge behind him, suppressing the enemy, you know what? He might have made it to grenade distance, but now, on the other hand, it is going to be Team EXO. Punk, he takes one down. No, his teammates Fierce is going to be helping around, as Jutboy is going to be brought down to his knees. Is Jutboy going to go down? Unfortunately, he is, and well, then there were 3-4 chicken rushes. Now, they have got the higher ground, but can they hold the position? Because Team EXO wants to move in.
Well, they were running away like headless chickens, but at this point of time, I mean, they lost a player, they lost their friend, and now with only 3 members, they have to survive, they have to get a lot of points.
On the other side here, Sparrow, looks like Skylights Gaming finally caught up with OR, so they predicted exactly right that they did go a bit to the left. There you have it. Somraj on your kill feed is going to get the better of Evo, and well, that is all she's going to write. But we are having a look at TSG as they are adjusting their vehicles, and there you have it now. OR on the back foot. They have to make those tactical retreats as well. They have lost a member, and well, Skylight Gaming's they are on the hunt, and let's see if the Predators in fact do get their prey, or whether the fortunes are going to be turned upside down.
Well, it's going to be so important for OR to focus on the zone. We were talking about it, right, XP? You have to befriend the zone, but right now, both the teams, they are not doing that. Meanwhile, talking about TSG versus 247, it's going to be a wonderful fight. I mean, look at the positioning of both the players. They are spreaded, and it's going to be so much confusion between these two teams.
Also, D-Sync up top is going to be in perfect sync with his team, because he can lay down lead from up top. A and B, of course, he has that little bird's eye view. He is going to see things a lot better than the enemies. Now, the circle, where are we going to go? It is possibly going to be the cliffs, the infamous cliffs, rather. There you have it, dead smack center. It is going to be the cliff tops, and now the Sapari gang is in a good position. But look at Godlike. Godlike do have that compound right below. They might, in fact, just, try and get that higher ground as well, because that is what this team does. Elsewhere, OL are going to be moving in from the water waters above, but sooner or later they are going to be met with some resistance now. OR Esports, Sparrow, still managing to survive. They still have a lot of distance to cover.
I mean, look at the top there. I mean, I think look at TSM. They have 4 players in different corners of Hathin, and they know that teams are going to come in through water. And Orglis 5, who are coming there, I think they are under a lot of pressure. They are under a lot of trouble as well. Meanwhile, talking about Godlike and TSG, I think they are going to fight really soon. But Godlike, without the numbers game advantage, I wonder, are they going to be aggressive again?
Also, the thing is, the Supari gang can pretty much shoot down, and it is a little easier, but there you
go.
have it. You mentioned it. Shadow knows that someone is outside lurking in the North Sea, and, well, he knows where the enemy is. He, again, is going to be careful that he doesn't get shot at from the right, so, again, you got to be ever moving. You got to be ever present in this map. Before now, Shadow trying to get a glimpse of a little head, but wait a second. OR are once again going to go up against Skylights Gaming as Destro and Picaro on one end, and Jelly and Vexy are on the other. Now, once again, OR Esports are forced to make a tactical retreat because, boy, oh boy, the pressure coming in from Skylights is just a bit too much to handle. Lithia is going to make sure if they do make a little bit of a peek, he's going to be on hand to lay down some lead.
I mean, they want to fight, but they don't want to at the same time. It seems like that only. They're both trying to get the better of their opponents, but I think OR, they don't have the numbers game in their favor. Meanwhile, Aditya is still there, and he can bait his teammates, it seems.
Now, the thing is, SG are going to realize, hey, wait a second, I heard a buggy move out. That means nobody is here, but if they are doing their maths, they should know another one might be lurking in the tall grass. And Aditya, well, he did have a moment to strike, but I think it's the right decision, making sure he gets to the circle, because as you mentioned, oh boy, hold that thought, because Sensei is going to be brought down. Team EXO coming under fire by 247, and it is going to be Arceus who is going to put him 6 feet under. Now, they do have another knock for themselves. Punk has gone down. Mental Yam does have the upper advantage, and Punk also is going to be put in the ground. 247 Gaming have been surprising me in all their games today, Sparrow.
Well, especially quarterfinals. They had a beautiful quarterfinals, but right now they have the higher ground advantage. They have 3 players in their favor. Team EXO on the lower ground, they are struggling. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Reckoning Abrar finally letting loose, getting the revenge of his player that Revenant took away from them.
Oh, Encore is in trouble, and well, Encore is not going to be singing anymore as he is taken out, but we did see something now. Team EXO survived by 2 members, but again, once again, Revenant from distance gets the better of Samurai as Austin Box is going to make sure finally the Samurai is going to be taken out from the game, but Paradox, he did get taken down. However, looks like Respite might be coming in, but from the other side of the water, it's Reckoning Esports' Maxi OP with that single shot M4 trying to get a bit of damage done. Let me tell you one thing, he did get that one knock, but for now, Revenants, they have some respite as they have this massive rock for cover.
But they don't have the zone, and they have to cross the river if they want to enter the zone, which is never going to be easy. If they choose to go from the bridge, X-Lines are waiting for them. I mean, this is going to be so difficult for Revenant. I wonder how they are going to enter the zone.
It could be difficult, but looks like as far as Revenant are concerned, they might not have to worry because the circle, in fact, could shift towards their direction. Now, they do need to make it across to the mainland, but then, of course, you have Reckoning in one compound. Well, it's going to move a bit further inland because the Lions are going to be nearby as well, and this is where Reckoning Esports could rack up a few more finishes for themselves. Meanwhile, TSG are looking good. OH are looking good. In fact, TSM, they need to make a move right about now.
I mean, look at OG, only Glitch. They are in between. They are sandwiched between X-Lions and TSM. This is going to be so fun to see if they're going to make it to the zone, because it's going to be so difficult. It's going to be so hard. I would love to see how they are going to cope up with the pressure. I am talking about Revenant right now, because Reckoning, they are not looking to let it easy on Revenant.
Well, speaking of being in a Paradox, looks like Paradox is going to find themselves in a predicament right now, because although the enemy has spotted him around, he is going to have to deploy some smokes, and lucky for him, he does have a little bit of a swim in front of him. Now, again, the fact is, Reckoning Esports are going to move back, but wait a second, Revenant Austin Box does finally get the better of Simple again. All these teams have been fighting one another, but it's going to be Abrar who gets taken down point blank range as Clutch God is going to move in for the kill. Clutch God switches his weapon. He gets yet another knock, and now they are hungry. Other teammates going to come in. He spots the last man standing. It is going to be Maxi from R Esports. He does take some damage, but Clutch God's got to be careful because there are enemies nearby as well. And now finally, he is going to go down as Jonathan is going to be picked up by Z-God.
The hot shot for Team Godlike just put up his dancing shoes again. I mean, Clutch God, his name is Clutch God, and he's living up to his name. That jiggle peak, that Ferrari peak was just amazing.
I know you love calling it the Ferrari because like a Ferrari, it is just that quick. But right now, Yoda, the warrior from Team X-Line, he has his work cut out because they did lose a few members, and they got to be careful because on either side they have enemies. In fact, Madhav could just be spotted out by said enemy, and well, only Glitch could put them out of their misery. There you have it. Yoda, in fact, is going to be taken down. Question is, who was doing all the shooting?
Well, it is got like Jonathan, who managed to get the better of Yoda there, but Revenant also coming in. They were stuck in a sandwich situation. Have you ever had a lion sandwich?
Well, I don't want to see that at all over now because, well, looks like they are going to be breathing their last, and the Lions have roared their last in Sala. But now R&T coming into fire. Austin Box finally taken down, and it was, in fact, only Glitch, as predicted, coming in from the side, coming in from outside the circle, surprising them. But now Jonathan is going to be spotted out. He tries to get into that little crevice. In fact, that is exactly what he does. But Aquanox, oh boy, he's going to be hitting himself in his head. Had he just put one more bullet in, Jonathan would have been on his knees once again.
He's still trying with that M4 and 4X. That spray is just too good. But the positioning of Aquanox is very good, XP. I mean, he is having a higher ground advantage, and he is just sweating bullets right, left, and center.
Well, I mean, I think it's quite the opposite because Jonathan is going to be a bit higher up. It looks like his position is just so immaculate, like you love saying, that, you know, he has no idea where the shots are coming from, especially since we have a suppressor in play,
Yes,
and
sir.
then we have the ghillie on top. All he needs to do is go and lie down on the grass, and, well, no one's going to know where he is. But Blaze is going to be taken out as Shadow sees something happening. That's not the tower, but it's going to be Samraj who is going to be taken out by Daddy from the Supari gang.
Well, that's TSM Shadow. I mean, he's wearing a Christmas tree suit. That's almost like a ghillie suit, if you ask me.
You know, actually he is, and you know, he isn't living up to his name because if you are lurking in the shadows with something that shiny and bright, well, you could be spotted out. For now, it is going to be Krish. Is he going to be raining down death on 247 Gaming? One good grenade could spell trouble because they are shacked up a bit too close for comfort now. Also, on the other hand, if he loses his footing, it could be problematic, but looks like Pooja is going to be isolated. Is Pooja going to go down? Of course, Pooja is going to get shot at, and now if that grenade fell off their hands, that could be destruction for them, as only Glitch are going to be eliminated in the 13th position with 2 finishes to their name, and now Krish is going to use Pooja as bait, or is he? Nah, he's like, you know what, I'm going to make sure I secure my finish point.
Well, TSG already got 8 finishes to their name. They just need to enter the zone, and I think he's just trying to do that. Meanwhile, talking about Skylar's Gaming Destro, look at the number of first hits he got. He got 31 of them.
I guess you and us, everyone watching knows exactly what's going to happen with Destro. He's going to lay back in the blue. He's going to keep patching himself up, and hopefully he might just walk away the winner if it ends up being a heal battle. Before now, Godlike are moving in. They are going to take a few shots. Clutch God gets off. Celsius coming in full force, and now 2 of the gods are going to be taken out. Clutch God is out. Sea God is out. That means Jonathan is the last man standing. Can he do something? No, he cannot, because, well, if it's not the blue, it might be the long fall down below that just might take him out, as Ninja Jod from TSM tries to spot the enemy, and, well, the enemy are still going to be behind, and it looks like the play zone is going to come out and snuff Jonathan's life.
Team Celsius, they just turned up the heat, it seems, XP. Meanwhile, talking about TSM Shadow again, I think he heard some enemies there, and yes, he's looking to get some revenge onto Team Celsius.
Let me tell you one thing. The final circle, if you have a look on the top right, is just ridiculous, because yes, we do have the infamous cliffs over here, but everyone's going to be hugging the wall, basically. It's literally hug a rock day, ladies and gentlemen, because that's what the teams down below are going to have to do, because this is what's going to happen. The Supari gang in prime position to rack up finish after finish. It looks like Aquanox. Oh, we all saw the silhouette, and looks like Nikhil did too, as he puts a few shots in, and, well, TSM might just lose one member now. The fact that if anybody goes back to revive doesn't make any sense. That means TSM should be a 3-man squad. I said that, but I do believe Shadow just got in a buggy. He is contemplating it. He is thinking about it, but I do believe the call has come in that why risk it, because there you have it. Aquanox is going to try and crawl his way in, but of course it is inevitable that he is going to be taken down. A few shots, had he missed, he might have made it. On the other hand, Ninja Jod is going to be opening up on Celsius as well. They come under heavy fire.
Oh boy, Celsius hurt.
Oh!
And here you go, Ninja Jod spotting them one by one, taking them out one by one, and I think he's looking to get another one down. Yes, he would, and Celsius with only one player to go. Dreams is the last one standing.
Oh, through the smoke there, the hit marker might just get the position away. He gets 3 for himself. Can he get the full squad over here? Only Dreams is still dreaming in that smoke against all odds. He does not want it to become a nightmare, because that is exactly what Ninja is all about. He wants to make sure he puts the fear off himself in the opponents, and now Dream is going to be going in for those revives. I wonder how many first aids he has, because there is no way he is going to be coming over that summit. And again, have a look at that. Ninja still still anticipating that someone could come in as the play zone comes in and takes a few finishes for itself. 5 teams still in contention with just 9 players alive.
Again, the big question, the question of the day, XP.
I love this.
Well, yes, sir. Scarlet's Gaming Destro, still 13 first states to go. But the question is, XP, TSG, they had the zone for a longer period of time. Are they going to win as usual? I mean, the first match, the second match, the third match, we have witnessed the team who got the zone got the chicken.
Well, of course, that is how the meta has been turning out today. And it looks like TSG are looking good because, again, you know, for TSM, it is a bit of an unholy fight. Looks like Dreams finally did come out, and finally it is going to be a nightmare as it's going to be Ninja once again making sure he eliminates a squad all by his lonesome.
I mean, it's all about the zone. I mean, TSM can't go up, TSG can go down, but look at Daddy there, becoming the daddy, it seems. 8 finishes to his name.
Well, he wants to be, you know, doing all the talking, and looks like everybody does listen to Daddy, right? So he is going to be making sure he leads the charge for his team, the Safari Gang. Ladies and gentlemen, an unprecedented 13 finishes already. These boys are looking good, and, well, they are still looking hungry. But amongst them, we still have a couple of teams, you know, lurking about closely as, well, Fairs has been spotted down, and his ferocity is going to be put to an end. Oh my goodness, Shadow was spotted out, and in the blink of an eye, the AK is going to rattle up a few shots, and, well, that is all she wrote for him.
It's coming.
Oh, a little bit of a slipping overhead. Daddy might just knock himself out. That is what he does, and looks like a free finish has been gifted to TSM Blaze.
Ooh, what was that? Why would he jump in?
He slipped.
He slipped, actually. I mean, I agree with you on that, XP. I think this is hug the wall day, and they have to do just that if they want to survive, but not for long. Meanwhile, Scarlet's Gaming, they still have one player who's looking to get the second position for himself.
Again, nothing that TSM can do right now is going to work in their favor because sooner or later the circle might just walk away from them, and Safari Gang could be in prime position to get a few finishes. But wow, Destro having, you know, basically he made sure his team got that third position finish. That means to get 10 from placement, and again, he is willing to go out with a few shots. You know, everybody wants to go out making some noise.
I can't believe my eyes. I mean, this is Sanok at its level best. From moment one, Scarlet Gaming were the team who had the worst position in Sanok. Worst ever position. They were trying to figure out a way to enter the zone, but OR was not letting them.
Oh, that is painful. That is painful. Blaze
Oh,
knows
they
what he
got
want to
it
do.
now.
Wait a second. TSG once again. This time they
Whoa.
are not going to be knocked out as Nickel is going to get the better of Blaze. And, well, Blaze is going down. Now, Ninja, oh, he knows what he's got to do. He does have 3 first aids for himself. But again, you know what? That is not even going to come in use because...
TSM got the chicken! TSM
Wait
got
a
the
second.
chicken.
What?
Yes, I was just looking at that and I was like, yes, TSM got the chicken because TSM,
Wow.
they came down. They
Ladies
jumped
and
in.
gentlemen, what an amazing finish. TSG, they did have the upper hand.
Why?
They had the cliffs. They had the circle. They decided to make it a Michael Bay movie. They decided to make Rohit Shetty proud. They jumped, got one, but then the play zone got them. What just happened? TSM, this is official. TSM are the winners in Sanhok.
Why would the TSG jump down? I mean, what happened there?
Go for the glory because they were like, you know what, we do have TSM down there. Nah, we're not going to let the play zone do the finishing. We want to get them as well. Although they did get one, I'm sure even Blaze was wondering, hey, wait a second, how did we win? How is this possible? Why is my screen showing the winner chicken dinner screen? Well, because looks like the Safari Gang, they got a bit too impatient and paid a heavy price.
Well, on day 1, it's okay. It's okay, XP. I mean, it happens, right? But after day 4, if TSG is going home...
They're going to blame it on this?
They got to blame it. Yeah, they got to blame it on this.
Imagine if it's only by a few points.
Yeah,
1, 2,
absolutely.
or 3. I mean, like we said, this is Sanhok. We thought it was going one way. I mean, all of us, let's be honest with you, did think it's going the same way. But then TSG jumps from above. Wonderful cinematic shots, by the way. I do love that. We are going to see that in the highlights coming up. But then again, they just gave it away.
Again, I love the mindset that it wanted to be aggressive. I mean, I love the mindset, even though that was a bad move.
Maybe leave someone up with a few first aids,
Yes.
just in case, because we were anticipating that, you know, maybe Blaze is going to run out of those first aids before the play zone, you know, finally closes up and then everyone is out in the blue, but that is not going to be the case. Now, of course, if you missed any of the action, I'm sure you want to see it all again. I want to see the end fight again as the highlights are going to be popping up on our screens now. Boy, Sparrow, what a game.
What a beautiful game. I mean, Sanok couldn't surprise us
I
more.
still can't believe it.
Yeah, I still can't believe it as well. But we started off with a beautiful fight and RIP Mizo, RIP Mizo. I have to say, XP, it's not working for them today.
It isn't really. Maybe, you know, we love saying this. Sometimes you have good days, sometimes you have bad. And for now, although Flick did try his best, in fact, he does switch to the M4, does lay down a few shots in TSM. However, Aquanox was quicker with that UMP. So maybe they need to do something different. maybe day 2 will be better. But we're going to keep one thing in mind. We still have 2 more games in store for you, so anything can happen. Now this move over here, I get it. Godlike Neo, you are the Matrix itself. Yes, you can dodge bullets, but again, when 4 guns are trained at you and you don't have any cover, that becomes a little slim in that situation. Lovely fights taking place, and if you notice one thing, Sparrow, a lot of teams were fighting each other right from the beginning, right up until the end.
Yes, sir, but I would like to give it to iQOO as well. After losing 2 players early on in the game, they managed to get some decent points. I mean, after all, they managed to end up at the rank 4 position with 4 finishes.
I mean, that's all about positioning, like you mentioned, right? If you have fewer numbers, well, by all means, you know you can't really put up a fight as far as weapons are concerned.
I mean, if you can't fight, if you don't have the numbers, you can, you know what you can do? You can be a doctor. You can you can be passive. You can be a doctor, and that's what iQOO did there.
They did that, in fact, and well, speaking about being passive, looks like Skylights Gaming did one better, because if EXO finished in the 4th position, I'm pretty sure Skylights Gaming are going to be happy walking away with 10 points for themselves. Now, Reckoning Esports had a good game. They did go up against the Goliaths, but this drop over here, Abrar, maybe had he still been standing, that split second of, hitting the deck was all she wrote for them, and well, Godlike doing what they do best. They are demigods running around Sanhok as it is, but finally the lives were taken out.
Well, again, the mindset, right? I mean, we talk about mindset, and Godlike, they have simple mindset. See them, finish them, take them out.
Well, that is exactly what happened, but again, we are inching closer and closer to the finale of this game, and if you missed any of the action, you better stay tuned, because you might be left scratching your heads and wondering what just happened. But again, all this reaction, have a look at that. Godlike gets Jonathan gets spotted from the distance. He knows he has just a little bit of cover, which he does take, but again, what a game from both the teams. The Safari Gang almost getting it done, and well, TSM coming in and stealing that chicken dinner from right under their noses.
It's unbelievable. It's ridiculous, to be honest. TSG, I thought they would get the chicken. I mean,
we're not getting over this, are we?
No, we're not getting over this, because to get one single finish point, they lost 3 position points.
Well, that is what it is, and I guess they are going to either learn from their mistakes and do better next time, or well, they're just going to let it all go and blow up in smoke, as we see some green smoke in front of us right now. But of course, this is what Sanhok is, and now we're going to inch closer to the moment we've been talking about. Ninja over here getting 3 finishes from Celsius Esports. Of course, one by one they kept coming in his crosshair, and I kind of felt that Dreams would be taken out by the play zone, but no, Dreams again, the moment nobody wants to go out without a fight here, Sparrow.
Nobody. Actually, especially TSG. they want to fight.
Oh boy.
Meanwhile, talking about TSM, I think...
Let me just say one thing. Now, TSG played a brilliant game,
absolutely,
but we still could not get over what just happened over here, because look at this. Daddy over there raining down death and destruction. 9 finishes, but he slips, he falls, and then, well, Blaze gets the better of him.
Let's see what happened there. I mean, are they jumping down? Yes, they are jumping down. Blaze was there. I mean, Daddy must have given him the location, but only for 1 player. Now they came, and Mikkel just comes in. He manages to get the knock, it seems. Does he? Yes, he would get 1 finish there, but another guy comes in, it seems. Yes, he's jumping as well. T-Sing jumped there. And why would you do that? Why would you jump down?
Why?
You don't have the information. You don't know anything there. And TSM.
So what happened here was, I think they anticipated that both the members of TSM are going to be at the same spot. What TSM did brilliant. Again, this is where the experience comes in. They split their chances. They made sure they have, 2 chances of victory. Because had they both been together, maybe that little jump would have been devastating for them.
Look, it was a gamble, right? Because Daddy came down first, and he would have given them information about him. I mean, why there was no communication then? Daddy must have seen only single player there.
There you go. That is what I'm thinking as well. Because whatever. These clips are notorious for another reason. They are very slippery. But now that we know who's won the chicken dinner, it is TSM. Let's have a look and see how all the other teams did, as the point table is coming up. And despite the little mishap at the end, Supari Gang are still in the tippity top position with 28 points. But they could have walked away with that chicken, Sparrow.
I mean, they could have walked away with 17 finish points. That's what they were thinking. They wanted to have that and chicken dinner. Don't be too greedy, XP.
They wanted to have the cake and eat it too. You can't do that at this stage.
Absolutely. Number 2, we got TSM, who got the chicken dinner. And, they must be wondering. I'm going to call them after this show.
You should.
I'm gonna ask them, how do you feel?
You gotta ask Blaze one question. Hey, when the winner chicken dinner popped up on the screen, were you surprised? Because they must have been like, wait a second, is this a glitch in the Matrix? Because Neo's already dead. But no, it wasn't that. But again, wonderful game coming in. And well, Team EXO in the third position. Have a look at the disparity. 28 in first, 24 in second. They didn't leave anything else for anyone else.
That's Sanok for you. I mean, it is Sanok. I mean, we can see some doctors there. I mean, Scarlet's Gaming,
Wow.
the Team EXO, both of them, we're having a heel battle there. Let's have a look at the other page now. OR Esports at number 9. And, to be honest, they had the better position as compared to Scarlet's Gaming.
They did, but oh my goodness, Skylight Gaming were relentless. They chased them down from every corner of Sanok till the time, they finally had to go their separate ways. But of course, the only sad point on this table is going to be Rip Mizo. Well, rest in peace at the bottom. Hopefully, you come back stronger. Now, let's see who is going to be the MVP. We already know who it's going to be. It's going to be Daddy from the Supari gang with an obnoxious, with a disgusting 9 finishes. But have a look at the damage. Almost 1,500 points. And again, they let everything slip through their fingers.
No hocus pocus, just focus coming in from Daddy. But needed a little bit more, I think, XP. A little bit focused. I think approach would have been better. But talking about Nikhil with 4 finishes, 650 damage, he is at number 2. Then we got a couple of players from Team TSM, Ninja Jor and Aquanox, who got look at the damage they are coming in from Aquanox. I mean, he was climbing, he was on top of that group and wrecking havoc.
I think, the amount of sound that I heard, everybody just kept squeezing the trigger and a lot of lead was fired. Now let's have a look at a few more facts and figures. And of course, it is Sanok. You're not going to see a lot of grenades. And although 21 were used, only 1 ended up finishing people because, well, the bullets were doing all the talking. But have a look at that healing, 11158.
Oh, that's a big number, right? I understand. This is Sanok, and I think credit goes to Scarlet's Gaming and Team EXO.
Of course. When you have 30 first aids in your
31.
bag, 31, there you go. Maybe 32 because he was already putting one on.
Yep.
There you have it. Let's play the safe thing. When you have 35 first aids in one backpack, well, you are definitely going to be getting a lot of healing points.
Indeed, they did. Have a look at total knocks. 58 people were knocked, 55 were finished, 27 people were rescued. But let's have a look. I'm not going to say it Manhattan.
It's not.
I'm not going to say it Manhattan. Let's have a look at the graph, it seems.
I think it's going to be just a couple of buildings in the distance. There you have it. You do have TSG with everything going in their favor, just letting that chicken dinner slip. Again, wonderful outing, 2,833 points of damage with 16 finishes. But your winners of the game, TSM, with 1,932 points of damage and 9 finishes to their names.
They must be rolling on the floor laughing on how they managed to win that one, but they got 9 finishes to their name. And Team Revenant also played well. I mean, they didn't have the zone for a longer period of time, but they managed to get a lot of finishes from there.
They did indeed, and they were kind of pincered towards that bridge that leads to Hathin in the north, and there is only so much you can do when you are getting shot at from every single direction, and well, they tried their best, making sure they get the best out of this game. But again, I'm pretty sure all of you in the chat are also wondering, you must have just been asking yourself this question, what did TSG just do?
I mean,
well, let's do one thing. They did brilliant. We can't take that away from them. They did brilliant. Amazing damage, amazing finishes. Yeah, they lost out on 4 points in total. But what did TSG do?
I mean, let's try to understand their mindset right now. They already got 16 finishes. What they wanted to do is, this is a big stage, right? I mean, reminder for everyone, this is iQOO BGIS, and this is a big stage. You already got 16 finishes. Blood is rushing through your veins, and you wanted to do something crazy.
You do, I get it. But in my mind, now I'm thinking 3 is still a bigger number than 2, right?
Yep.
So, I mean, I would still be happy with that 1 extra point coming in from position. But again, we love it. We are all scratching our heads over here, but we love it because, again, we love all our drama. Now, before we do anything else, let's pit 2 people against one another as the player face-off is popping up now. And, well, lo and behold, at one end, we have Aquanox, and on the other, we have another X at the end, but it's Austin Bot X.
I mean, look at the finishes, only 2 finishes each, but have a look at the damage there. Austin Bot X, almost 650 damage, but Aquanox with 700 plus damage. This shows that these guys managed to deal a lot of damage, but didn't get the value they were looking for.
Also, you know what I'm getting off this player face-off? Now, if you've noticed a trend, they are putting a big dog, the old guard, up against someone who is relatively unknown. And it goes to show here, Spero, that, they are both performing at the same level.
Well, they're both at the same stage, and I think this stage is everything for
Mm-hmm.
both of them. They want to perform, they want to be the superstar, and believe me when I say that, XP, if you play well in BGS, you're going to be a superstar.
Amen. And now let's have a look at a couple of squads as we are going to be making them face off against one another. Now, I already know who's coming up. Of course, it's going to be TSM up against the Supari gang. Now, just have a look at those numbers. And, well, we love all this drama. And I wonder how many of you at home agree with it as well, because the Supari gang do have the higher finishes. And, well, just look at that damage.
The damage is really good, but the chicken goes to TSM.
So basically, it doesn't matter what all they've done, is that last little mishap is going to be their Achilles heel, and that is all they shall be known for. But of course, you know, all of this is in good humor, and all of this is in banter. But again, I know you want to ask a question. All right, I'm just going to let you do that.
Look, who is
Alrighty.
number one?
Who is number one?
It is TSG. Congratulations, they played well.
There you go. There you go. But again, you know, they could have walked away with a few more points. TSM could have lost a few more points.
Yes, sir.
This could have happened. That could have happened. Ifs and buts. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. But that is what Sanhok is all about. And I'm pretty sure if you're watching would have enjoyed yourself as well. I love the unpredictability. And I love the fact that the Notorious Cliffs still live up to the name. A bit too slippery. A lot of moss growing up over there.
I mean, you know, I miss Sanhok. I want to see more Sanhok. There's only one Sanhok in the day, and I think we have just witnessed that. But it's time for Miramar. From the rainforest, it's time to go in a desert.
It is going to be time to go in the deserts. Hopefully, you could take some rain along so that, you know, things could be a bit greener. We're going to see if that does happen. But again, you know, Sanhok, again, you know, like you said, we just have one Sanhok in the day. So, lucky for you, we do have 4 days of semi-final action. So, you are going to see a bit more topsy-turvies coming in. Now, of course, before we do move over to Miramar, I have a really silly question in my mind. I wanted to ask you, what do you take away from this game? We already know. We just have that one question. Why did TSG do what they did?
I mean, I don't have any answer for that question right now. I think we have to ask TSG players.
So let's do one thing. Let's do one thing. Before we ask that question, let's have a look at how all the teams have done thus far, because the overall standings are at the top. And have a look at that here. Although TSM have played one game more than Tactical Esports, they are in second, just 1 point behind the team above, 45 and 44 respectively.
I mean, Tactical Esports, they just played 2 games, right? And they managed to get the chicken in both of them. Their positioning, their rotations,
Brilliant.
everything was just too good for other teams to handle. Number 2, we got TSM. Remember, they had a bad game. One bad game, 2 good games, and voila, they are here.
I mean, if that is what they get from 2 bad games, or with the 2 good games, well, for 2 good games, one bad
average game where they got 10 to 11 points, and 1 bad game and 1 good game.
See, normally 10 to 11 for any team at this stage
good.
would still be good. But
It's good.
TSM, I mean, that is of course below average for them in my point. But let's move on, because Godlike is in 3rd, and well, Supari Gang's in 4th, Skylight's in 5th. Now let's have a look and see what's happening elsewhere, because you are going to see a few numbers, a few figures, and a few names over here. But again, over the course of the next few days, even after the next 2 days, next 2 games, I beg your pardon, they could move on towards the former half of this table.
I mean, they have to be careful. Talk about Enigma Gaming, Reckoning Esports, UDog India, Celsius Esports, R Esports, who had a brilliant first game, still found themselves on the second slide there. But that's okay, right? I mean, it's okay to be on the second slide. It's not okay to be on the 3rd slide, it seems.
Now, of course, brace yourself, boys and girls, because you just might see a few names that you're not going to be happy with. But again, you know, it's only day 1, and all these big boys, they do seem to bounce back every once in a while. I'm going to start off from the bottom. Soul in the 24th with just that 1 point. It is going to sting just a little bit more. Rip Mizo with the 1 point as well. Of course, they have played 1 game more than Soul, so that is going to be not in their favor. Above them, we have Hyderabad Hydras, the team that got 100 points. Sparrow in the quarters. 99, I beg your pardon.
Yep.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. Now they just have 2.
I mean, I would say, again, only the first day. A lot of matches are still remaining, so they can make a comeback. I mean, we know Team Soul, we know Team RIP Mizo. The way they played in quarters were just brilliant. Even in, if you talk about quarters, RIP Mizo came later. Like, first 2 games were not that great for them, but after that, they managed to make a good comeback. It's all about making comebacks, and if you can do that, you can be the champion.
You can be the champion, and of course, it's that Cinderella story, right? I mean, anything can happen. Your fortunes could be turned around, and again, a massive shout out to the iQOO 9 series for making all of this happen, because had they not been there, maybe all these teams wouldn't be able to showcase their metal or showcase what they are made of. And again, sometimes the spotlight, it can get a bit too bright, but those who have their visors on, well, they can just see their destination. And if you have your destination in sight, anything can happen. But let's do one thing, Sparrow. I guess we are going to take a quick little breather in some time. Amazing game of Sanhok over here. So from Sparrow and I, we are going to bid you adieu. But again, there are still 2 more games in store. We're going to see you after this break. Don't go anywhere, because Miramar and Wrangle are coming up in about 5 minutes from now.
No answer, boy. I know, yes, man. You ain't seen nothing yet, but that fire burning down, yeah. You ain't seen nothing yet. iQOO.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming tricks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है फॉर देम टू लुक अप. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें. क्या बात है. श्योर, एकदम श्योर. मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to all of the action at the Battleground India Series 2021, powered by the iQOO 9. My name is Fluky. Joining me for this one is going to be the beacon of hope himself, Spiro. Spiro, I have to address the elephant in the room. TSG towards the end. What the hell went wrong there? What was going on in their mind? Because I need to be walked through that. I can't fathom what they were thinking.
Look, it was simple. I mean, they had 16 finishes. I told XP the same thing. This is a grand stage, right? This is iQOO BGIS, the biggest stage of them all. So, you know what happens when you have 16 finishes? The blood is running, the heart is pumping, and you're not thinking clearly. You want those points, you want those finishes, you want to be aggressive, and that's where I think they lost the thing.
Yeah, most certainly. I think they got a little bit overconfident, like you mentioned, just thinking a bit too much of themselves. But these are the teams, just to jog your memory a little bit. We've got Reckoning Esports, Old Hood, OR, Only Glitch, Team Chicken Russia, Safari Gang, X9s, and Celsius Esports in the mix over here. And speaking of Celsius Esports, they have been rather quiet, but maybe this is the game where they can finally start shining through.
Certainly.
On the other side.
Well, certainly they want to make a comeback, but from Group B, we have Hyderabad Hydra, 7C Esports, Tactical Esports, Team X Park, Enigma Gaming, UDOG India, R Esports, and Team Soul. Now, UDOG India, Enigma Gaming, and Team Soul, Team X Park, they are on the bottom of the table. They need to do something. All these teams, they either have 1 point, 2 point, or 0 points.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially for Seoul, I think a lot of fans are going to be looking in their way and hoping that they're able to perform and bring out, that level of performance that they've always been known for. Unfortunately, have had a bit of a slow start, but hey, these are the 3 games where they can redeem themselves. Sorry, they're rather the 2 games where they can redeem themselves. As, not a lot of chances over here, but it is still the first day. There's still an opportunity for comeback. Although, if you don't perform as well over here today, even if you don't end up being middle of the pack, you're going to have to work twice as hard on the other days.
Absolutely. I mean, but the best thing is that you have other days. I mean, in round 1, round 2, round 3, quarterfinals, you just had 1 day, right? I mean, that's a good thing and that's a bad thing because you are not focusing right now.
Absolutely, and well, focus is something that these teams cannot lack at this point because, well, if you keep your eyes off the prize, someone might snatch it from you. So you gotta make sure that you're thinking about the objective, you're keeping that trophy in mind, you're keeping that 1 crore rupee prize pool in the back of your mind when you're going and playing there and realize what you're playing for over here. Of course, don't let that overpower you, but do realize that there is a lot at the line over here, and well, hopefully that is enough motivation for them to really, start things through over here, especially for Seoul. I mean, they haven't had the best start, like I said about earlier. Even Team X Park, I'm quite sure they want to start proving their mettle a little bit early, establishing a strong foothold and showing just how dominant they are. Be a force to be feared over here, as I do believe we should be jumping into the spawn island soon enough, as in the words of Angad Experiment Chahel. Well, the spawn island, it should be bustling with activity and life as well, so we should be having a jump and a look in there real quick too. But I do want to talk a little bit more about Miramar. Now, last time around Miramar was up, I wasn't even sure if it was the same map because we saw a lot of action breaking out fairly early on. And well, once the action started, it never stopped, Spiro.
Well, Miramar is a wonderful match, and as usual, it's going to be professional for a lot of teams. I still remember Team Godlike and Team X Park. That altercation between these 2 teams were crazy. Neo naded himself. And, it worked as a bait for Team Godlike, which worked in the favor for them. But I would love to see some better action coming in from Team Soul, Team X Park, even UDOG India. They played really well in the quarterfinals. They need to step up. It is time for them to step up.
It most certainly is time for them to start stepping up to the plate over here and performing, because if they don't, well, it's like we said about earlier, you are not going to be playing as well in those 4 matches, and maybe those 4 matches were the difference makers over there between you making it to the grand finals and between you being eliminated in the semis itself. Because if you want a piece of that 1 crore rupee pie, well, you got to make sure you at least get yourself to that 16th spot. Otherwise, you're going to be sent home packing. Well, there is a long ways to that, so for now, let's focus on the map at hand. I mean, Miramar, last time around we saw that Los Leones wasn't in the circle, something that doesn't happen very, very often. But boy, when it does, it makes for some very interesting games, doesn't it?
Absolutely, Flocky. I mean, Miramar is my favorite map personally because, if you make one single mistake in Miramar, you're going to get taken out. Sometimes in Wrangle, you make a mistake, you can hide in the bush and do something, you can hide behind a tree. In Sanok, you're literally invisible most of the times, but that's okay. But in Miramar, if you make a mistake and if you're in an open area, you're going to get shot down really quickly. So you have to be precise in Miramar. Your teamwork should be on top level, it seems, if you want to perform well.
Absolutely. I mean, Myanmar is a map that is open from multiple angles, right? So if you don't have people holding different places, watching those high grounds, having couple of DMRs and a couple of snipers up on those high grounds, it can be very, very easy for you to get flanked and shot at from the sides. But enough theory crafting, enough talking about everything that could happen. Let's actually see what is going to happen as we jump into the map itself, see the flame flying up high over here. We'll see where the flight path starts. We're going to be starting off a little bit to the north of Impala, ending all the way ahead of Monte Nuevo, as it is a flight path going all the way from the east to the west, and it does split the map in half.
Well, from east to west, it's a pretty centric kind of a plane path, Floki, and there are a lot of areas where it's going to be difficult for teams to go, just like Campo Militar, Torre Amuda, and La Cabrera. So you have to be a little careful. I think, in Miramar, the first thing I think about is car clashes. It's going to be super important for teams to avoid that. Make sure that you have a decent number of loot. And I have to say, Floki, all these games, apart from the last one, because that was, even though I thought that TSG would get the chicken, they didn't get the chicken in the end. But all the teams who had the zone had the chicken, apart from TSG.
Exactly. I mean, TSG, well, they shot themselves in the foot there. Nothing really that you can blame anyone else for. Both of the players dropping down even when they had the zone. Yep, a little bit of a questionable play right there, but it is the first day. Nerves are on high, and as soon as these guys start getting a couple more games and you're just warming up to the fact that there are indeed, a lot of good teams around here, potentially idols that they've learned the game from, as well, that they're going up against. It's going to start to sink in. It's going to start to feel a lot more natural, a lot more normal. Well, the circle this time around is a little bit interesting. Valdemar and Chumacera right over there with Los Leones to the southeast too. Picado being at the center. Of course, a lot of teams that are in the center right now are going to be happy, especially on top of the hill next to Picado, because you have to remember, I mean, usually on a map like Erangel, it's not that good to be in the exact center of where you are because, well, you can get shot at from multiple angles. But on a map like Miramar, if the circle closes in on you and you are at the center at a high ground, those are just free finish points.
Absolutely. I mean, the thing is, Floki, higher ground is going to be super important at Miramar, but at the same time, you need to have some loot. Right now, the first thing that comes to my mind is loot. How these teams are going to get that loot and how they're going to rotate. The zone is good. A lot of teams are in the zone, and that's a great thing, Floki. But at the same time, it's all about that loot. It's all about, are you going to get some vehicles in? Are you going to get a decent position in the zone after that?
Absolutely. Well, our esports, they certainly have been turning a couple of heads today, but can they continue to put up a solid performance over here? We'll see if that does indeed come through or not, because they don't really have a lot of leeway to work with, at least for the day, in the second last match right now. And if you get eliminated early on, well, spirits are going to be low going into the last one. But you have to remember, at the end of the day, it is a marathon. You're going to be playing a lot more games, so you can't let the outcome of the first day itself bog you down. Now, they are finding a decent amount of loot for the time being, although the question is, when the rotations start to come in, how the hell do they get out of here? Because they are on the complete opposite end of the map. They are somewhere towards the east, and their path inside the circle is going to be treacherous because a lot of teams are watching those main roads.
Well, again, it comes up to one question and one question only. How are they going to rotate from there? But talking about Team X Park, not a good start, to be honest. Okay, I have to say, I mean, Team X Park, a lot of eyes are on them, and a lot of fans want them to do well.
Absolutely. I mean, Team X Park is definitely a name that turns heads, but unfortunately for today, it doesn't seem like they've really had that same level of performance that everyone is used to seeing. Perhaps this can be the map where they make a comeback, as, well, this is the map where we saw them get a little bit too eager after Neo knocked himself out, not realizing that it was a bit of a bait coming in from Godlike. I mean, that was quite interesting to see, not gonna lie, because I for a second to believe that Neo did that on accident, but in fact it was on purpose, and the entirety of Godlike was ready for Spark to come crawling out of their doors and to try and finish up, well, the knockdown Neo himself. So didn't really work out for them in the end. But hey, it's a new day, it's a new dawn, it's a new life, and it's a new map of Miramar. Hopefully this time around they won't repeat the mistakes of the past.
And we are feeling it, Floki. I think we are. Meanwhile, talking about Team Enigma, I would love to see if they are feeling it or not. They already have decent points on the table. They would love to have some impact in Miramar, and these snipers, M24, they're going to come in handy because Eggy from Enigma is a wonderful sniper.
Oh yeah, Eggy certainly is. I mean, you get a Kar 98K in this guy's hands with a good scope attached to it, and you see him go off. I mean, he is certainly going to make you wish that you didn't even you didn't even think about practicing Miramar, because that's just how deadly this guy can be. But in the meantime, we're going to turn our attention to the fan favorites over here. The crowd keeps roaring their name. It is going to be Soul. looting up, well, the southern part of the map, close towards Chumasera, but not exactly over there. Still inside the zone, so no worries for them. They can't, really be shot at from the back right now unless they get a bit too complacent and don't leave a player watching the flank, but they should be okay. Celsius, a name that we were really starting to get accustomed to early on, especially in the first few opening rounds, but it doesn't seem like they really have been able to perform as much. Wixkey in particular stood out to me, but he's been having a bit of a slow day.
But to be honest, let's take a moment to talk about Celsius now. This is a team that started from the bottom and now they are here. I've seen their journey, Floki, and I have to tell you, it's a wonderful team who managed to start playing. They started playing scrims. They played well. They started playing third-party tournaments. They played decently well, and now they are playing in the biggest tournament of their life in iQOO BGIS, and look at them go. They are in the semi-finals, so they are living their dreams. They just need to play well now.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the beauty of this tournament, isn't it? Open qualifiers, anyone can participate as long as you have a device that can run BGMI. Well, you could see yourself over here in the semis if you're good enough, but Celsius certainly seem to be having a slightly rougher time over here. But hey, maybe that practice that they've done in those scrims and those third-party tournaments can finally come in handy. Well, in the meantime, Team X-Park going on a bit of a joyride over here down the slopes, of Graveyard. Let's see if they're going to be able to get themselves towards Picado and Power Grid. But in the meantime, we're going to turn our attention towards Hyderabad Hydras, a team that has really been a bit of a 50-50 for me. A couple of times these guys are absolutely on point with everything that they do, and a couple of other times they get eliminated in that 13 to 16 spot with 0 finishes. So, yeah, Hyderabad Hydras definitely somewhat inconsistent over here, but maybe this is the map where they can start finally bringing that stability in.
Well, it is their favorite map, right? I still remember Hyderabad Hydras. I think Miramar is their favorite map, and they always perform well in Miramar. Meanwhile, talking about OR, it's a wonderful team. Once again, Evo, Vexy, and talking about Evo, I still remember that first Erangel. That Erangel, Evo was the superstar for his team, and he has to do it again, once again.
I mean, Evo was the guy who managed to get up a lot of finish points, a lot of placement points for his team. Almost managed to pull off clutch as well, but in the end tactical, they did get the better of the man. But he can't blame him. He gave it his all. So yeah, OR, they have a lot to thank Evo for, but asking him to do the same thing twice in a row might be too much of a tall order, an order that even he cannot fulfill. Well, OR, it is a team game after all, and I do imagine that they're going to be playing a lot more as a unit. As I do believe we had an interview with Jelly earlier in the quarterfinals, if you guys were paying attention, and he did say that it's a team game at the end of the day. There's no point in panicking, and yeah, as long as they're able to keep their wits about them, they might just dethrone a couple of juggernauts over here. X-Lions also looking to do something similar, just holding up the high ground for now, trying to scout out Team Enigma, and Enigma, tanking the blue zone for the time being, could also look for the longer rotate around.
Team X-Lions, talking about them and their Miramar gameplay, it was quite brilliant in quarterfinals. They managed to get a decent spot in the zone. They were trying to be complacent, but at this point of time, right now, Yota managing to find Enigma Eggy there, but no shots were connected, to be honest.
Oh yeah, I mean, no shots being connected at this distance. Even though you've got the 6x scope, it can be a little bit hard. Just a little kick in the recoil can make your weapon go into different places. And well, they do see the airdrop coming in, but they're a bit too far off to capitalize on that. In the meantime, Enigma should be able to get themselves back towards safety. I like how none of their tires are screwed over here. They're all still intact, so handling that pickup truck should be no problem whatsoever, as Eggy gets himself a little bit deeper into the zone for now. But with Enigma, with the rest of Enigma also at his tail, they're going to have to be a little bit careful about their flanks, because there are a couple of teams in the vicinity on the high ground. Namely, I see Team X-Park and a couple of other teams in the mix as well. Only Glitch in the meantime, taking, the path of least resistance, as it also happens to be the most efficient path inside the circle, taking that main road. But Celsius, once again, going to be up on our screens. Once again, a bit of a slower start to Miramar. This is usually what a map of Miramar looks like, not what we saw in the second rendition of it.
Well, absolutely. This is Miramar at its level best. Look at Reckoning Esports. They already have a decent spot in the zone, and the zone is quite difficult for a lot of teams. Imagine Tactical, they want to enter the zone. OR, if I'm not wrong, is coming from their backside. They have to be careful about them. Talking about San Martin, Jacinto, Del Petron, there are a lot of teams who want to enter the zone from that area. And believe me when I say that, it's not going to be easy at all, Floki.
Absolutely. Well, that supply drop certainly has me licking my lips, but we'll see if any other teams gets thirsty enough for that. In the meantime, only Glitch will pass by our esports. They do spot them, but choose to do nothing about it. Just prioritizing placements and positioning inside the circle. Well, it's going to be a little bit slow, but they will get there eventually, and I don't think there's any resistance for them in there.
And 10 minutes up, Loki. 64 players and 16 teams are still there. RE Sports, I think a couple of these players got a lot of damage done. I think it was because of the zone. Meanwhile, they are healing themselves up, and I think they want to enter the zone really quickly. You know why? Because they are 1,000 meters away from the zone.
Absolutely. Well, just remember this much, Spiro, because at the end of the day, this is a map called Miramar. It is a map where there is a lot of peaks and valleys to be held. A lot of places where there are a lot of vantage points available, so this is merely the calm before the storm. We're going to be seeing a lot of action breaking out soon enough, and the fact that all 64 players are alive just means that there's going to be that much more chaos. As Prey God's going to be scouting things up for his team, seeing if there is anyone next to his location. In the meantime, we're going to turn our attention back towards the members of Reckoning Esports and Soul, who are still near Ladrillera, trying to make sure that they don't run into any others, into each other's crosshairs, while keeping a firm eye out for any other teams rotating in. I mean, just easy pickings for them given their vantage point. And yeah, Vito, he's got the perfect weapon for it too. A good DMR at that distance can maybe line up a couple of shots if he does see a vehicle go by. Although, at a really long range in Miramar, just having the AWM or a car or any sort of sniper rifle does feel a lot better.
Again, I mean, there's not a lot of players who still prefer sniper. A lot of players, they just go gamer. But meanwhile, 76 are managing to get Rambo down from that buzz, it seems, and no shots were connected. I mean, only one shot was connected. It seems Loki.
Rambo still doesn't know where he's being shot from. He's going to try and crouch, but Saran still can't seem to connect. Finally, starts stab firing, connects those shots, but in the meantime, he has attracted the attention of a couple of other members from the backstab over here. Who is it? 7C Esports, who is behind you? Well, folks, I know you can't see it, but I know you'll love to hear the name. It is going to be Team Xbox. So if you could quickly have the map up on our screens, we could provide some more context. But in the meantime, we will be looking towards you, Dog, who have lost one of their members so far, knocked down on his feet, as Dave tries to find an angle towards that little rooftop there. With the Mini 14, he can certainly connect a couple of shots. Dark gonna get Rambo back up on his feet, and there is a buggy available nearby, so they can escape and move the hell out of here. Some covering fire being laid down by Fearless as he stays true to his name over here, bearing the brunt of the aggression, revealing where he is so that his teammate can get back up on his feet and out of there. But okay, the circle, it's gonna shift once again a little bit towards the northeast, all the way up towards Power Grid and Monte Nuevo, and once again, right close around the periphery of the edges in the best possible position is Team Soul.
Team X-Park as well in the center of the circle, so that's a great spot for Team X-Park, and I would love to see if they can get some decent points. And meanwhile, talking about RE Sports, I think they have a beautiful spot in Picado. They can actually stay there for a little while, and I think, I mean, there's no one near them, to be honest, and they can survive for a longer period of time, it seems.
Absolutely, they most certainly can, but in the meantime, Celsius Esports, they're going to look to get started on the aggression over here, as Dreams is being the one to scout things out for his team. Not too sure if he feels comfortable staying over here, and he will instead prioritize rotating inside the zone. Perhaps even pick up his teammate on the way, but Viper is just around the corner. If Dreams does not stop his vehicle over here, he's going to start to get shot at, potentially even knocked down. But he will be a wise man. He will not peek over the hill and see what's on the other side. In the meantime, the side of the Supari gang starting to get a little bit heavy on Reckoning Esports, as Reckoning are on the low ground. They could be in trouble, Spiro, but it looks like someone else is in trouble already, and that is Enigma at the hands of Soul.
Well, Enigma, they got stuck there. I mean, Team X Lions were also shooting at them. Team Soul was shooting at them, and yeah, they lost a couple of players. Meanwhile, Team Reckoning also lost a player. And I wonder how these teams are going to enter the zone. I mean, there's a lot of ridges there. There are a lot of ridges. There are a lot of uncertainty, and it's not going to be easy for a lot of teams. Meanwhile, talking about Chicken Rushers, two of their players just chilling around. They lost their vehicle, it seems, and without a vehicle, it's going to be so hard to enter the zone.
Oh yeah, it most certainly is going to be, and guess what, with that smoking vehicle at the helm over here, that Murado is not going to be a very good option to get back in there, as Vampire, now considering a couple of alternatives, drops down a smoke, could potentially go for the longer way around instead, but that is also fairly risky because I do see a couple of other team members holding that location, so Chicken Rush is in a bit of an awkward spot over here. They did get themselves a chicken dinner, but looks like I'm going to have to hold my tongue because it seems that Hyderabad Hydras could be under a little bit of fire. As the members from Only Glitch, they will take down Ace Black. That should be a free finish going their way, and Hyderabad Hydras getting a little bit sloppy.
Well, they are. I mean, it's all about rotations, right? And when you lose a player in rotation, that's the worst that can happen to you. Meanwhile, only Glitch would be really happy. They managed to get a really good finish at that point of time. Hyderabad Hydras now going outside the zone, and they're rotating further south. It seems, if I'm not wrong, I would love to see if they're... yeah, they are traveling south. Meanwhile, talking about other teams, I think only Glitch, they need to get some more points. And yes, the map is on our screen. TSG also traveling south, and Double H also traveling south. But Tactical Esports, they are traveling north, it seems. Floki.
Oh yeah, I mean Tactical Esports, they've got different plans this time around, so we'll see if their rotation up north is going to be successful, as braving the blue is certainly a hero's journey, but with the circle shifting over there, their plans might not bear the fruit that they wanted to. It seems that in the meantime, Team Only Glitch will continue to take the fight against Chicken Rushers over here. As Chicken Rushers, they make their way back towards cover. It should be a-okay for the time being, but it does seem that Only Glitch will not have those same options that the side of Chicken Rushers have, because there's only one way for them in, and that is through the main road. In the meantime, Team X Spark inside these houses, just holding on for the time being, just not giving away their position, are in a very good spot to gatekeep a couple of teams over here, but if they reveal their position like this, if they don't know where the opponent's side, could be troublesome. In fact, it looks like they have spotted a couple of members from Enigma. They don't know it's Enigma just yet, but soon enough, if they find a knock, they will. And now, Enigma could be in a world of trouble, as they are hiding behind those shacks. This range, of course you can't lob any nades and any mollies, but if a player decides to push, whose name starts with S and ends with P, well, it looks like we might actually have a very aggressive Team X Spark-like game on our hands.
Well, Enigma is stuck there. They are not in the zone. They have to enter the zone, which is never going to be easy for them because it's an open area. They don't have a vehicle as well. Meanwhile, all the esports, they would love to get some points out of this game. They want to enter the zone as well. Team Enigma is, I think, in front of them, but are they going to get a decent petrol pump there? I mean, they're looking to get that petrol pump if that's in the zone.
Absolutely, I mean that petrol pump could be a very, very good spot to hold, but in the meantime, well, it doesn't look like it's going to be a very good spot to hold, because those esports are going to come in and take the fight to the members of Enigma, as Sagi ends up biting the dust. Avi, terrified as all heck, and Dr. Speaker Single Muscle Claws, in fact, is going to go down over here, will probably not be revved up. Avi now reloading.
Whoa!
Oh, but he actually stops, and he's going to go back and get that finish onto his opponent over here, and now he pulls off the 1v2. Can he do the 1v3 though? Still healing himself back up, and not sure when the push is going to come in. The free fire coming through, can he land the shots? No, he cannot. Although they will lose one member, another one's going to be knocked, but he should be able to get back up on his feet. In the meantime, Team X Spark going up against the side of Only Glitch. There's only Ultron, and I believe the other member is Gil in this house, who will try and take up this fight over here. They need a little bit of backup coming in from the other members as well. And in the meantime, else from the map, Desync finds Yota from X-Lions.
This is going to be a really important fight for Team X Spark. They didn't have much points in the overall standings. They need to get some points. Ultron, meanwhile, is down to 50 HP. He needs to heal, and they need the cavalry. They need the support of Mavi and Scout, but they're not even looking there for now.
Yeah, they most certainly aren't even looking in their direction, as now finding the backup is going to start to come through as Team X Spark. Well, they're going to try to force the side of Only Glitch in a knockout spot, but look at the intelligence coming in from those Only Glitch players. Those smokes allowing them to try and move in over here, but does seem like Levy is going to eat a couple of bullets straight to his face, as the first aid kit is going to be popped. Trying to get himself back to 75% HP, but he's going to have to be a little bit careful with where he takes the next step. There could be a couple of X-Spark members watching him. In fact, it seems like one of his own teammates has been knocked down for now. As Team X-Spark, with Ultron out of the picture, it's going to be up to Marby, Gil, and Scout to take the mantle and maybe try and secure a couple of points. In fact, Team Chicken Rushers in the meantime have been eliminated, so the Chicken Dinner winners not really anywhere closer to Chicken Dinner this time around. Scout, that nade could be huge. Is it going to land straight in from the window? No, it is not. Looks like Blaze is going to be okay for the time being, but Scout will try and prep up another, or at least see if he can force someone to rotate out over here. Very good play, just continuing to stay in cover, trying to spot if anybody tries to make their way out of that building, but Only Glitch are very happy with the real estate that they have found. However, the circle, it has shifted, and if we could get the map up on the screen right now. There you go, thank you so much, Reduction. This potentially could be a very meaningless fight for both of these teams.
And absolutely, I mean, Team X-Spark right now, they're thinking how to enter the zone, how to take out Only Glitch, and both these decisions are going to be super important. Only Glitch, they have to take out X-Spark, and nade coming in, DT69 coming up with the brilliant nade. Now Mavi and Gil, the dynamic duo. Beg your pardon, now it's only Gil remaining, the last hope for Team X-Spark. Could he be able to get the clutch down? It's going to be so important. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Team Soul on the backward, 7C versus Team Soul happening there, but Gil, how long he can survive? Not long, it seems.
Yeah, it does seem like Xbox have been eliminated over here. So long, they're going to meet the same fate. Two of the players knocked down. All down to Rio 99 to get his teammates back up on his feet. And he's going to get shot at as well. Who's the culprit? Who's the one taking him down?
Boy.
Over here looks like it's going to be the 7 Seas members themselves as they come forward and start sailing on and on. Take out the members of Seoul. 4 finishes to their credit. Prince did have to sacrifice his life over here, but it's all worth it because 7 Seas will have a very good position to work with over here. They are entering the zone a little bit late, so they will have the pleasure of backstabbing the teams close to the periphery. In the meantime, Celsius Esports trying to make some way for themselves inside this area, but they're starting to run out of smokes over here, and soon enough they will have to go out in the open. Aladdin single-handedly keeping them at bay, making them reconsider their choices. He will need a couple of shots over here from Evo. From OR is now another party looks to join the fray over here, but Evo is confused. He does not know where the players are. He fires off a couple of shots, but the knock comes in on the other side of the smoke. And Celsius Max is going to look to heal himself back up. The first aid kit has got a fair number of meds, but Celsius meds are not going to win them. They are not the thing that's going to win them the game right now. It is going to be positioning, and that's what they need to focus on.
Meanwhile, I think yes, Team Reckoning also trying to figure out a way into the zone. They lost a couple of players outside the zone. They're just getting shot at. Meanwhile, Altered Esports have a couple of players who would love to make sure that they defend their position really well. Only Glitcher who took out Team X-Path. Now only with 3 players remaining, they are in the zone and they have a decent advantage there.
Oh yeah, they most certainly do. And only Glitch in the meantime, you better keep your head ducked, because if you push out and if you start to see what's on the other side, well, you might not have a head for much longer. Because on one side you have Hyderabad Hydras, and on the other there's another team that they're trying to deal with. It's the members of 7 Seas themselves. And only Glitch, between a rock and a hard place, quite literally, are starting to run out of options over here. Soon enough, the smokes will fade too, and then they will be exposed to the guns on both sides. But what the hell is happening to Aladdin over here? It looks like he's sandwiched between 2 players from Old Hood and the members of Celsius Esports. Not the way Aladdin wanted to go out. The blue starting to close in on him. Can he get back towards safety? No, he can't. The vehicle will pop. Aladdin will drop, and that is it. 7 Seas will lose 2 of their members over here, but 7 Seas Esports, no, they actually get eliminated by Old Hood. That was the final surviving member on their team, and now 7 Seas, they're gonna have to satiate themselves with a single finish point, or rather a single placement point to their name. Old Glitch though, they are in a good spot over here. Can they take out the Hyderabad Hydras?
This is going to be so important. They tried to peek in, but they were taken down. Matthew coming in with that beautiful M4 tap burst pair there, it seems, was not able to get the final play pick there, and I think they're just holding on. They need to enter the zone, Floki, but to be honest, it's not going to be easy for them.
Oh yeah, it most certainly is. And in the meantime, Team Hyderabad Hydras, 0 finishes to their name once again, but still in a good spot, holding the high ground. Well, we're gonna turn our attention elsewhere towards the members of OR Esports, because they still have 4 of their members alive and kicking, and the Safari gang quite must be walking into a bit of a trap over here. Evo with the AKM, he's gonna be able to find the first knock on Daddy. Daddy is gonna be taken out over here. And TSG, well, without their father, I wonder if they're up to the task. No, they are not. They will be put down. OR Esports will get the credit for all of those finishes. Looks like Old Hood might just meet the same fate as well. And yes, Old Hood would also be taken out of the picture.
Did you hear a police siren? Because that defending was criminal, Floki. But look at OR. Oh, they got 9 finishes already, and they're spraying in every smoke they see. Let's see if they can continue this momentum and take out Celsius as well. Celsius Max, the last man standing for Celsius, it seems, holding on outside the zone. He needs to enter. Meanwhile, Team Hyderabad Hydras struggling to enter the zone as well. Only Glitch DT69 in front of him. He's making their life a misery, it seems. And Gary, would he be able to get the final knock in? No, he won't. And DT69 finally getting the better of Team Hyderabad Hydras.
Absolutely, looks like only Glitch were able to stand up to the Hydras. They killed and cauterized them, making sure no more heads prop back up. And now our esports, with 4 members still standing, the world is their oyster. This is their playground. What do they decide to do over here? They've got a lot of angles to worry about. They're probably going to have to spread themselves out a little bit thin. However, with just the right amount of patience sprinkled on top, they could potentially walk away with a chicken dinner. Max will be cleaned up in the meantime. OR Esports will put him 6 feet under. And it seems that Celsius Esports are also not long for this world, as there are now only 4 teams remaining in the mix, and OR seem poised to take the chicken dinner.
Absolutely, they are in the double figures. If you have a look at the finish department there, they got 10 finishes already. But talking about our esports, they have the numbers game advantage in their favor as well. 4 players of our esports would love to get the chicken there. Now it's going to be a 4v4, v2, v1 battle with Reckoning Esports Abrar, the last man standing, the last last light for Reckoning, still trying to get some points. Now he got a level 3 helmet to his name, so that helmet is going to be a really important equipment for him now.
Absolutely. I mean, that level 3 is going to protect him against a lot of headshots, keep him alive, keep his dome safe, prevent his frontal lobe from being splattered across the battlefield, as the side of our esports going to continue to stay here on the high ground and sort of prevent Abrar from moving into a better position. He's stuck over here with nowhere to go. And it looks like our esports soon enough will also make their move. 8 players, 2 teams. Well, everyone else just a struggler over here, trying to get whatever scraps that they might be able to, as this is just a dog-eat-dog world.
It is a struggle. I believe you, Floki. That is true. It is a struggle, but I think Abrar and talking about Only Glitch as well, they have a couple of players still surviving. Blaze and DT69. They want to get the chicken in their favor, but they're not in the zone. They have to travel a long way if they want to enter the zone, and our esports and OR, both of these teams are waiting for them to come in. Look, I love the silence now. I mean, no one is fighting. They're just hiding. They're just waiting for the zone to push in, and when the zone will come, the fire will blow.
Absolutely. Well, where there is smoke, there is fire, and when there is fire, there's likely to be an explosion as nades might come pouring in. A vehicle might be lit up, and well, explosions are going to be the name of the game over here as OR Esports looking to explode out onto the members of Only Glitch, or rather, should I say, member on the side of Only Glitch, as there's just one person standing from their roster. Jelly too trying to keep his team's dreams alive over here, as pop a couple of smokes, just protect himself against the members of our esports. But once again, real estate prices are going up. Abrar will find that out the hard way, as Jadu in the sunlight will be able to clean him up. That is where he is at full strength. Unfortunately, Hrithik Roshan is not by his side, but in the meantime, we will see our esports try and take up the fight against OR. They're still inside the smoke over here. Spiro, this could be anyone's game over here.
It's a 4v4, a good old boxing match it seems, and I would love to see who's going to win this one. OR now they have the building advantage, but they have to jump out. The first knock comes in. OR Evo, the savior in the first game, now getting the better of Jadu in the, I think, 5th game it seems. Meanwhile, let's see if they can get that chicken dinner. They need to revive Jadu as well, and yes, our esports is looking to do just that.
Absolutely, our esports with one member down on his feet. They don't have a lot of options over here. The explosions come raining in. No, I assure you, it isn't Diwali. It is a couple of grenades being tossed in, and look at that. Looks like finally Vexy will go down. Our esports will even up the ante, and now the onus is on them. Are they going to push forward over here? Are they going to go and try and get themselves a couple of picks? Look at Aditya's position. This man could be instrumental for their success, as he's not been spotted just yet. Has to be a little bit careful if he moves up on the slope or throws a nade like that. He could be spotted, and I think our esports has seen that Aditya, but he will still be able to find one shot with the MT49 looking to confirm it. Will be able to do just that, as Hero is the hero no longer. Jadu trying to work his magic around, but he is scared.
Now it's going to be a 3v4 situation where OR got the benefit of the doubt, but Aditya, who's a clutch master, I have to say, for OR, he got 5 finishes to his name, and he is just ripping things apart today. Meanwhile, Canary, he was spotted. Evo tries to finish him, but was not able to. It seems slowly.
Oh yeah, OR Esports. Well, Evo, he's trying to be the clutch god for his team, but he's unable to do so. He will bite the dust, but so will Canary over here, and even Steven's Effect coming up so far down to a 2v3 with OR Esports in a bit of a man advantage situation. Well, it doesn't seem like that's the case anymore, because finally that scoreboard will reflect that it is a 2v2 like I said earlier. Now Rockstar gonna be the Rockstar for his team. Can he go forward and rock Aditya? Sure, doesn't look like it's gonna be the case. Aditya is gonna ducktail and run for now, and hopefully find some cover to work with. Oh no, Rockstar doesn't have vision over here, and he will be able to be taken out over here by the MT49. Is he gonna pull off the clutch? A 1v2 situation over here for the members of OR Esports. They're almost got it done. OR will claim the chicken dinner.
The winner chicken dinner goes to OR Esports, and look at the number of finishes already. Floki, that's just amazing. They got about 15 finishes. I'm bad with math, Floki, but it's up to you now. You calculate.
If it is 15 finish points, that is a 30 bomb dropping over here today in the first day of the semi-final itself. OR Esports, they're bringing the boom over here. I mean, sure, the day started off a little bit slow, but this performance is going to cement them firmly in the top 6.
Here comes the boom, and yes, OR Esports, what a brilliant performance coming in from their side. The way they played, the way they managed to attack people. I mean, it was not like they were going YOLO. they were calm, they were composed, but they attacked. They attacked a lot of people.
I mean, just the cleverness coming in from that final member there. He dropped that smoke, concealed his position, was on the edge, just peeking out towards the shack. And as soon as he sees him, pop goes the M249. He knocks him down with the blue closing in. There's no chance for a revival. And well, that was all she wrote as OR Esports using brains over brawn over here. I mean, Spiro, that was just all intelligence coming out from that final member.
Well, again, OR Aditya sweating bullets with that M24, and I have to say that was just amazing to see. I mean, his positioning, like the first time he flanked, that was good, but the second time when he came back and, instead of going near the shack, he was behind a ridge and just waiting for someone to come in and check the, shack there. And, that worked for him.
Absolutely. Well, that was such a great match. I want to have a look at the highlights and see for myself once again all the action that transpired. And man, 7C Esports, look at these guys. They were the ones being super consistent this time around, trying to rack up those finish points as well as prioritizing those placement points, striking that balance between them. Have they actually gotten themselves up on the scoreboard though? Well, only time will tell. For now though, Hyderabad Hydras once again just being a little bit inconsistent over here. If they had a slightly better performance, I have no doubt that a lot of heads would be turning in their direction. But it seems that today is just not their day.
Boy.
But that's alright, I mean, once again, this is a sick clutch coming out by Avi. Sure, in the end, he gets taken out.
Almost clutch.
Almost clutch, right? The 1v2, great stuff.
Great stuff. I mean, Enigma Avi is a wonderful player, and we're here for some entertainment, right, Floki? We want to see some clutches today, but there's only one game remaining, and I would love to see if someone is going to clutch it out. Meanwhile, talking about Team X Park, they were on the back foot, and only glitch, they managed to get the better of their opponents. It was a crazy game, I have to say, where Team X Park, they managed to get a couple of knocks first of all, but they were not able to finish it, and then it was DT69 with his beautiful M4, with his nades, managing to finish Team X Park.
Absolutely, Team X Park over there. I mean, a lot of expectations were, on their shoulders as, only glitch they went in and they finished them off. But this is what we talked about. They were in a lose-lose situation. They stay there and they fight, they lose. They walk out of there in a vehicle. They're going to get shot in the back. Not much that they could have done there. 7Cs, though, just going up and taking the fight against Seoul, putting them in the ground 6 feet under. Oh man, that was some insane stuff coming out from these guys. As usually 7Cs is not the team who does all this. They're the calmer guys. They're the ones who prioritize positioning, they prioritize placement points, but today they seem to be turning over a new leaf.
I mean, it was Seoul who rushed them, so in the first place, so that is why they were defending their property, they were defending their real estate, and they did that beautifully well. Talking about old hood esports, I mean, to be honest, in round 3, in quarterfinals, they were unstoppable. Nobody was able to stop them, but in semi-final, the competition is real.
Absolutely, I mean, in the semi-finals where everything is so cutthroat, you have to sort of stay on top of your feet, keep your eyes and ears perked up because you never know when someone else might slither around from the tall grass. You guys know who I'm talking about. It's the man himself, Viper. Unfortunately, this time it wasn't that good of a showing by him. But Hyderabad Hydras, the fact that they even survived up until this point surprises me because they were in some horrible situations early on, right? Just getting rushed at over here. I mean, they almost got clutched out. Their rotations were delayed, and then this happens to them.
Oh, that clutch. I mean, we were talking about clutches, and here you go, DT69. He took out X Park with his team, of course, but he took out Hyderabad Hydras in the end, and that shows this is the biggest stage of them all, and if you can do it here, you can do it anywhere.
Absolutely. I mean, all of these teams, there should be a surge of confidence for them because they haven't played at this stage before, like you've mentioned. This is the first time they're competing for such a massive prize pool at hand against all the top tier teams. And man, that clutch coming in towards the end, Aditya, you brainiac. I mean, I don't know what he eats for breakfast, but I'm quite sure if I copy his entire routine, I still won't be as good as him because it's all in the genes.
Well, don't worry, Floki. We are going to practice again tonight. It would be fine. We're playing BGMI these days, and yeah, it is fun. It is fun. We're going to play some classics, yeah. But talking about Aditya, I mean, that M249 was going brrr.
Oh yeah, it certainly was going brrr. It just didn't stop
just
at
like
all.
that.
Yeah, you got to learn how to roll your R's a little bit. Yeah, just a little bit of experience over here. But let's have a look at the point standings. That is the meat on the table. You're tired of hearing us to yap over here. OR in the first place with 30 points. Only Glitch in second with 18. I mean, when they strike back hard. That is a big point difference.
Well, there you go. My math is not that weak, Floki. It seems they got the 30 bomber, and only Glitch managing to get 18 total points with 8 finishes to their name. Number 3, we got R Esports finally making a comeback. I still remember the first game they managed to get 19 17 points. Now with this performance, it is consistency, I have to say.
Absolutely. I mean, our esports 17 points to the name. Reckoning in 4th place with 11. Supari Gang, Celsius, Oldwood and Hyderabad Hydras in that 5th to 8th spot. Getting those extra placement points to work with. Or did they? No, never mind actually. It was mostly finish points that these guys capitalized on. But yeah, you've got 7C Esports and Seoul playing for those placement points as you can see. But unfortunately, not at the top of the table.
I mean, let's have a look at the Supari Gang. Again, Sanok comes into my mind. They were aggressive there. They were aggressive here as well. I mean, out of 8 total points, they managed to get 7 finishes. That shows their mindset is clear. They don't want they don't want position points. They just want finishes.
Absolutely. And well, when it comes to the MVP standings, if it was anyone apart from Aditya today, I really would have lost my mind. You know, we saw a player clutching it out. I believe in the quarterfinals, his name didn't show up on the MVP. This time around, Aditya, he is the MVP for his team with that final clutch towards the end. I mean, the brain on this man to just deploy that smoke, play the edge of it, bait them into peeking and just taking him out with the M249. Great stuff, great use of resources.
Well, they say, right, if you have good IQ, use that, and if you can use that, you are going to get the chick, and here you go. OR Aditya with 6 finishes to his name. Number 2, we got OR Vexy. You know how they say it, Vexy super sexy, they used to say it that.
Oh
and,
boy,
yes.
yeah, I mean, certainly is after that performance.
Absolutely, 5 finishes to his name. Then we got DT69 with the beautiful clutch. 4 finishes to his name. Spray God with 4 and Sultan. You know, we've heard about him, right? I mean, in
certainly.
quarterfinals, round 3, Sultan was iQOO MVP once.
Absolutely, he certainly was. But here are the match summaries over here. I believe 80 grenades were used, and I believe 3 resulted in finishes. Could be slightly wrong about that stat, but the healing done.
How?
Is the Sandhawk?
This is Miramar, right? I'm so surprised. I mean, I don't understand. 11,349 healing in Miramar.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
I mean, did they not get the memo? Did they still think they were on the luscious fields of rice in the middle of Sandhawk? No, they were in Miramar. They were in the desert zone. Who the hell got so many medkits and first aid kits that they were able to
Who was
rack up
doing the
these
heal
healing
battle
points?
there? Who was doing the heal battle? I mean, I didn't
I
see
have no
anyone.
idea.
Meanwhile, the good thing is we got 316 meters longest finish distance,
Oh,
which
yeah.
was good. But let's have a look at Manhattan now. And now, maybe not the Manhattan we were hoping for, but yes, OR with 2,578 damage
Wow.
for 15 finishes.
Most certainly, great performance by OR once again. They have been somewhat quiet for quarterfinals over here, but they're really bringing the boom over here. 15 finish points to their name, like you mentioned. Other teams as well, they did decent, you know, not bad performances by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, I see 1,000, 1,300, 1,200, 1,200 damage done with a fair number of finishes to show for as well. They had like 8, 7 finishes, but somewhere or the other, man, OR, they just stole the show in the end with all 4 players standing strong.
You know, that's what they do. They come, they conquer, and they get a lot of points. That's OR for you. But talking about other teams, I would like to talk about the Rising Stars a little. I mean, our esports, after quarterfinals that day, I mean, all of the chat was like, our esports is
Oh, yeah.
amazing. And they are proving it again in semifinals.
Most certainly are, and I believe our esports, if they continue down this trajectory, we're going to be seeing a lot more of them in the grand final. So if you're an analyst right now for any particular team, if you are someone who's been watching these streams so far, start taking notes because you might just see them in the grand finals. But once again, you know, there is one final hurdle, or not hurdle I should say, but one final stepping stone in our direction before, of course, we call it a day. There's going to be another map of Erangel played over here. And once again, well, if I have anything to say at all, I'm just going to say this. Our esports and tactical esports, those are the 2 teams who are the rock stars of that map.
Well, they are, but you know what I'm waiting for? I'm waiting for overall points table. I want to know who is in top 16 and which teams are in the bottom 8.
Well, if I could quickly work my mathematical magic, I do think that maybe Tactical Esports is still on top. They could have been dethroned. They could have been. But once again, it is a could have. It isn't a definite answer. They should still be in the top 3 though. OR Esports probably have shot up to the top 6.
Absolutely.
That's what I can tell for sure.
I mean, I still think Tactical Esports would be number 1, and there are a lot of other teams who are playing well. Talking about other teams who are not playing well, I feel Reckoning
boy.
Esports, Hyderabad Hydras, the way they played in quarterfinals, they were not able to get the same value today.
Oh, yeah.
But at the same time, I feel they have that X factor, right? They have that experience. They can always make a comeback. And believe me when I say that, Reckoning Esports and Hyderabad Hydras, they are hungry for a lot of points.
They most certainly are, but be careful where you're treading over there, Spiro. You know, could be a couple of angry fans out there sending you a couple of angry
I am giving
DMs.
positivity only.
Hey, I agree. That's what matters at the end of the day. But you have to remember, it's our job as casters to call out the way we see it, right? Apples are apples, oranges are oranges, peaches are peaches.
Your
Can't
shirt is
mistake-
yellow.
My shirt is yellow. In fact, my tie is blue, and your hoodie is black. All the colors in the world over here, folks. But yeah, I mean, once again, you do have to call it the way you see it. But even I'm curious to see what the overall point standings are. But before we move in there, I do believe we've got a couple of face-offs being prepped up while we talk. I believe there's a player face-off stat that's going to be coming up.
Yes, sir.
I'm excited to see who's going to be in there. I have just one man on my mind, and I know production does too. And if they don't show him, I am going to be very, very disappointed.
Well, we don't want angry Floki, it seems. And yes, let's have a look at those players. I mean, I want to see OR Aditya. I want to see OR Aditya facing off with someone. Let's see who are we going to see. And it is going to be, his teammate, it may be.
Well, that's fine.
Vexey.
Absolutely. We are going to be having a look at the player spotlight, not at the face-off just yet. Vexey going to be taking the mantle here with 5 finishes and 716 damage done. 1 assist to his name. Certainly did a fair amount of work for his team. In fact, I think 5 finishes is more than fair. That's a squad wipe by itself. Speaking of squads, let's have a look at the squad spotlight and see who stole the show this time around. Of course, OR was there, but are they in the spotlight? Yes, they are. Of course they are. 15 finishes and 2,500 points of damage done.
That's a 30 bomber for you. 15 finishes with the chicken dinner, which will get you 15 extra points, and you get 30 total points. I mean, we always say that, right? One good game and you are on top. And or they are going on top. But talking about, I think, face-off now. Let's have a look at the squad face-off. Let's see which two teams are we comparing right now. And yes, it is going to be OR versus OG. Only Glitch versus OR Esports at once. Only Glitch who managed to get the 3rd spot, Floki.
Oh yeah, Only Glitch as well. I mean, sure, OR Esports has stolen the limelight over here, but Only Glitch, you have to remember who they took out. It was the side of Team X Spark. They went in with the fire, they took them out, and in the end, Only Glitch, they got themselves that 3rd place finish. So once again, a little bit under the radar. That is exactly where you want to be if you're playing the long game over here, because I'm sure OR Esports have turned a lot of heads, but Only Glitch, they're still sort of flying under there.
They took out Hyderabad Hydras as well, and I think that was the battle of O's. But I'm still waiting for the overall point standing. I want to see which 16 teams are at top. They are safe. They will have a good night's sleep after Irangle if they're still in top 16. But those 8 teams who are in the bottom, heart pumping.
Certainly. I mean, Spiro, I know you're a little bit disappointed right now, but you're going to be even more disappointed because I don't think we're going to show the overall point standings right now. We're going to be holding that stat until the final map of Irangle is done. To keep you guys guessing. You guys are good at math. You guys have been keeping track. Go back on the stream. Do your calculations. You want to find out who's out on top? Do the dirty work yourself. But
they do this to me every single day.
Oh man, I'm really, really sorry, Spiro, but I promise you, it is all made up, right? You carry me in BGMI at the end of the day, so I respect you for that. And well, it does seem like we have something else cooking up and ready. So let's have a look at what is that. I myself don't know. Surprise me, production. Let's go. Let's see what it's at. Well, we're going to be talking about the giveaway at hand earlier. Now, we did reveal a couple of winners earlier in the day. I believe 18 members were shown up. But I still think 7 are remaining, and I think we might just be talking about those 7 members over here. And well, if you're more curious about the giveaway, the link is down in the description below. Make sure you check it out, make sure you fill it up, and maybe you could be walking away with some very, very sick BGMI merchandise.
You know what, now I think I'm going to follow Angad in this one. I'm going to start filling my name from tomorrow, and I'm going to participate in that.
Well, you know who's going to be having their iQOO phone stolen tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I am the moral police over here. No one from the talent team will participate in the giveaway. I will make sure there are slots for you. Well, which team will be at the top of the leaderboard? That is the question. Answer that and you will be walking away with, well, a couple of prizes to your name. We're not going to be showing the winners just yet over here as the day is still remaining. We are instead going to be waiting for you guys to fill out all your predictions, and then when the final game is done, we will be telling you guys who the winners are of the giveaway, so keep your eye peeled out for that. But before we move on to the next game, a bit of a different note. There's just one sponsor behind this event who made this all happen. It is the iQOO 9 itself, and well, I'm very curious to see what they have in store for us. So let's jump in and have a word from a sponsor itself, the ones who made this entire tournament happen. I'm talking about iQOO.
No, I'm so boy. I know, yes, man. You ain't seen nothing yet, but that's fire. Burn it down, yeah. You ain't seen nothing yet. iQOO
Surprise, surprise! Looks like Sparrow's out and the experiment is back in. Welcome back once again to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. My name, of course, is Angad, the experiment Jehel, and with me, I have a gem of a person. I love saying that. I love saying that. I mean, your name is Hiraka. Of course, we know him better as Floki. Boy, oh boy, how the tables keep turning for all these teams. Last game, OR Esports coming in and, like Sparrow said, getting that 30 bomb.
Absolutely. I mean, getting that 30 bomb is probably the biggest part of this day. Have you seen a 30 bomb so far? I don't think so.
I've seen a 46.
Oh, have we? Well, I clearly haven't been paying attention, but I do remember that 46 bomb. I know you're talking about TSN. Everybody remembers that. But this is the most important question there is. Well, we're going to have a look at the matchup first, then I'll pose the question towards you. So, yeah, let's have a look at the teams first and see who's going to be coming up on our screens.
Well, of course, it is going to be Group B, taking up Group C in the last game. We have Hyderabad Hydras, 7C Esports, Tactical Esports, Team Xbox, Enigma Gaming, UDOG India, R Esports, and, of course, Seoul.
Absolutely. Well, these are the teams that are going to be playing around from Group B this time. And on the other side, we've got a lot of big names over here. In fact, this is possibly the worst group to be a part of. You've got Godlike Esports, Skylights Gaming, August 5, TSM, 247, EXO, Revenant, and COX Ripmiso. Every single one of these teams has played out of their minds at some point or the other in this tournament.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. This is possibly the worst group, but the thing is, since this is a round-robin format over here, it doesn't matter which group you are grouped into. At the end of the day, only 16 teams out of 24 are going to move forward to the next one. And, well, speaking of the next one, before we get there, I do want to talk about one thing. One little moment kind of stood out for me in the last game. Now, remember, OR that there was at that shack when I wish I had some visual aid, but I'll just tell you, I saw this. When he fell back, when the two members were charging on him, he fell back far. And that's the reason why he got the bet. Because they say, they're like, uh-oh, he was supposed to be right here, and he wasn't there. And, well, that M249 did all the talking again. This is what experience is. I mean, they've been in these situations before, and, well, it's on show on our screens.
Well, like begets like recognizes like, and I think you know that a little bit better because you've been a bit of a professional player yourself. You know how the cookie crumbles. You have been there, but I kind of want to circle back to the question I had earlier. So 30 points is a bomber. What is a 40-pointer? Because I know a 60-pointer is a tactical nuke. So what is a 50-pointer and a 40-pointer?
I see where that's coming from. Well, something in between a bomb and a tactical nuke. Maybe a MOAB?
Oh, an MOAB would be nice.
If you guys know what I'm talking about, Russia, you can thank Russia for that. But anyway, coming back to the game at hand now, it is going to be the final game of the day, which means, well, the teams are going to be playing it in Erangel once again. Although we are going to be done with day one by the end of this game, still 3 more days of action in store for you. So again, have some faith, have some hope, even though hope has left the building right now. Have some hope because, again, your team can still make it towards the end. As we've been saying, we sound like, we're always beating around the same bush. Are we getting a bit repetitive?
I think we might be. So you know what? Let's just stop yapping because I'm quite sure they're tired and they're quite tired of us holding the game hostage. So they're probably just yelling in chat, Costa, start the game. Well, we've heard your cries. In just a few seconds, we should be jumping into the map and having a look at the scenic views Erangel has to offer.
Now, of course, you have seen Erangels in the past, and it isn't going to be something different. Of course, it is the fan favorite map. And before we jump into all that carnage, into all that death and destruction, let's take a moment, step back a bit, and appreciate the beautiful map that is Erangel. And, well, we are going to kick things off at the military base this time, atop that 7-story radio tower.
Absolutely. Well, the best vantage point you could have in the entirety of Sosnovka.
Unless you get spotted.
Unless you get spotted, in which case, how the turntables. Well, if you know that reference, I love you, and I hope I get to meet you IRL, because I would love to buy you something. Well, in the meantime, we're also going to turn our attention towards farms, sort of the remote areas, get away from the busy streets of Pochinki, just take up farming as an occupation instead. And yeah, I do have to say, Erangel does seem like a map where you can do a lot of different things. You've got a military base, you've got a farm, there's a bunker as well. If you're a bit of a scientist, there's military power for you. All sorts of different professions welcome here.
I mean, the thing is, it's got everything, right? I guess that is why A, it is one of the fan favorite maps, and B, it offers different kind of battles out in the battlegrounds, and well, that makes it all the more exciting. But again, it all comes down to where that first circle is going to form, because I want to see something over here. We've never seen Stolber in action thus far. Maybe this time around our luck could be in our favor.
Absolutely. I mean, the only time we did see Stolber in action was when it was a part of the circle, but then it shifted away from it. So it's like it's there in the early circles, but it never really finishes over there.
It's like the BGMI gods were teasing us. We were like, oh, we might just get away, and then boom, slap across the face.
Absolutely. But the thing is that maybe this is, just a premonition of something yet to come, because the grand finals are coming. So far, if they haven't shown up right now, maybe, just maybe, final day, we could see something funky, could see something weird.
Floki, you and I have been through this a few days. We've been in the ringer. I've learned that, don't expect anything. Don't have any hope. But what you can expect is the final game to take place now, as the Big Bird is going to take to the skies one last time. And this time, we are going to be flying over the beautiful green, luscious fields of Erangel. But first of all, Co-Capitan, where are we flying to?
Well, we are going to be starting over the Sosnovka military base itself, making our way all the way across the northeast part of the map towards Kameshki. That's where we're going to be headed, so it's going to be kind of hard to drop in towards Gatka, towards Primorsk. If that is where you do decide to go, and Georgopol is going to be super hard to rotate to, so, well, I'm going to put you in the spot right here. You've been a professional player. Let's say your drop is Georgopol. What do you do right now, given the flight path?
Now, the thing is, if you tend to, drop off a bit late near Rozhok, you are going to have to compete with a few teams who might have a similar idea or who might drop off at Rozhok. If it was me, I would drop off probably near the ferry pair if you have an idea of where all the car spawns are, because I wouldn't mind, taking that long scenic route along the western coast of Erangel and then making my way up there, because again, I'm going to be the first one on the spot. I know there's no opposition that lies ahead, but again, that is what I would do, and I guess I'm not doing the right thing because I'm here casting and all these gentlemen are on our screens playing the game.
Hey, but, it always is good to have a pro on the other side to break down the action that's been happening in front of our screens. And, well, I mean, there is going to be a lot of action given the flight path. I don't imagine this to be a passive game unless, of course, the circle forms right on top of the eastern part of the map.
I want some drama here, Floki. Let's go, Georgopol, but...
It's about as basic as it gets.
It is about as basic. Nothing, exciting over here, except the fact that sooner or later, the teams are going to be fighting with one another. And have a look at what's happening at Pochinki. Now, of course, Skylights Gaming are going to be heading there because that is their home, that is their town. And looks like they might just be contested sooner or later because, of course, TX are going to be heading elsewhere. But for now, we're going to switch our attention to Milta because that is where Team EXO calls it its home. But the 7C esports team is nearby, and let's see if they are going to take to the seas or whether they're going to move inland and take the fight to Team EXO.
Yeah, Team EXO, they've sort of drawn the short end of the stick today when it comes to these sort of placements because they've always been the one under the gun, being forced to fight early on, or the circle shifts away from them and they have to rotate in towards it. So, bit of a slow start for this team. They have had a couple of decent performances. Nothing amazing just yet, but, well, Blaze OP running around the rock, playing Ring Around the Rosie with Manti OP, as Manti's gonna let him live for now, because Striker is coming in, that false sense of security being crept in. Okay, Manti almost performs a bit of a drive-by coming in, but it looks like TSM will be able to hop onto the bike and get the hell out.
The best thing is they are going to be heading in Striker's position, and the worst thing is Striker doesn't have anything in his hand. So again, as they were dropping down from the heavens above, it looks like they're finally going to be shot at. Shadow does have that bike, and, well, of course, a little bit more agility, but with that Mini 14, we have a chase, ladies and gentlemen. We are in hot pursuit. Are they going to catch up? No, they're not, because, well, the dust hit just hit the deck and slowed them down, with the bike just whizzed right past them.
A lot better suspension on that bike, so of course having that slighter edge on the mobility. But Hyderabad Hydras, they might have actually walked into a bit of a trap. Oh yes, the weapons have been found for TSM, and Hyderabad Hydras realizing that there is no point taking this fight. It is a lose-lose situation. Will concede some area, but okay, TSM on the chase. You come behind us, we come behind you. Simple as that, buddy.
I mean, that is TSM for you, Floki. I mean, these guys never back away from a fight, and maybe their egos might have been just a bit bruised because now the bike is behind the car. They are going to catch up, and Hyderabad Hydras, oh baby, you better watch out because Blaze is going to let rip with his Uzi, and there you have it, the perfect weapon to have while you are on a bike. The SMGs making sure that you can do something. You don't have to light it now. Well, Hyderabad Hydra, they are going to try and zig and zag their way, but I like the fact that Shadow's like, you know what, they are going to beat us to the compound. They might have a few weapons in store. Let's not take our chances. Let's get a few more vehicles and head over to greener pastures.
I mean, if I could actually just prop up the map right now, I just want to point out something very, very interesting, because while all this commotion has been happening, TSM is actually split up into two different groups. One of the groups is all the way near Rozhok, while the other one is trying to make their way towards Georgopol, racing against the side of Team Hyderabad Hydras. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if they're able to get themselves some loot and regroup, it's going to be great because they are sort of away from each other right now. Although, being in the circle does help.
You know, we were talking about Georgia Paul moments ago, and it looks like a lot of teams in the city. We have at least 3 teams vying for control near the containers and north of that little bridge, but looks like we just might see some action break out as well because Hyderabad Hydras, they were heading in that location, and looks like TSM have the same idea as well. And does every team realize that all of this is at the edge of the circle? Because, you know, there are a few more options available for them further inland, but for now, it's going to be 247 Gaming, and they are definitely going to see the commotion in the distance. And, well, by all means, when you see a vehicle in the distance, you and I, we do this as well, right?
Absolutely.
We pop the tires.
Absolutely, pop the tires, make sure they are rendered ineffective, and well, in the meantime, the circle has been popped out. I mean, now it seems that TSM are about to regroup, but if it was shown up a little bit earlier, you'd have seen 2 different teams. I mean, one going all the way towards Georgopol, other one trying to make their way towards Rozhok. Now that they've grouped up a little bit, they're going to have some strength and numbers to work with. Speaking of which, TSM coming on to fire over here. Looks like 247 Gaming, they have something to say about their rotations into Georgopol.
Well, as Shadow is trying to zig and zag, bob and weave his way under the bullets. Looks like he is going to be successful, but I am still fearful for Ninja sitting on the back, and looks like he did kind of anticipate something like that. The vehicle is going to go forth, but looks like the players have abandoned ship, and that kept the enemy guessing. Of course, they, again, brilliant planning over here. They saw a boulder, they saw some cover. They're like, you know what, let's try and trick our enemies, and well, the enemies took the bait.
Yeah, they certainly are still taking the bait for now. And they are on a bit of a 2-wheeled buggy over here. You can only turn in one proper direction as, well, the wheels on the side are knocked out. It's just hilarious to look at these buggies being driven like that. But in the meantime, TSM, you know, disaster averted. They were in a bit of an early skirmish. Now they've got themselves some loot to work with. Now they can actually start playing BGMI.
They can actually start doing that, and, you know, I love the fact that BGMI still has some Carmageddon action, as I love calling it, because anything can happen, and it doesn't matter how you do it. If you finish your opponent, you are going to walk away with that 1 point. Now, of course, we were kind of tickled with the idea that we are going to see some action break out early, but looks like as we do approach the 7-minute mark, it was just an illusion.
Yeah, it most certainly was. In fact, Skylights Gaming, they continue to exploit the fact that while everyone is terrified of the behemoth that is Pochinki, they just take up that mantle for themselves. They're like, alright, Pochinki is empty, I'm going to go there, it's my area now. And I still haven't seen anyone contest them from the quarterfinals. I'm not too sure what's been going on over here.
Now, the best thing is we have Tactical Esports back in the building, and if you do remember, they did get a chicken dinner in Erangel, and, well, judging by the position, they are tactically advancing or trying to keep an eye out on Pochinki itself, because if you have a look at Hitman's position, he does have that 1 compound to the west. Now, of course, this is all speculation at our end, because looks like action might just break out as Godlike, not Godlike, I beg your pardon, 7C are going to be in a collision course with the opponent. Before now, we are going to have a look at Soul. Ah, there we have it. 7C's Prince is going to get the first knock. Eggy could be run over, but he does miss, and now Prince could be in a world of trouble. He goes over the mountain. He goes behind enemy lines, and Spray God is going to make sure he sprays him full of lead. Now 7C Prince put 6 feet under. Here comes Spray God from 7C. Is he going to do something similar? Iggy Saggy is going to be shot. He is going to take cover behind the vehicle, but it's going to be his teammate Rex who falls down first, and there you have it. Saggy is going to join suit, and Avi, meanwhile, says, like, you know what? Too much is done over here, and I'm going to run away to live to fight another day, and that is exactly what he's going to do.
Absolutely. Look at that. Enigma once again just sort of getting, well, I really don't know how to say it, but it seems like every single time they're involved in an early skirmish, it just does not go their way. Last time around it was the Hyderabad Hydras, this time around it is 7C Esports. They are just losing limbs left, right, and center, and soon enough, they are going to be an armless, legless chicken, maybe even featherless. Don't confuse it for a human being, folks. That's a philosophy reference that I hope somebody in chat gets a featherless biped. But yeah, 7C Esports, they've got 3 finishes to their name, which is sort of unlike who they are.
You know what I've told you in the past, right? I mean, you are an old soul, and when I'm going to hold on to the thought, oh my goodness, Avi almost shaking all of us right now. I almost fell back in my seat as that vehicle was heading towards me, but it's going to be Enigma Gaming, who unfortunately did find Soul, and well, Soul are going to make sure they bite the dust as they do go out in the 16th position with 2 finishes. And now, if you know what I'm talking about, we are going to have the instant replay up on your screen so you have a look at exactly what happened. There you have it up. He goes right into Rox's position. In fact, he gets off, he shoots, he gets the knock, but now have a look at what's going to happen. Rox finished in an instant, and there you have it. Yuva comes in, and before Avi could do anything, well, before the car could, crunch his skull under his wheel, he was taken out. But now, 7C Sarang making his escape as Godlike come into the vicinity.
Absolutely. Well, that was payback at its finest. I've never seen a quicker dose of instant karma there in my life, but Godlike Esports still hot on the tail of 7Cs. They could pursue over here, but the issue that they have is that they sort of spread up for now, so they're looking to regroup.
That actually works because now this is something 7C won't be expecting. Now have a look at that. I would have wanted Clutch God to be a bit more to the left of our screens, a bit more to the south, so they could start pincering them in. They could start, pinching them in a position because, well, grenades are going to go up and Godlike, they might just make a move. But for now, Aladdin and the boys are going to try and hold their ground. They did lose Prince early on, and now they take the fight to Jonathan. Jonathan, lucky he has that sheet metal plate at the back of his buggy.
Absolutely. I mean, that buggy's back, keeping it alive as it always does back. They never skip it at the gym. If the buggy was a human being, of course, but yeah, we'd be delving into Transformers territory over here. Let's not go there. In the meantime, Godlike, once again, hot on the tail of 7Cs. Now, 7Cs, they have had a bit of a slow start today. Usually, they're a team that likes to play consistently, going for those placement points, but today, it doesn't seem like they've had the luxury to do so because, well, maybe the zone, maybe they're just not feeling it, maybe they woke up on the wrong side of the bed, who knows. But, yeah, hopefully this time around, they can sort of turn this franchise around and get themselves a lot more points to work with.
They could indeed, but for now, as you have a look at the circle, only a couple of teams are going to be out in the blue, and our esports all the way down south, they shall make their way in without any opposition. Now Sarang is going to face some opposition in the form of lead as Zigot switches to that DP for that stability. Let's lose a few shots. Unfortunately, when you're in a McLaren, it is just a bit too fast.
Absolutely, it can be a little bit hard to control that bad boy, but in the meantime, Godlike Esports, well, okay, they will exit the car and they're going to try and take the fight instead. In the meantime, well, this is the Bridge League towards Georgia Bolt. Marby, here's the entire commotion. He's got an F4. How many can he line up? None at all.
I mean, if he had just gotten up a bit quicker, he could have probably gotten a few knocks. And have a look at that. TSM with some return fire as well. And Marby does the right thing. He goes underwater and he is out of there.
Wow, I mean, that is very, very quick thinking by Abi. He knows he's on the back foot over here, so he's just going to venture out instead, get back towards safety, regroup with his teammates. Hopefully there's a seat for him in one of those vehicles and he can get the hell back to cover, because TSM now are aware of the fact that X-Spark are in here, and in fact this could be sort of a bait situation coming up, a trap turning into a bait.
Let's be honest, we all want to see this fight take place. We all want to see Team X-Spark go up against TSM, but the thing is, Team X-Spark are going to be out in the blue. So now they've got to make a decision. Do they take this team head on, or do they circumnavigate around them from the south or from the north? Looks like they might just move, and Ninja, he's trying to bait them. He knows he's got the buggy. He knows he can do something, and A, he's trying to bait them. B, he's trying to get the position of Ultron because he did sense something. His spidey senses were tingling. He knows someone is under that bridge. Is it a troll or is it an enemy?
Well, we're about to find out as Ninja Jod is going to try and take a peek at the waters. Doesn't see anyone there just yet though, so maybe this could end up being a waste of time. Thankfully, the circle does favor them. They're still inside, and they don't have any flanks to worry about, except for, well, Team X-Spark hiding behind that area in the blue, which if they do bounce out, they will know for sure, but once again, I don't think it's going to be that problematic for them. In fact, Scout will reveal their position with that smoke. I'm not sure if this was the right move to make, but they probably spotted out his buggy.
He needs to get in the buggy. There you have it. The buggy was just taking a few shots, and
no!
He gets out in the nick of time. Question is he going to survive till we join him again? Because for now, it does look like TSM, they know someone's down below, but they can't really ascertain the position, and you don't want to waste time. Have a look at the circle. It has shifted up north, and look at all those vehicles just north of Rozhok. Oh my god, it's going to be bumper cars sooner or later, because shots are going to be fired, and well, we are going to see some drive-bys. But for now, TSM making their way without any opposition.
Well, the lockdown might be in effect, but the carnival festivities continue here on the fields of BGMI, as we could potentially see a game of bumper cars being played out, but Godlike Esports, in the meantime, would very much like to play BGMI instead. Thank you very much. They see a couple of people rotating inside those buggies, but the patience coming in from Jonathan. Well, I spoke too soon. Caster's curse strikes again. He fires off a couple of shots, reads his position.
But Jonathan realized one thing. He did see those buggies go by. He did see that Tesla being parked over there. He knows someone is still in that shack.
Well, it looks like there's not going to be any sort of surprises coming in for Godlike then. Well, with the scout, or rather with the scouting that Jonathan has done.
Oh, they're going for it.
Okay, they are going for it. They know he's all by himself. Okay, well, they're going to chase Hyderabad Hydras instead, who have dropped a couple of smokes. A couple of the players being low over here. Nades being lobbed in as well, trying to soften up the players on the enemy team, so maybe they can go in. Look at those nades coming in. It is raining grenades today. Explosions all around. Ace Black will lose half his HP, potentially more. The next nade coming through. Will it find its mark? No, it does not. And now Jonathan prepping up another.
We saw that.
Oh my god, he actually cancels it midway. That smoke is gonna come through now. The nade being prepped up. Oh, he spots out the player. He pulls out the weapon in the nick of time. The gave out that just devastate. And it looks like Cornell. Oh my god, are they gonna be trusted one out? No, they're not. Hyperball Hydra still standing strong. But in the end, Carry will take him out. Jonathan was lost, but still well worth it for Godlike Esports.
Great thinking on Carrie's part. He did make sure he finished what he started because, well, Jonathan is going to be out of this game. His team, however, does have 4 finishes to their name. Elsewhere, Mavi goes down as Pokar is going to jump. He is going to try and see if he can spot anyone from 247 Gaming, but oh my goodness, have a look at that. Someone is going to be on his left, and that someone could come out from cover and put him 6 feet under. But for now, this is the fight we all wanted to see. Now, Ultron and Gil are going to move in. Looks like the respite might just come in. The revives might just come in, but Aquanox, he needs to be on the move. One good grenade could be devastating, but Gil from behind, making sure he covers his fallen comrades. Can Ultron do something? Because he's going to join the party as well as Ninja is going to make a move. Ultron taking damage from the enemy, taking damage from the blue. This is going to be a bit too close to call. Are they going to survive the blue? Yes, they do.
Oh my god, Ultron!
Only for now.
What the hell? There was a sliver of HP on that man, and he somehow heals himself back up. Now, Gil was in a different position, so might not have been able to heal him back up, but okay, that nade comes in, and all of a sudden, the entirety of X-Pac, have they been eliminated, or is Gil still alive? I'm not sure.
Well, it looks like Gil is still alive and kicking on his feet.
Oh,
No,
no,
he
he's
isn't,
not?
because he was taken out by Ninja Zord. Now again, they're out in the blue, taking damage. Team X-Pac with yet another early exit, and I do believe the zone could have come into play as well. They are going to be out in the 14th position, not the Team X-Pac we have come to be used to. Now, let's have a look and see what exactly happened, because, well, the instant replay is popping up on your screens now. But before that, looks like the Canary might just sink just a little bit. The weapon is fired. Zigzor needs to zig and zag his way as, well, he does find cover in the nick of time, but now Canary comes under fire and now hits the deck. There you have it. Oh, well, moving in, but it's going to be Canary who draws first blood over here. Now his teammates are going to be on hand as well, shooting down below as the enemy are trying to make their way up, but Rockstar is going to be felled, and there you have it. It all comes down to the little bird himself. He does throw a grenade. In fact, he does get a big boom, and now he just has 2 more members to take care of. Question is, can he go around? Yes, he does. Bomber on a sliver of HP. That could be problematic. It could all come down to a one-on-one situation. If Bomber gets bombed out over here, that's going to be devastating. Oh my goodness, Killo could be noticed. Killo could take some damage. Lucky for him, he still has a sliver of HP. What? He doesn't have any HP. He only has a pixel to work with, as Bomber is going to patch himself up. There you have it. He gets 3. Can he go for the squad wipe over here? He is going to go on the left. Is he going to patch himself up? Yes, he is. And you know what? He's using a first aid.
Absolutely, his teammates are now coming in, and they should be able to clean it up. The fight, Rockstar is going to go forward, finish off the job that his teammates started, and that is 4 points in the bag for the side of our esports. We did say keep an eye out for them. These guys, well, they might be a couple of canaries, but they have grown some fangs over here. That is not even biologically possible, but that's just how good they are.
I mean, it's all down to your imagination. If you can think it, you can do it, as 247 Gaming are now going to be coming under fire, and it's going to be Spray God, Spring led in their direction. Oh my goodness, what a beautiful song the Canary sung. Almost got a squad wipe, but well, I think he's going to be happy with 3 to his name. Who's not going to be happy are the gentlemen from 247, as yes, they do have that shack, but the position is given away for everyone to know.
Absolutely, that shack is one of the worst places to hold if your position gets discovered. Even a couple of nades could be thrown in if they get a little bit closer. Unfortunately, 7Cs don't have that luxury. Tactical Esports have been eliminated by Skylights. In the meantime, these guys were the double chicken dinner winners this time around, but it doesn't seem like they will be having that luck. XP, the stage is yours, man. Take it.
Forget it, because no one picked up that AWM. Of course, why do all the drops fall on Godlike Speed? Because they are not going to be using those AWMs. They are maestros of the M46X spray. But now, Sarang talking about the M4, well, he has a 4 times on his gun over here. And you know what? I'm not going to be too worried. What I am worried about is that little gas can that is right in the center. Because even if a molly comes in and, you know, it doesn't burn them to a crisp, who knows?
Kaboom!
It goes boom! And with that, in fact, the entire shack could be taken out. But looks like snipers are in use. As Mental Yam is going a bit too mental. A second headshot coming in for him.
Absolutely. We'll see if 247 can continue to pile on the plethora of points that they are finding for themselves. Unfortunately, confirming them is another task. In the meantime, Corep, Mizio, Flick, YT has been knocked down on speed, but Versus there to get him back up. Maybe they still have what it takes to clinch out the chicken dinner, but Godlike Esports with 3 members strong and 6 finishes to their name in a very, very good position right now. Having the high ground to work with, no one to backstab them. They have everything under control. The world is their oyster, like I said.
I like the fact that, all the fighting is taking place north of the fjord, just north of Yasnaya. And, well, looks like there's only one team which is going to have any kind of concrete to hide behind, and that team is Team EXO. Have a look at that parking job. That is how you're supposed to do it, and every single man is behind his vehicle.
Oh, yeah.
But the thing is, sooner or later, they are going to have to move out. And when you have someone like Blaze with a Mini 14, knowing that you're going to do that, oh boy, it could get a little bit problematic. I would rather use the DMR, but looks like he is going to be happy with the M4. Also, they're going to have to move in the circle as well. Brilliant timing production. Have a look at that. Now, Godlike, they do have the cliffs down below. They are going to have to go up against our esports.
Yes.
But Team EXO are looking good.
I mean, yeah, Team EXO are in such a comfortable spot right now. I mean, they have every single line of sight that they could ask for over here. Our esports, on the other hand, they are going to have to fight for some cliff control against the members of Godlike Esports. Now, Godlike are turning their attention towards the members, well, on the other side of the bridge. I believe it's 7Cs who are in their sights as of now. And, well, the DP-28 at that distance, rattling off. Zygot unable to connect.
Oh, unable to connect, but it looks like Punk is going to try and connect. I was going to break something else up, but looks like action is going to break out. Massive grenade coming in. Does not take anyone down, but, well, takes a lot of their HP with them. And the second one could be devastating as well. There you have it. Fearless is going to finally meet his fear, as Fierce is going to be fearful, and he is going to, well, mess up that second grenade. No harm done because his teammates are coming in. It is not his teammate. It is Corep Mizo who are joining the party as well. Unfortunately, Flick, he couldn't flick his way over here as he is going to be taken down. Have a look at the angles Team EXO have, and they were anticipating this, Floki. They knew that they are going to be taken on by a lot of teams as well. 247. What? Oh my goodness, Pooja would have spotted the enemy over there, but unfortunately Immortal was on hand to test her mortality, and now Fierce is going to go in. TSM out in the 11th with 5 finishes to their names.
My god, the 5th circle is coming, but still there are 10 teams in the picture over here. Corep Mizo are complete psychopaths trying to push in with 2 players, but one of them is still standing. There's hope for them yet in the meantime. Godlike can't say the same for them. Our esports coming in. Wide for control of the cliffs over here as Neo, well, he's still standing strong, and so is Zygo, but that might not be for too long. In the meantime, back towards EXO. Well, it seems they're lobbing grenades towards each other's zone. Well, how the hell where the hell did they come from? They just stumbled into this place.
Viru should have seen him coming out, but looks like Soul are going to be joining the party as well. Viru is out, and Dave is just going to be relentless, but it's going to be fierce with those big grenades, taking down Dog, taking down member after member. But now, as one team falls, another shell rise on the other side. Meanwhile, Godlike are still in the game. One of them is going to be knocked out. Neo, can he be the Matrix himself right now, as he is going to go up against Canary? Is he going to get a few shots in? Because he does have 3 members in front of him to contend with. He does spot one. He does shoot. Is he going to connect? Yes, he does, but his HP is way too low, and he knows it, which is why he's going to go in for the finishes. No. And there you go. Before he breathes his last, he is going to be going out, but looks like they do have 9 finishes elsewhere. Looks like Soul still surviving by 2 members, but now Skylights Gaming want to join the party as well, and looks like they did get the better of a couple of members. I think Rip are out, U-Dog are out, EXO still surviving by 3 members, but now it's a stalemate over here. Who is going to make the first move? Who is going to make the first few mistakes?
Absolutely the best Clint Eastwood movie you've ever seen. The good, the bad, and the ugly over here. You've got a bunch of teams in the mix. You've got Skylights Gaming, you've got Soul as well, EXO in the fray too, and now Revenant top dog. Well, much like his name suggests, trying to be the top dog for his team, hurling all those nades in. They do connect. Well, Destro's going to be the one who knocks down Yua over here. Yua will be finished off, wiped out, and I believe that is Soul being taken out of the picture over here at 6th place. And now there are 5 teams in the mix. 7C, Revenant, EXO, R Esports, and Skylights Gaming. And well, it looks like EXO might just also be biting the dust soon enough.
Destro with some amazing grenades now. Although Fierce was taken down by Soul, he is going to capitalize on that finish, which means now they are going to take the fight to Team EXO. But wait, lo and behold, because our esports are coming in. But wait a second, Paradox is going to be living up to his name as well. He just stunned all the opposition, and now in the blink of an eye, it is all down to Jadu. Does he have some magic in his fingers? Is the sun bright enough? Is there enough dupe for the gentleman over here? Because, well, his position has been given away. He is going to deploy a few smokes, but now Top Dog realizes, wait a second, someone else is closing in. Grenades are going to be going off. I'm pretty sure the grenade stats are going to be off the charts this time around because, well, if he gets a few more knocks, he just might get a few more finishes.
Absolutely, the Lions might be the king of the jungle over here, but you have to remember there are still Panthers crawling about, and the Panthers usually live longer, which is the side of 70 Esports, still not in the circle. They're on the outskirts right now, and you can see them coming in over here from the backstep, but they'll be taken out. It seems like as soon as I say that, the Caster's Curse strikes, and they've been eliminated in 5th place.
Well, we are down to the final 4 teams. 9 people still alive, and Jadoo, oh my goodness, he has some magic in his fingers because, well, he is still alive and kicking, but now his position could be given away. One bullet, one gust of wind could be enough. Question is, does he have enough meds on him? Does he have enough utility? Because he's been shot at from every direction.
Absolutely, Skylights Gaming, they've got 4 members still standing strong. What the? Okay, they're blowing up the Jeep for some cover. That is what they're doing. I mean, I saw the tire being taken. I'm like, we're not going to be using the Jeep at this point. But it seems that in the meantime, our esports, Jadoo, the only member surviving, is going to have to work his magic over here. Maybe type a couple of magical codes on an ancient computer, call for some backup from the skies. As, well, he might do some Om Nom soon enough.
Ah, I like that. Have a look at that. Although we have a drop, which I'm pretty sure no one is going to go for. Punk, oh my goodness, he is in no man's land. I mean, speak about being sandwiched, speak about being between a rock and a hard place. He's going to make sure he doesn't move a muscle, doesn't bat an eyelid, because if he gives the sound cue away from both directions, grenades could be rained in his position.
Well, BGMI giving him the garden variety of experiences over here as he's in a battle royale, but right now he's in a state of horror as he's surrounded on all sides, just holding his breath, waiting, and just hoping that the monster doesn't look in his direction and walks right past him.
Have a look at Gumla Boy's position. Now, if he just explodes himself, if he does get up, he could be shot at. And, well, looks like a member from Revenant could, or Revenant Esports, I beg your pardon, could be spotting him. I was looking at Paradox. Paradox has a good angle on himself, but again, I love the fact they know someone is out there.
Oh, Jadoo!
Oh, we saw his speed, which means Gumla Boy definitely saw his speed as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And now Gumla Boy is going to have something to say about it. He has to be a little bit careful. The Revenant could just get a free pick for themselves. Skylights, they are in a winning position over here. The only way they lose is by overextending for a couple of finishes. In fact, Punku has managed to find Destro on the back of a nade over here, but he's still going to prioritize survival as they do try to turn their attention towards the final surviving member from our esports. It's going to be Jadoo, and EXO will be eliminated by Skylights in the end over here. And Revenant, well, they are not going to capitalize on the situation just yet. Despite being in a fair 3v3, which is the best possible chance they could have had, they will hold still. They believe they can still squeeze out a better situation from the situation they're currently in.
Oh,
well, look like that's going to be the case, because Somraj has something to say about it, exuding his will with the grenades coming in over here. And now he's going to move forward, look to clean up the entirety of Revenant as Jadoo still lurking. He's just very, very happy that the side of Skylights and Revenant are locking horns with each other.
Well, that grenade not only took down the opponent, it shook the screen, it shook the entire studio, and still, Jadoo still behind cover. Does he have enough first aids, or is the play zone going to take his life? He has one. He has one. Let's see if he has another. Looks like a little bit of boosters coming in, and the patchup comes in once again. Well, looks like he is going to walk away with a minimum of 17 points, and this is it. Now he's going to have to get up. Now he's still going for bandages, and of course, that is all where the magic is finally going to fizzle out. What an amazing run by Jadoo, the magician over here, as our esports are going to be exiting in the 3rd place. Now it's all down to these two teams. Skylights Gaming, they've been a little dormant so far. They are going to go up against Revenant, and well, let's see if they are going to take them to church.
Absolutely, Skylights Gaming in the best possible position right now, trying to surround them on all sides, squeeze them out like a couple of pythons, a couple of boa constrictors in here from prehistoric times, as even the current animal's life can't do justice to their strength. Pokar looking to go up the high ground over here. He's considering, he's switching between a nade and a smoke. He's not sure if he wants to stay or if he wants to push out. And oh boy, my god, that nade does a lot of damage, and I think that's going to be the green signal for Skylights to go in. But look at the positioning of Top Dog. Him being on the high ground gives Encore a form of safety in the fact that Skylights can't just push in naked without any smokes. And now Gumla Boy, realizing that, will pop a couple, give themselves away inside that area.
Now, it all comes down to who makes that first move, who makes that first mistake, because for now, they're all going to be waiting with bated breath. Looks like the utilities are finally over. No more grenades or Molotovs on either end, because all that's left is smoke, and well, the bullets left to do all the talking. Now, you did mention Top Dog up atop that hill, not the hill, I beg your pardon, in the house. He is giving good information out. Question is, can they use it? I do see Pokar cooking something. It is going to be lobbed. It is going to blow up. Unfortunately, it's on the other side of the wall. Now, keep an eye out on Gamla boy. If he rotates all the way out, even taking a little bit of damage from the blue, Paradox could be in a world of trouble.
Absolutely, this game is entirely about who moves first over here as the blue zone is going to close in, but it is going to be the members of Skylights Gaming with all the cover to work with. Revenant are going to have to go out in the open. They've got a buggy for their troubles. Oh wait, no, actually don't even think that's a buggy. That is not even a vehicle. And they are probably going to have to go out there on feet.
Here's the plot twist. Now, Revenant, although you do see Onko in the circle, the remaining members are going to have to come in and, well, all their precious angles could be taken out. Now, of course, shots are going to be fired. They are going to try and make a few moves to distract someone. This could be possible. The Revenant, again, you got to make sure you know every single nook and cranny. And there you have it. The action is going to break out. Samraj does take some damage, but the AKM is going to do all the talking. He is going to patch himself up, but his teammates are coming in. Onko, can we get an Onko over here? No, we cannot, as he is taken down as well, which means now only one man is going to be standing for the team, and it's going to be top dog. It's going to be woof woof. They are going in for the pan, and wait a second, Skylights Gaming finally getting that victory over here, finally getting the chicken dinner. But was it a... Did we hear that? Because, well, I want to see something like that. I think at the end, the pan was swung, and somebody got hit in the head, and, well, boom. That is all she wrote.
Absolutely.
Wow.
That is the worst way to die, by a hemorrhage, by a concussion from a pan, not even a quick death. You know, at least you get shot in the head, lights out, you don't even know what's happening next, either you're in heaven or hell. Depends how you've been in your past life or this life as well. But with that pan finish, that does hurt a little bit more. Although I have to say, I was watching the HUD, I don't think it was a pan finish.
I think he was trying to pound his own enemy, and the bullets did all the talking, because Top Dog moved a bit to his last before he woofed his last. And, well, that is all she wrote. Revenants, again, a good outing for them. I do believe they are going to get the placement points, 12. Maybe they had 2 or 3 finishes, so a decent number of points for them. But boy, oh boy, it is going to be Skylights Gaming that are going to walk away with a chicken dinner in the last game on day 1.
I mean, aren't Skylights Gaming so cheeky? You know, on Sandhawk, they just go for the heal battle. How many first aids did we see? 32?
We saw 32
35?
guaranteed.
Oh, yeah.
Could have been 40.
Exactly. And then, well, Jadu's like, you know what? I like what they did on Sandhawk. I'm going to borrow a page out of their book. And I'm going to just, do what they were doing.
What stood out the most was, of course, he did manage to come in, taking out a few people, but 7C had 3 members push up on his location, and they had no idea what's going to happen. And again, if you missed any of the action, I'm pretty sure you didn't, but let's just relive them once more, as the highlights are going to be popping up on our screens now.
Well, there you go, 7C Esports starting off with a strong foot forward. Prince finding a knock and a finish to work with.
However, he overextended just a little bit and paid a heavy price.
Oh yeah, he most certainly did over here. Well, they will get a couple of knocks, and 7Cs, I mean, this is a good start for a team who hasn't done that well, right? I mean, they did start the day a little bit slow. They weren't able to really, just make their playstyle work. So they switched things up, they found some success, good boost of confidence. This is probably, where the carnival came in, the bumper cars, and instant karma just as that finish comes in. Well,
go ahead.
Yeah, this is just like,
I love seeing that.
This is the textbook example of, instant karma coming into picture. But Hyderabad Hydras as well, just holding this area around against Godlike. This was a very, very ballsy push coming in from Godlike.
Now look, Jonathan made sure he confirms the finish, which honestly they didn't really have to, because had his attention been a bit, further up, he would have spotted the enemy coming in. He probably could have taken out Carry and probably wouldn't have lost his life again. Ifs and buts, coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Oh yeah.
Lovely fights breaking out, and this is what we were all waiting for. TSM up against TX, and looks like TSM had the better day.
Absolutely. I mean, that was such a perfectly lobbed nade coming in from Aquanox. Sure, he pays for it, he gets knocked down over here, but still, it's not the end of the world. He dropped from somewhere?
He did get knocked down, but then he got right back up again.
Absolutely. His teammates were there to pick him back up. It wasn't a situation where he fell and he couldn't get back up. And Godlike Esports, they certainly, they stayed true to their play style. They went in for those finish points. They were very, very aggressive throughout. So you are going to be seeing more and more of Godlike in the top 8.
Look at the use of the terrain by Skylights Gaming. When we thought that all was lost, they had that little bit of a dip, and well, they used it, survived, came out and won the game. Now iQOO India, not the usual cells over here, but they did manage to wipe out Seoul, but in turn were wiped out by Skylights instead.
Absolutely. I mean, iQOO, they were sort of in a very awkward situation, right? So
I beg your pardon, by Fierce from Team XO with those amazing grenades.
Absolutely, yeah, it was Fierce from Team XO who got the credit for all those. But once again, I mean, Team iQOO, they were just surrounded on all sides. I mean, we saw a similar situation break out earlier on Miramar today, where one of the teams was surrounded on every single side, and eventually they bit the dust too. This is sort of the biggest nightmare scenario for Godlike, right? They usually don't expect someone to come in from the same angle as them. They knew the cliff side was open. They knew that they're going to have the advantage, or rather, the element of surprise to work with if they stay outside the circle instead. iQOO India, on the other hand, well, they certainly did a lot of work. Destro, in fact, I mean, we interviewed this man early, and he said he seemed very, very calm, but it seems that he's starting to turn the heat up a little bit today, trying to lead by example.
Trying to lead by example indeed, and well, we are going to see something later on. Let's see if it's going to be Destro destroying all the opposition or Canary's sweet song of death that win them that iQOO MVP. But let me tell you one thing, Gamla Boy with his grenades was just amazing. But have a look at this. They come in, Jadu gets up, gets one, gets two, and that is all she wrote for 7C. And all of this despite being under heavy fire from all the people in the buildings just yonder.
I mean, 7C's esports, this was the game laid out for them. It was served to them on a platter, pretty much. But it seems that they didn't dot their I's, they didn't cross their T's, and the teacher wasn't very, very happy. They got him, they were punished over here. Skylights Gaming, I mean, Jadu just surviving this was a miracle and a half. I mean, I don't know what sort of tricks he has up his sleeve, but that was truly, a magician's gambit there. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before.
I mean, I know this sound a bit cheesy, but again, when you're out in the sun, he is, powered. He has that extra power. At nighttime or in the shade, Jadu might not be as brilliant, but well, looks like he was pretty brilliant over here, making sure he got his team those crucial placement points.
Absolutely. I mean, I have to say the entirety of Skylights Gaming played really, really well over here. The amount of patience they displayed just taking this fight, I mean, some might say it was too much patience, some might say that, they had opportunities before.
Let's have a look. There's the
Moment
pan in the hand.
of truth. They tried.
It is a bad finish. Oh my goodness. Let's have a look at it once again from Top Dog's location. Let's have a look. Let's slow it down a bit. And oh my goodness.
Boy.
That sound. I would watch it one more time. Let's do it. That is all she wrote as that big thong basically reverbed through the studio, and well, it's confirmed it was a pan finish. And talk about adding salt to the wound, that is exactly what this team did. Skylights Gaming with a pan kill finish. Who would have thunk?
Who would have thunk it, right? Exactly. I mean, you look at that situation, you have to be top dog in there. You're thinking, all right, I'm probably going to die over here. But then the pan comes out and it, clangs you in the head. That is extra mental damage. Quite literally, because he does get, hit in the head with the pan. But you're going to be a little bit tilted as well after that. You're just thinking to yourself, I'm probably going to die anyway. But then the pan finish comes and you're like, God damn it, not the pan.
Now the thing is, of course, after that, if it was me, I would have probably flung my device or whatever. But if I had this bad boy in my hand, at least it wouldn't have taken that much damage. Sturdy. But before that, we've had a look at, the highlights. Let's have a look and see who is going to walk away the iQOO MVP. Is it going to be Canary or is it going to be, well, Destro? It's neither, because it's Godlike's Neo with 5 finishes, but it's the damage that sets him apart.
I mean, not only the damage this time around, all the other stats looking very, very impressive, except for maybe the healing done. 3 assists, 3 headshots to his name. I'm quite sure you're going to be proud of that, XP. And Neo, I mean, once again, just playing out really, really proper for his team. I think in Miramar as well, he was there until the very end, trying to help his teammate out. I believe it was Z-God who went forward and, tried to go in for the 1v3. Didn't really work out for him. But once again, Godlike, they may not be able to clutch it out in those situations, but they sure show a lot of heart.
1v4, however, when 3 people peek you at the same time, I mean, I would have given up at that moment.
Absolutely. Cue some Larry David music right there. Curb your enthusiasm. And, Neo, he tried his best in the end, but there was only so much that he could do. Let's have a look at what other players are following in his wake. There is Destro from Skylights Gaming in second place. 5 finishes, 520 damage done. Very, very efficient. Canry as well. 5 finishes, 425 damage done. He probably swooped in and stole the finish from someone else. Fierce. Well, living up to his name, 4 finishes, 720 damage done. And Paradox as well. We all saw what this man did. He saw 7Cs coming in, put them all 6 feet under, 649 damage done to his name.
I like it. Now, it could be Canary, but I'm still going to call it Canary. But I know it's spelled with a C, but I just love the way it, rolls off my tongue. But again, damage is what has been, the differentiating factor between the top 3. And as you mentioned, XO Fierce in 4th and Paradox in 5th with 3 finishes. All in all, I do believe it was a good game. And before we are done, let's have a look at a few more numbers, a few more figures as the match summary is now popping up. And I'm telling you, a lot of grenades were used, and 120 to be exact, but this time we are going to reach double digits as 10 of them made sure they put their enemy 6 feet in the ground.
Absolutely. I mean, those grenades being lobbed were a thing of beauty. I think I saw a Godlike do that a couple of times as, those nades were popped in. I mean, Hyderabad Hydras, they were on the receiving end of it. A little bit unfortunate for them, but lots of nades being used. You are right. Healing down, not so impressive. Everything else not as impressive, but the grenades used really standing out over here. Let's now have a look at the meat on the bones, the finish to damage ratios and the finish to damage chart. Is
Now-
there a Burj Khalifa in town?
Well, you know exactly what's popping up, but before we talk about that, I'm going to say one thing. Once upon a time, 6,000 points of healing was like, whoa, that's a lot of healing. But everything was thrown out the window with 2 games where we already crossed the 11,000 mark. That is just ridiculous, Floki.
I mean, that happening on Miramar was the biggest shocker for me. That happening on Sanhok is understandable. Miramar is just weird.
For me, it's the opposite because in Miramar, you know, you have the long distance engagements. Oh, I see what you're doing. In Sanhok, you get the heal battles
battles,
off.
right.
I get that. But in Miramar, you know, you are depleting everyone's.
Oh yeah, you're
utilities.
knocking them from a distance.
Now that we've known who's won the chicken dinner, let's have a look and see how everyone else did. And well, Skylights Gaming, your winners with 26 points, 11 of which came via finishes.
Absolutely. Skylights Gaming sort of turning over a new leaf here as well. You know, getting a lot of those finish points under their belt. Proud and shiny. These are the new world heavyweight. They're not. They're just the winners of this game.
I know for a fact that Ocean is going to be breathing a sigh of relief.
Absolutely. He most certainly is. Well, our esports in second place with 17. Revenant esports in third place with 15. EXO in fourth with 12. A lot of much closer down there in the top 5 or top 6 if you have a look at that. 7C with 10 and Godlike with 10 to the name too. Then comes in Soul with 7, TSM with 6, and well, everyone under there probably not worth mentioning either, as I'm quite sure their fans were probably expecting a little bit more. A lot of teams having a really solid day one. Some of these other teams, well, passing by, scraping by for now, but hey, it's like I've always said, it doesn't matter if you don't peak now, peak towards the end. Carry the momentum forward into the grand finals.
You know, just to give you a little bit of an idea, just think about how you and I feel when we are starting a cast, you know. I mean, although we've been doing this for quite some time now, you always get those jitters, and up until maybe the first ad break or maybe the first game is done, we're like, was I good? Was it fine?
Yeah.
And then you breathe that sigh of relief. So it is the same for all these teams that are playing in this tournament. So, you know, it is just day one.
Oh, yeah.
We still have 3 more games, 3 more days, I beg your pardon,
Oh,
of
yeah.
intense BGMI action, and anything can happen.
Absolutely anything can happen. Even the team who is at that bottom position in the 24th place could rise up to the first place, but you're going to have to keep an eye out to find out.
But before that, let's have a look and see how 2 players do against one another, because the player face-off is coming in as Destro is going to go up against Ferris, and well, looks like Destro definitely destroyed his competition in this instant.
Absolutely. His name might be Destro, but he is indeed more closer to Sinestro with the way he plays things around. I mean, just sucking out all the hope from his enemies over here as, well, that is a Green Lantern reference.
Oh.
Sinestro is a villain over there. He does carry the power of fear with him, I do believe. And
Man, you watch too much TV.
absolutely. Well, 720 damage done for Fierce with 4 finishes. But let's have a look at the squad face-off. Let's put 4 players against 4 players as a unit. See who comes out on top between our esports and Skylights Gaming.
Well, Skylights Gaming, of course, walking away with the chicken dinner. They are going to be a happy bunch of lads. They do have 11 finishes as compared to Jadu and the boys with 7. Now, the damage is also almost double, which, of course, just goes to show they were in the thick and thin of all the action. Not really from the beginning, but boy, when they started opening up against the enemies, they took them down one after the other. 8 assists as compared to 3, and everything else except the survival time looks pretty much identical.
Absolutely. I mean, Skylights Gaming, once again, the only difference maker really being the damage over here. And Skylights, it's not really like them to take a lot of fights. You know, towards the end, these guys are, you know, very opportunistic. They like to get into the circle, a little bit like tactical esports, make sure they're in a very good position, and then take those fights. This time around, too, this is exactly what Skylights did, but they racked up a lot more damage than usual. So I'm quite happy to see their strats and their plans working out.
And again, you know, it's all about having to know of your terrain, but you know what, forget that point, because this is the moment you've all been waiting for. We are going to see how all the teams did, and is your favorite team in the top 16, because the overall standings are popping up on your screen, and at the tippity top, we have Skylights Gaming with 58 points, OR Esports in second with 58 now. They both share the same number of chickens, but keep in mind, we are going to give precedence to those position points, and in the case of a tie, position comes over finishes.
Absolutely. 35 finish points for 35 position points for Skylights with only 30 at the side of OR. Our esports in third place with 31 position points and a total of 53. TSM with 50 to their name as well. Godlike in 5th place with 48 and Tactical in 6th with 47 points to their name. Of course, they got those 2 chicken dinners early on, but it seems like they didn't really have a good time after that, as they didn't perform all that well in the upcoming few matches. So Party Gang in the 7th place and 7C Esports in 8th, maintaining their spot.
you know, from second to third and from sixth to seventh, only 5 points of difference between both those positions. Again, goes to show that, you know, only 18 points between 1 and 8. Anything can still happen. A couple of good games, a couple of games with, well, high finishes.
Cutthroat.
There you go, cutthroat business. We are in here, Floki. Now let's have a look at the second page and see if your team has made it in the top 16. Well, there you have it. Let me know if you spotted out in the chat below.
Well, there's Team EXO in the 9th place with 38 points to work with, and then a stark difference between them and Remnant Esports, a 9-point gap at 29 points. We got Reckoning Esports at 28, Chicken Rushers, X-Lions sharing 27 points, but of course, we do give do we? Oh no, the Chicken Dinner gets the precedence first. That is right, folks, which is
Amen.
why Chicken Rushers are above X-Lions. You've got only Glitch in 14th place as well with 25 points, tied up with August 5 at 25 too, in the exact same spot, sharing the same number of finishes and placement points to work with. I wonder what stat we consider then.
Now, you know, when we talk about Titans, the Goliaths, a couple of Goliaths have been doing amazing, but unfortunately, you are going to see a few names in the next slide coming up. But remember, they just might bounce back, because if I start from the bottom, we have CO Rip Mizo with 3, Team X-Spark with 4 after 4 games. That is not what you expect from such a heavy-hitting team as such. Hyderabad Hydras in 22nd with 7, 247 Gaming with 9 and 21st, and Seoul, well, they have kind of managed to, you know, creep up the leaderboard just a little bit, but a 20th position finish with 13 is not something they are going to be happy with.
Absolutely. Seoul know for a fact that they are a lot better than this, but unfortunately today just wasn't their day. Altered Esports, great showing in the quarterfinals, but the first day of the semi starting off a bit slow with 15 points to their name. Enigma Gaming as well with 18, and UDog India in 17th with 20 points to work with. Now, there is a bit of a disclaimer over here. You know, once again, I love playing devil's advocate, so that's what I'm going to do over here. But it is the first day of the semifinals. You have to cut these teams some slack. Your favorite team might be in the bottom 8, but once again, we still got 3 more days of action, 4 games per team. You really think they're going to stay there? Heck no.
I'll tell you one thing. So, you know, I'm a little bit of a late bloomer. I only blossomed in, well, however old I am now. I'm not going to be disclosing that. So, again, you know, for these teams, no gestures. For these teams, now, again, they still have 3 more days of gaming, as you did just mention. So, you know, don't fret, because they just might make it to the next stage. The grand finals, of course, only 16 are going to move forward. But the question is, which 16? Again, we still have 3 more days of BGMI action.
Well, that is the mystery. We are all here to find out. And guess what? There are no free handouts over here. You want to find out who's going to make it? You stay tuned. You click that subscribe button. You hit the bell notification icon. And when the notification pops up, hop onto the stream, see what we're up to, and you're going to have the storyline all for yourself. With, of course, our beautiful raspy voices commentating over it. But, yeah, you know, enough with the self-aggrandizement. Let's talk a little bit more about what we can do for you guys.
Of course, we are going to be talking about the giveaways, and let's have a look and see who all of the lucky few who are going to walk away with some amazing BGMI merch. Congratulations to Saurav. Again, if I do butcher something up, I need your help.
Absolutely.
Saurav Mahata, XLO Bot, Vishal Singh, Nageshwar Maurya, and AKS Gamer YT. If you don't know who that is, you can find him on YouTube.
Absolutely. Well, this is the best sort of promotion you could have asked for, right? You've won the merchandise. Your YouTube channel's probably going to get a couple of some more subscribers. So, yeah, I mean, these are the Giga Brain plays that you as the audience can make as well. So make sure you make the most out of the situation. You hit that link. And yes, XP, I will be taking your phone as soon as we're done. You are not putting your name in any day.
Now, why did you have to disclose about that little backpack thing here, Floki?
Moral police. That's what I am. I am the moral police over here. You do not get to take a slot away from our lovely viewers. You guys are the ones who make this situation happen. You guys are the ones who keep this tournament going. So thank you for tuning in. But we do have a couple more things for you.
Do we now? Of course, we have a lot of things in store for you. Now, keeping one thing in mind, we do have a lot more action in store as, well, day 1 is done and dusted. Day 2 is still going to be, well, starting tomorrow. Make sure you do mark your calendars, because, again, we are at the end game. Only so many games are left, and if you want to see your favorite team come through, come in the chat, come and spam all your love for them, because again, you never know, that little extra thing might just push them to glory and greatness.
Absolutely. I mean, every single team needs your love. Every single team needs your support out here. So if you see your team down there in the dumps, you know, just send them a message of love. Tell them that you really enjoy, you know, watching them play. And yeah, today might have been a bad day for them, but you believe in them and they're going to come back strong. And who knows? Who knows? You know, it's like that Rocky Balboa movies themselves. The first movie, he loses out to Apollo Creed. Second movie, he comes back strong and takes the title. That could be Team Seoul. That could be anyone down there at the bottom 8. Just show them some love.
I mean, I've been hearing about Rocky Balboa right from the beginning, hence the little The little diva moment over here. But again, you're absolutely right. Anything can still happen, and the floor is open, and anyone can come and take any one of those 16 position points. But again, I liked all the action that I did see today.
Oh, yeah.
I love the fact that Sanhok was as crazy as we expected, but you were watching on the sidelines.
I mean, I was just so confused. I was baffled when I saw, the last member from Sapari Gang just fall down. I don't quite remember who it was. Probably for the better, because I'm quite sure the viewers and they themselves also don't want everyone else to find out. But yeah, in the end, them just going out of the blue, just having a little bit of a lapse of concentration goes to show that nerves are still in the picture over here for some of these teams who've made it from the open quals.
See, now Sparrow had something else to say. He's like, maybe they wanted a few more extra points, which by all means,
yeah,
I get it. But again, it's a bit slippery on those notorious cliffs, and a little bit of moss build-up, and well, they did fall down. But with that aside, now let's have a look and see which 4 squads performed the best, because we do have the top 4 squads popping up on our screens right about now.
There we go. We got Skylights Gaming in first place with 23 total finishes to their name, being the leader of the top 4 squads. We've got OR Esports in second place as well with 28 finishes to his name. R Esports in third place with 22. And in fourth place, you've got TSM with 21 finishes to their name. Everyone just hitting the 20 mark. But once again, OR standing a little bit taller against everyone else with 28 to their name.
Oh, heavy-hitting team, Floki. But again, we all can take a lesson from TSM here. Now, at the beginning of the day, the first 2 games, they were nowhere to be seen. And suddenly now they are making sure they booked their berth as one of the top 4 squads. That goes to show anything can happen. And let's see if it's going to be the same this way tomorrow.
Absolutely. Everyone keeps talking about the mechanical aspects of the game. Everybody keeps talking about strategy and theory crafting, but few people account for the mental game part of the situation as well. We do have another stat coming up for you guys. It's going to be the top 4 players of the day. Let's give them the credit they deserve. Drum roll! I can't keep this long. Production, please bring it up on the screens.
Well, to kick things off, we have Daddy. I mean, rightly so. Of course, they should be at the top with 13 finishes to himself, following which we do have Neo from Godlike with 13 finishes as well. Again, in the double digits for everyone. Canary singing that sweet song of death with 11, and Kilo with 10 to his name.
Absolutely. I mean, every one of these members have had a very strong standing out performance so far. Kilo as well. I don't think Oculus Fight did that well today, but still, his performance standing out means a lot, showing that he is a consistent player all across the board. Canary, Neo, and Daddy as well, of course. TSG, I mean, after the start that Daddy had in the very first game, being the first person to be eliminated, I'm quite sure being over here on the top player spot must feel very, very good.
I like how Daddy's character over there was holding an AKM, because that is the weapon that he was using more often. I wonder if it's a coincidence or if the production team are just a bunch of geniuses back there. But again, that was all the action that was in store for you today. But keep one thing in mind. Tomorrow, it continues again. And I do believe at 5 p.m. we do go live.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That is when we go live. So if you want to catch us yapping just a little bit more, tune in there, see what we're talking about.
Or you could directly join us for the game, which goes live at 5:30. So you have a lot of options in your hands.
Absolutely, but none of this is going to happen unless you click subscribe and unless you hit the bell notification icon. So make sure you do both of those, and you are going to be staying tuned for the day number 2 as well. That should be coming up tomorrow, not right now. I almost, for a second I was like, day number 2 should be starting about now. I was like, no, that does not sound right, Floki. What is going on in your head?
The energy that has been created today, you know what, a few cups of coffee and I could do day 2 right now, but you know what, we are going to let you take a little bit of a breather. So from Floki and I and everyone here at the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series, we are going to bid you adieu. Stay tuned because the action continues tomorrow. You better be there.